Chapter 1. The Todorokis. In the Todoroki household, Enji was training his eldest, Talia. With the drive to let his own son beat All Might someday, who he couldn't himself, he gave intense training more than Talia's body could handle. Enji wasn't satisfied at all whenever his son easily drops, resulting to Talia having siblings. Fayumi was born. Unfortunately, she is too weak for her father's standards, having Natsuo next with the same judgment. They were neglected easily by Enji, leaving them to their mother's care, and he stuck with Talia. Until a few years later, Rei Todoroki, Enji's wife, gave birth to twins. Both kids ended up having red and white hair. Shoto, the older twin, half side was red and the other was white. Endeavor was sure that he was a masterpiece. Izuku, his hair was red, slowly going gradient to white at the tips. Endeavor wasn't sure of his quirk, but Izuku landed a soft spot on his father's heart, in the result of Enji slowly making up for the family. 2 years later, Izuku and Shoto are now 3. Enji was waiting for another year. 4 years old is when quirks manifest generally for each individual. While Talia is undergoing harsh training, Shoto is playing with Fayumi and Natsuo. Izuku had a fever and was put to sleep by Rei, who's now watching her 3 children running around. Unfortunately for the timing, a group of villains decided to infiltrate the number 2 hero's home with the motives of bringing down the public's trust in heroes. The attempt was successful in the start, but as it ends, the villains were defeated, but they got something precious from the house as some of them escaped. Running, playing tag outside. Fayumi noticed fire far from the training room. It can't be their father's. "Mom, there's fire," she exclaimed. Of course, her mother also noticed that this wasn't the doing of Enji. "Let's go outside, you 3. She pulled her children out the front gates quickly while shouting at Enji's direction about the occurrence. Enji was busy training Talia to hear her, but he noticed this too. "Check if they're complete and safe out there," he said to Talia, who was struggling. But Talia loved his mother and siblings that he's willing to run to them. Outside, you can now see Rei Todoroki trying to get back in the house but is being held back by officers. Emergency came to help, but now stopping them from entering back. "My son is still there," she cried. Izuku. She cried more. Talia, hearing this, shouted at his father. Izuku's still in his room. Endeavor, who's now in his hero costume, is multitasking with controlling the flames the enemy started, attacking the villains, defending himself, and making his way to the sick boy's room. Finishing off some villains and successfully taking out the fire near Izuku's room, Endeavor only entered the room to see no one in the room. He came to the most obvious conclusion that his son was kidnapped. He came out the house, walking with a disappointed face. "Where's Izuku?" Rei asked. No reply from his husband. She felt angry and tears started to stream. "ENJI, where's Izuku?" she screamed at him this time. "Number Izuku?" Shoto asked. Fayumi patted his head, crying. Soon enough, Natsuo and Shoto cried too as they finally understood. Talia just stared there wide-eyed. He didn't save him. Talia's thoughts swirl around the idea. Somehow Enji thought this was his fault. After that incident, it was confirmed that no ash held the DNA of Izuku. The Todorokis requested for a search. It went on until 3 months. To no avail. He was later on announced dead. This incident made the family took a sharp turn to the south even more. After somewhat sobering up until the next year, Fayumi and Natsuo started acting more mature for their age as they helped their mom out. Shoto would have nightmares, but it got better as the time passed. Endeavor distracts himself in here at work and distanced himself from his family. Lastly, Talia. He ran away a few days after Izuku was announced dead to them and the public. He simply gave up and knew that the Todoroki family will never improve, and he blamed everything to his dad and obviously hated him for it. He wanted to find Izuku as he believed he's still alive. Another search was held for Talia a few days after he left. No leads or anything for a long period of time, so he was also announced dead by the government. In the middle of the year, 4-year-old Shoto gained his quirk. As Endeavor suspected, it was indeed a powerful quirk. His right side with the white hair releases ice, allows him to freeze an object, while his left side allows him to release flames. A perfect combination of both his parents' quirks. Soon enough, Endeavor started training him. The harsh training he did with Talia was now repeated at his dubbed youngest son. Rei would protect Shoto from her husband only to end up being beaten up. Now she is slowly becoming unstable, scared of her husband. From the start, she knew that Enji only married her because of her family's quirk, to be the mother of his children, his new successor. Looking back, leading her to hate and fear the present and future. In the kitchen, Enji was on patrol as Endeavor. Shoto got a break from his training, now looking for his mother, and Fayumi and Natsuo were as usual not allowed to see or interact with Shoto. Fearing their father, they couldn't do anything but follow this rule implemented by Enji. Finale found his mother. Shoto was about to walk in the kitchen to greet her and give a hug, but he heard the phone call. Children seem to be more like him. And Shoto, whenever I see that kid's left side, it reminds me of him. It's unbearable. I can't handle it. I can't take care of him anymore. she said in between quiet sobs. Shoto was smart enough to understand what the topic was. Her mom looks more pitiful than what she shows back then. Deciding to comfort her mom after the phone call, he ran to her, giving her leg a hug, asking, "Mom, what are you saying?" only to end up being pushed away in a hot temperature of freshly boiled kettle to be thrown at his left side. Shoto screamed in agony. Rei finally came to her senses and hugged her son, saying sorry over and over again. She even tried to use her icy quirk to cool it down, but in the end, it gave a scar. When Endeavor knew of what happened, he was beyond furious. He decided to send Rei to a mental hospital because she hurt his masterpiece. If Shoto was sobbing to his mother that he didn't want to be like his father and how he hates him, imagine how much that hate rise up 100-fold. The family continued to live in a household as a family of 4. Izuku dead, Talia dead, Rei in a mental. Chapter 2. Izuku. You think they're still onto us? A guy said, catching his breath in an alleyway. I don't think so, but we got a hero's child and that's enough to pay our debt, right? The companion said as he was carrying the 3-year-old they knocked out. We still have time, Kamo. In front of them, black mist suddenly appeared. You're late, a misty man said. Kurajiri, we're sorry, we came with a CH, the man holding Izuku said, but immediately got cut off. We don't tend to late people. As the deal goes, you'll pay with your life. The man in the suit, whom they called Kurajiri, took the child and left it in the another alley using his quirk, warping the 2 men at his sensei's location and readied himself to see another gruesome execution. In an alley somewhere in Musutafu City, Izuku was warped next to a big garbage bin. Starting to wake up and shuffling to his position, a massive wave of headache came to him when he gained his consciousness. The pain in the back of his head was obviously hit by something hard, but right now, where is he? Who is he? He couldn't do anything else but cry from the pain and confusion he was having. Like luck was by Izuku's side, a woman with green hair passed by the alley and heard his sobs. Inko Midoriya is walking home from her job. Very kind woman, though this kind woman is sad about the death of his husband, Hisashi Midoriya, 2 months ago. Do you want to find where the sobs were coming from, only to see a boy, red and white-haired boy, curling on the ground. She immediately went to the boy. Hey little dear, what are you doing here? Inko asked the pity-looking boy. Izuku backed away a little, debating whether or not he should trust the woman in front of him. It's okay, I'll help you, she said, holding out her hand. The boy complied by taking her hand. Inko, now kneeling on par with the Izuku's height, holding his hands, she asked, "What's your name?" I don't remember. She put a hand on his forehead only to feel a high temperature. He must have a fever in this chilly night. Head hurts, he whimpered. Hey, I'll bring you to the hospital, okay? Izuku nodded shyly. Inko picked him up and stopped a cab and went to the hospital. On the way there, Izuku fell asleep. He must be exhausted, Inko whispered to herself. She felt Izuku's tiny hands cling to the sleeves of her pink cardigan. Small snores began to fill the air. In the hospital, Inko decided to wait for the child, who's now being tested to see what was wrong with him. He has a fever, he couldn't remember anything, and I found him crying on the street, said his head hurts. She told the doctor, hoping it would help. Hours later, tests are now done. A serum was given to Izuku, relaxing him to sleep. We found a bump on a critical area on his head, probably got hit too hard. It looks intentional, this probably caused the memory loss. He has amnesia, Mrs. Midori. We interviewed him in case he remembered something and nothing. If he can't tell us his identity, he will be put in an orphanage. We estimated his age is 3 years old. The doctor explained, but the system is horrible, she thought. Doctor, what if I adopt him? When will the papers be ready? Inko asked. Well, if you're really sure, then by the time he's ready to leave, the papers should be ready too, even before his leave, which is next week. Inko nodded, confirming the adoption. He'll be awake by tomorrow, the doctor said as he takes his leave. The next day, Inko came to the hospital to see the 3-year-old redhead. She went to his hospital room. The boy was coloring on a paper, probably given by the hospital. The boy looked at the green-haired woman. Miss, Izuku greeted as he remembered her from last night. Dear, how are you, dear? She asked. I'm doing good. A small smile on his face was plastered. Inko, now having a good look at the boy, noticed the 3-year-old's features. Handsome face indeed. Though that handsome face would always look stern like Shoto, she wouldn't mind a behaved child that's hap with her. Caring for someone else is her nature. Ever since her husband died, she had no one to take care of but herself. She felt lonely and wanted company, specifically a family, even if it's just a family of 2. As days passed by, Inko would visit Izuku and the latter would enjoy her presence. Now landing the present to Friday same week, Inko was finally going to ask Izuku if he wanted her to be his mother. Dear, do you want me to be your mother? Inko asked. Deep down she was nervous. What if the kid doesn't want her? But instead of the negative thoughts, she received a hug from Izuku, whispering yes to her ears. Grabbing the papers from her bag handed to her earlier than the estimated date, which made her grateful tenfold, she asked the boy, "Is it okay I name you Izuku?" The boy nodded as she see her new mom tear up. "Why are you crying, Inko-san?" "It's just, my husband wanted to name our kid Izuku, that's why. I hope you don't mind, dear." Somehow to the little redhead, the name Izuku dealt normal to him, so he found the name choosing comfortable. "It's perfect, Inko-san," he said, giving off a bigger smile than usual. "Call me Mom Izuku." "Thank you, Mom." Izuku was doing better than expected by the doctors, so that's why he was discharged a day early. Inko now brought Izuku to her apartment. He offered Izuku the empty room in front of hers. It was simple but enough for the grateful kid. Starting from then on, they spent their lives happily in a peaceful way. A year later at the daycare, Izuku was with a boy named Katsuki, whom he calls Kaken. They were introduced by their mothers. Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo are best friends all the way back from high school till now. Hoping their kids have a longer friendship than them, both boys were later introduced. "Hey Izuku, isn't your birthday tomorrow?" Katsuki asked the redhead. "Yeah, July 15. He replied with his neutral face while scooping sand with a toy shovel. Inko found Izuku on Juki 15 last year and decided to make it his birthday. His original birthday is January 11, same as his twin. "I'm turning 4, he said. "Then you'll get your quirk soon," the blonde yelled. Katsuki got his earlier than Izuku. He creates explosions from sweating. Just as the blonde said that, like on cue, Izuku suddenly let out bluish-white flames and some sort of flaming red ice crystals. Katsuki was amazed and tried to touch the crystals, but as his hand was getting near, the temperature gets hotter. He didn't even dare touch the flames, but keeps growing. Katsuki called over a teacher. They look at Izuku in awe. Izuku began walking to them and the flames were leaving, snowflakes in its tracks. The children played behind, enjoying the cool of Izuku's flames while the teachers called for his mother. Inko came and went to Izuku. "Izuku," she came running to her son, who was now playing with the bluish-white flames and creating small red crystal like ice on his hands, then put them together, making some sort of science. "How about we'll see a quirk doctor today and try to hide your quirk first," she said as she felt an incredible high heat before hugging her son. After the test's results came in, Inko and Izuku was called to the doctor's office. "Midoriya-san, your son's quirk is amazing," the quirk specialist explained. "How so, doctor?" "It's like Izuku here can create and control fire and ice. The entertaining part is, they have the opposite temperature. The ice appears red because of the heat it produces as he freezes something. The other one was flames. It appears bluish-white because it produces a freezing temperature. Over time, if he practices quirks, he can control the temperature in Ko-san." "That's amazing, Izuku." She hugged her son, who's now using quirk restraints because he kept on using his quirk due to excitement. "How about I'll make you cold soba later, your favorite?" Izuku nodded as a small smile plastered his face. "Now Izuku, what do you want to name it?" The boy thinks for a few seconds. "How about half hot, half cold?" "Okay, let's see if that's still available. Every quirk is unique after all, even if they came from the same theme." The doctor chuckled. "I'm sorry, dear, but it was already taken. It was just a few days ago, too," she answered. Then Izuku think again. "Cold flames, hot ice. That's perfect and very much available, Izuku-kun," the doctor said, patting the boy's head. "The registration is done and so is the appointment," ending with thankayos and so. Despite being young, Izuku was smart. He dreamed of being a hero and he wants to get stronger. So he asked his mom if it's okay that he train his quirk. Her mom happily agreed. "I know you'd make a great hero, Izuku." Chapter 3. 10 years later. Now 14 years old, Izuku Midoriya is in his 3rd year of middle school, along with his friend Kaken. Izuku grew up to be quite good-looking and popular at Aldera Middle School. Same goes for the loud blonde, both in different ways. Everyone wondered how the two could be friends. Yes, they are strong in using their quirks, smart at school, but their personalities are different. Katsuki was loud, short-tempered, literally explosive, and is crude. The worst part of him is his big ego and lack of respect to the extras around him. While Izuku is quiet, calm, and kind. His sudden small smiles made everyone's heartbeat raise. They say he's a blessing to Aldera Middle School. Bakugo's not the best person. He takes his anger out on others. Izuku would stop or restrain him, which helped a lot because the blonde would only listen to the redhead. What do you think you're doing extra?" Katsuki's voice could be heard from the other end of the hall. Fortunately for the tormented, Izuku was passing by. "Oh, Kaken, you're here," he said as he slid his eyes to the poor kid below Katsuki. Kakin will be late for class, come on, he said, walking towards his classroom. Katsuki followed behind and left the student alone. After minutes of waiting in the classroom, the teacher arrived with papers on his hand. After formal greetings, he started talking. I would give you this career aptitude test, but what's the point? You all wanted to be heroes. He threw the papers in the air and Izuku's classmates started to showcase their quirk, immediately stopped by Katsuki's voice. Teach, don't lump me and Izuku with these losers. These bunch of extras would be lucky enough to be sidekicks of D-listers. The class went fuming and Izuku sighed in disappointment to his friend's antics. Oh yeah, Bakugu's applying to UA, same as Midoriya, huh? The class started murmuring about how the acceptance rate was low and UA high, but THT didn't stop the two friends to want nothing more than be accepted. So 10 months later, the entrance exam finally came, and all Izuku and Katsuki did was train and study. In front of the UA gates, Katsuki and Izuku walked along with other participants. Making their way to the orientation hall, Izuku tripped and braced for the fall, but what's expected didn't come. He was floating in midair. He relaxed himself and saw a brunette girl with pink cheeks. Sorry I used my quirk on you, but it'd be a shame if you fall before the exam's right, she said to the redhead. Izuku turned to her only to see her blush after her confident smile. Thank you, he blurted out with a neutral face. Then, I better get going, the girl said. Katsuki then pulled Izuku to the orientation room and found their seats. President Mike started orientation with an energetic greeting. Unfortunately, it wasn't returned to him with the same energy. The students were silent and he just decided to start explaining the exam. In the middle of explaining, a boy with blue hair and glasses raised his hand. President Mike, who was happy that a student decided to participate and talk, called over the number of the participant, giving him permission to speak. The boy stood up and started talking. Sir, in the printout handed out, it shows there are 4 types of villains, not 3 like from your explanations. If this was a mistake on official UA material, then it is shameful. He exclaimed. Well, listener, thank you for pointing it out. I was just about to get to that part actually. The 4th faux villain is a 0-pointer, so it's recommended that you could just run away from it, Mike answered. Then, check your papers and see where your prospective battle centers are. The students looked at their papers. I guess they won't let friends help each other, huh? Bakugu said. Izuku just nodded, not leaving his sight on the stage. Later on, the participants went to their assigned battle center. Izuku got battle center B. He saw the brunette he bumped into earlier and the glasses boy from the orientation. Everyone was looking at Izuku. His red hair that fades down to white caught many attention. Soon, the gates opened and President Mike screamed, "Go!" where students ran to comply. Izuku uses his cold white flames to freeze the robots, causing them to malfunction, saving others who do not watch their surroundings, causing him to gain more points unknowingly. Meanwhile, at the control room where the staff is, Eraserhead was watching boredly at his potential soon-to-be students. Looking around different screens, he saw one participant who was running across faux villains who already has their targets. But before the faux villains could do anything, it was freezed, stuck down to the ground. But instead of freezing to malfunction, its legs melted into the ground slowly. He recognized the structure of the ice. He saw this at the recommendation exams a few days ago. Nezu, does Shoto Todoroki from the recommendations have a brother? Aizawa asked, the mixed look of bear mouse closest to a hamster in my eyes principal. Well, yes, he has, a college student in a medical course, the smart animal answered. No other, the other 2 are dead if I look back from 10 to 11 years ago. The tired-looking man sighed and continued to watch the participants as Nezu pushed a button to release the giant 0-pointer. Here we go again, Aizawa thought. Back at the battle center, the ground rumbled and a big robot, specifically the 0-pointer, rose from the ground. It was bigger than the robots they have been destroying. Somehow it was fearsome, but it's a 0-pointer. They don't need to take the robot down. They don't have to deal with it. Most thought, even the redhead Izuku thought of this. But just before leaving, he saw the kind girl who kept him from falling earlier. She was stuck under a rubble. She couldn't run away from the giant faux villain. Changing his course from running away to running towards the villain, Izuku shot his cold flames towards the stuck girl. Then he shot his red-hot ice glaciers far above her before the villain steps on her. Controlling both temperature, the girl didn't burn because of the cool of his quirk nor freeze from the low temperature. The girl didn't get crushed as the hot glaciers melt the structure of the robot's legs. He saved the brunette by taking her out of the rubble and carried her far enough for the robot not to fall on them both. He used his quirk to warm up his body so that the girl would have her normal body temperature back. Then President Mike called the end of the exams. Recovery girl started walking towards Izuku and the girl he comfortably sat on the ground. I think she had a sprain. Izuku said to Recovery Girl in a neutral tone. Recovery Girl kissed the forehead of the brunette and her sprain, and some cuts started to disappear. Back at home, Inko Midoriya was waiting for her son. She knew he'd passed just from watching him train by himself or with Katsuki. As a special treat, she made her katsudon and soba. She couldn't usually make both mostly because of the time it takes in her job and resting hours. Izuku understood this, but this was special and she decided to take a leave off her work. Izuku came home earning a hug from her mother as he took a step in the house. "Hey Ma," he greeted with a small smile forming his face. This smile usually shows whenever Inko's around or Katsuki would do something pleasing than crude. "How was the exam?" she asked, helping Izuku out with his stuff. "Tiring," he said. Inko knew how Izuku is not a talker, so she doesn't mind short responses. "I made you your favorites and I made sure the soba is cold, just how you like it." The smile on Izuku's face grew a bit more. Inko would notice this small difference, and so the night was filled with stories and pride. All that's left is to wait for the acceptance letter. Chapter 4. Similarities and Unpleasant Surprise. A week later, the day has finally came. The letter of UA is supposed to arrive today. Izuku was honestly nervous. Even though it doesn't show, his mom could read his face and actions like a book. It was already the afternoon, and he was internally panicking. In his room, obviously sulking on his bed, Inko could only think of how bad this anxiety of his is. Izuku wasn't the type to dwell on things, but this is not just a simple thing. This is his dream high school, his future, so she was worried. In the living room, every now and then, she was taking glances at the door. Soon enough, one glance away and one glance to the door again, an envelope was now on the floor. "Izuku, Izuku," she yells as she runs to her son's room with the envelope in her hand. "It's here." She waved the envelope. Izuku walked to her mom. She gave him what he's been waiting for and decided to give him privacy. With his patience testing him, he ripped the envelope vigorously, only for a small machine-like to fall. Not seconds later, the machine showed a hologram projection of All Might. "Congratulations, young Midoriya." Izuku continued to watch the hologram. "You passed the entrance exam, not only that but got the highest score in UA's entrance score history. With the villain points of 81, but that's not the only thing we grade. You received 55 rescue points, which gives you a total of 136 points. It showed the rankings and saw Katsuki second, just below him. Then it went back to All Might again. Congratulations, welcome to your Hero Academy." Then it stopped. Izuku was so happy, he ran to Inko and hugged her tightly, saying he passed. She was so proud and knew his training was worth it. He called the Bakugis through the landline with Katsuki answering it after the fourth ring. "Oi nerd, Kaken, you passed, you scored 105 points, the redhead said. "Yeah, congrats on placing first," the blonde said, which made Izuku smile fully because Kaken acknowledged him. Even though he knows that Katsuki acknowledges him, even from the start, the blonde doesn't really say anything. Finally, the first day of UA, in the Todoroki household. Shoto woke up early like he usually does, got ready then changed to his uniform. He heard Fayumi call her from the kitchen. Complying to her calls, he went there and said a quiet good morning. Fayumi is now 22 years old and helps his brothers like a mom. She cooked pork cutlet bowls for breakfast. Natsuo already ate and left, make sure to finish okay, she said as she was taking her leave to get ready for work. Natsuo is 19 and in college, leaving Shoto to be 16 along with his long-gone twin. Shoto was done eating and Fayumi is ready to leave. "Don't forget to pray for them, okay?" she said as she was leaving the door. Shoto nodded and put his plates to the sink, then went to her room. In the room, nothing else but showcased two batsudens with open doors. Fayumi probably opened this, he thought, looking at the pictures inside of them. He lit the candles again as it was dead. He bowed down and paid his respects. One picture showed a kid with red and growing white hair. The other one showed a dark hair fatting down to white, no more than 3 years old. The picture was monochromatic. He knew this was his twin. He remembered being close to Izuku, but not the same as Talia. Every day, like a habit, the Todoroki family would visit and pay their respects. Rei still hasn't gone home from the mental, still keeping her hatred, anxiety, and sadness. She keeps on remembering the abuse and the death of her children. Fayumi and Natsuo would visit, but Shoto still doubts himself and thinks his mother hates him. After paying his respects, Shoto then started to walk to the station, Loki being excited for the first day. In the front gates showed many students. Shoto is wondering if any of the students he sees are his classmates. He entered the building and searched the halls for Class 1A. After walking a few, he found himself standing in front of the giant door that opens to his classroom. He saw Yaoyorozu, who he met at the recommendation exams. She waved at him and he gave a nod. Soon enough, more classmates are starting to get in. Then a loud blonde came stomping in the room. He walked to his seat. You can feel the pride confidence he reeked of. Relaxing his foot on his desk, the blue-haired glasses guy who arrived few minutes earlier started scolding him, even until more students came. Meanwhile, in the hallways is a lost Izuku. After a couple more wrong turns in the hallways, he finally arrived at the tall door of 1A. When he finally opened the door, he saw his friend arguing with the one with blue hair and glasses. The guy in glasses saw Izuku from the corner of his eye and suddenly ran to him. "I'm Ida Tenya, I'm from Sumi Academy, and you saw something more to the exam, right? BNHA, so this extra is an elite. It'll be fun to crush you," Bakugo said from his seat. "Excuse me, are you sure you wanted to be here?" Ida said. "Others are just too shy to interfere." "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he said bluntly. Hearing the name, Shoto looked at where the voice came from. "Izuku," he blurted out. "Yeah, that's my name," he answered back. Then, ignoring any other comments, he walked to Bakugo. "Hi Kaken," he greeted. "Hey nerd." Aizawa walked to the podium quietly. The class didn't seem to notice as they started to make friends with their seatmates. Then Aizawa saw the redhead poke the ash-blonde's shoulder who was looking out the window and pointed at him. "Nice to know someone noticed me for a second. If you plan on playing friends, you can get out of here," Aizawa said, catching the attention of all his students now shrieking in surprise. He just sighed. "Name's Shoto Aizawa, I'm your homeroom teacher. I know this is sudden, but..." He took out a gym uniform from the sleeping bag he carried in the classroom. "Change into this and go outside." Once everyone was outside, "Bakugo, since your quirk would be a perfect example for this, what is your farthest distance throw in the softball when you were in junior high?" Aizawa asked. 67 meters, I think. "Right, now try doing it with your quirk." Bakugo complied to Aizawa by walking to the circles. With the ball Aizawa gave to him, he is now stretching inside the circle. "All right, anything goes just as long as it's inside the circle," he said to the blonde. Then, "Die!" he screamed as he threw the ball with a massive explosion. Aizawa showed his score, 705.2. Izuku POV. Right now, I couldn't care less with the fuming of the class. Same goes with Mr. Aizawa looking cool and scolding them. I was staring at this kid. We haven't made introductions yet, so I don't really know his name. He has red hair on the left side and the other half was white. It's amazing that his hair perfectly cuts to the middle. I also found it a great coincidence that we have the same hue of red. Soon enough, I was brought back to my thoughts as Aizawa-sensei said we will start. So just like middle school but with quirks, got it? I am very determined to do my best even if I don't show it on my face. First was a 50-meter run. I just used my hot ice path to speed me up. I glanced seeing the boy with a scar wide-eyed looking at me. Then when I watched his turn, there's also an ice path similar to mine, but his is blue and what a normal ice would look like and mine's red. It was so cool. I need to talk to him, but breathe in and out. Izuku, you need to compose yourself. After every practical test, Aizawa showed a hologram of our rankings. A girl named Yaoyorozu was first, then Kaken, then this Todoroki kid, and I got fourth. It's not that bad. Oh right, the expulsion was just a logical ruse. I just said it so you would give the best of your abilities, Aizawa said with a shiz-eating grin. Wait, you said something about someone being expelled? I blurted. Everyone looked at me. "Ha, you got distracted again earlier," Kaken exclaimed as he light chopped my head. "Sorry," I said with a bit of disappointment in my voice. "Geez, stop those habits, Izuku." "So Eraserhead's our teacher," I said to myself. Third POV. In the boys' changing room, they went to their assigned lockers and started changing. Some were already talking with their groups of friends. No one seems to mind Izuku, but then another redhead started a conversation. "Hello, I'm Kirishima, you're Midoriya, right?" Izuku nodded at him. "Say, are you guys brothers?" Kirishima asked, pointing at Shoto and Izuku. "My brother died 11 years ago," Todoroki said with a neutral tone and a neutral face. "Not that I know of," Izuku said. After staring a bit at Todoroki, Kirishima questioned Izuku's answer. "How so?" I'm only adopted," he said with the same expression as Todoroki. "Wow, but it's so cool, you guys really look like brothers," Kaminari butt in. "Oh, I'm Kaminari by the way, Denki Kaminari, just call me Denki." Yeah, you almost have the same quirk, it looks like ice," Zero said, not minding that he was unknown to his classmates yet. "It is ice though," Todoroki answered. "Well, mine's kinda different," he said. "What's the name of your quirk? Maybe we'll get a better explanation," Kirishima suggests. "Half hot, half cold," Todoroki said. "Really?" Izuku asked him. Shoto simply nodded. "I was going to name my quirk that, but the doctor said someone already got it a few days before me too," Izuku explained, keeping his monotone voice. "Anyways, I named mine Cold Flames Hot Ice. So it is literally what you guys call it." So Todoroki and Midoriya, you have flames too. I don't use them, the boy with scar bluntly said with a hidden pained expression same to Izuku's. Izuku simply lit his bluish-white flames that also created small snowflakes. In both hands, Todoroki touched the flames and was stunned face a small second. It really is cold. Others just watched the flames at awe. He then closed his palm as he canceled his flames, making the others pout. Now being pulled out by Bakugo to go to the classroom, Kakin, are you jealous? Izuku asked his friend in a bland voice. Of course not you shizzy nerd, he screamed. You only call me with profanities if you're angry at something. Oh wait, let me change that, you're always angry. Bakugo glared at the small smiling Izuku, reaching the classroom and soon others behind followed in. Iida decided to initiate introductions. Some are shy and quiet, some are dense like the twins, some are just noisy but fun and good, others are neutral between chaos and peace. Just on cue, their next teacher came in, and the next, until all subject teachers has made their own introductions. Soon enough the day ended and Izuku was ready to go home to his mom. How was the first day, Izuku? Inko asked after hugging her son. It was great, Mom. Showing excitement wasn't really common to Izuku, so Inko was happy that her son is happy. You meet new friends? She asked. Well, yeah, I guess, he said. He wasn't really the friendliest person in his dictionary. Izuku thought of himself more as someone polite. Well, I met someone very alike to me. His hair is the same color as mine, but it's like perfect half red and half white, he said while gesturing his hands to put better explanation. The white side would produce ice and the red side would produce flames. Inko listened at his son's words. He's the one who got the half-hot, half-cold Quirk name before me. He chuckled as his mom laughs at the coincidences. Izuku, how about you go to your room and rest and I'll make dinner. He nodded and gave her mother a hug before going to his room. When Inko was sure that his son is in his room, Inko put out a bottle of pills and swallow much as the prescription says. Inko is sad. When she heard the doctor's words, she didn't know what to tell Izuku. She is in the brink of death in 2 months or less. The latter has the higher probability. After making dinner, also finishing her debating thoughts, Inko decided that she couldn't see her son crying. She doesn't want it. He can't stand to see him hurt. She wants to keep her son's smile for as long as she can, till her death. I'll just write him letters and recipes, Inko thought. Then he called over Izuku as she regains her composure. Izuku, dinner's ready, she called in a happy tone. Izuku rushed to his mom and went to sit on the dinner table. Inko's thoughts were debating again, then he looked at Izuku's small smiling face and her heart felt pain. She made up her mind. Until my last moment, I want you to keep that smile. Chapter 5. USJ. In the Todoroki household, Shoto went home from his first day at UA. Surprisingly, his father was there. Tension started to fill the house's ambience. Shoto, how was school? Enji asked with the hope of his son replying. There are times this happens. Enji would try to act like good father to make up for his losses, but his kids doesn't really comply. All of them felt like they were just created because Endeavor wanted to beat All Might. Fayumi forgave Enji, but distance was still kept. Natsuo was mad. He is especially close to Talia. He blamed their father for his loss. Shoto simply rebelled against him by not using his left side or his flames. Surprising Enji, Shoto replied, met someone interesting. Then he took his leave to his room, or so his father thought. Leaving Enji there, he thought to himself, someone interesting? Shoto went straight to the room with the Batsudens and looked at his twin's picture, showing similarities, but he wasn't really sure. He's not the best at these things. Shoto, just like Izuku, is dense. Natsuo, his older brother who is home, came in the room to pay his respects. He woke up late earlier morning. Shoto, you woke up late too? He asked his younger brother. Shoto shook his head. No, not really. Then what are you doing here? I met someone who looks like Izuku, from his 2-colored hair to his 2-colored eyes. Shoto said in a serious tone. Shoto, Izuku's dead, Natsuo said with furrowed brows and his pained expression. The body wasn't found, he raged. We searched our old city and its neighboring cities. Natsuo fought back. Enji, hearing their screams, went to the Batsudens. What's happening here? He asked in a stern voice, causing both boys to stop arguing. Natsuo, who was mad at Enji, left immediately and Shoto just stayed there looking pissed. Shoto, we already tried looking for them, Enji said to his son. Shoto huffed, then bowed to the Batsudens before leaving. Enji sighed. He looked at the 2 pictures in the Batsudens. He made a painful expression as he saw the smiling faces of his dead sons. He closed the door to the room and left quietly, deciding to go to work so he could escape his sadness. Weeks passed and classes were all training and lectures. Looking at the schedule, Aizawa saw that it is time to go to the USJ. "Okay, class, tomorrow we will be going somewhere for class," he said in his dull voice. "Now it's time to do something that will probably affect your whole school year." Everyone tensed up. What could it possibly be that it will affect that much time? "Since we have this field trip tomorrow, you will be picking class representatives." "It's normal," the whole class exclaimed in their thoughts. "These students keep forgetting that UA is still a high school. I don't care how you do it, just pick one before class ends," Aizawa said, zipping himself in his sleeping bag and faced the wall. "Okay, we should vote class president and vice president," Iida said, chopping the air with his arms. Most of them wanted to vote for themselves, volunteering themselves. Izuku couldn't care less. "How about this? Write the name of who you want to vote in a piece of paper and we'll count the results," Iida suggested. "Then wouldn't that just mean all of us would vote for ourselves?" Dinky asked. "Which is why you can't write your own names. Vote for yourself." In the end, Momo Yaoyorozu became the president and Iida became vice president. The next day, Iida and Momo lined the class up to the bus, but they seemed to fail and just hive up on forcing the arrangements. In the end, Class 1A is with their group of friends. Finally making it to their destination, the class went out the bus to be met by Pro Hero 13. "It's 13, Yororaka exclaimed as she was a big fan. "So this are your students, Aizawa-senpai," 13 said, surprised no one's expelled yet. Aizawa hummed at his coworker's comment. "You like your class this year, huh?" Aizawa just gave him a seriously look. 13 laughed before setting the attention to the students. "Follow me inside the building." Once inside, the students were amazed at the big dome that reminded them of Universal Studios Japan. "This is where you would be practicing on saving people in natural disasters. You can see that we built different situations where you can practice. This is the unforeseen stimulation joint, or to call it shortly, the USJ." "It really is the USJ," the class exclaimed. Now 13 is explaining her quirk and her line of hero work. 13 doesn't usually fight villains, 13 does more rescue work. Izuku, who had been paying attention, suddenly caught mist appearing. Then he heard Kirishima talk. "Wow, they have fake villains too." "That's not fake villains," Izuku said out. "He's right, everyone out, those are real villains," 13 said. 13, protect the students while I fight." "But Eraserhead, there's so many," Izuku yelled. Eraserhead was taken aback that the kid knew who he was when he didn't even reveal anything but his scarf. "But there are more important things right now. You can't be a hero with only one trick," he yelled as he charged at the low-tier villains. A man with blue hair was talking about something, a plan on killing All Might. The motives of killing All Might. "All Might should be here, where is he?" he screamed as he scratched his neck more of irritation. 13 was leading the students to leave the facility but was stopped by the Mist Man, the same one from 10 to 11 years ago. Kurogiri. Kurogiri blocked the students' way and warped them in different places after the failed attempts of attacks was shot towards him. Izuku was dropped off at the water area with Tsuyuasui and Mainta. He would have easily just used his hot ice quirk to make a slide or a bridge from the boat to the shore, but he can't leave his classmates alone. Izuku can't totally control the heat of his ice quirk. He can't fully suppress the hotness to the extent where he wouldn't give them burns. He started planning on things with difficulty. "What do I do?" Chapter 6. Flashes. "What do I do?" Izuku thought. "Wait, they don't know our quirks," he suddenly blurted out. "What do you mean Midoriya Kiro?" Asui asked, and Mainta is panicking in a corner. "Your quirk works best in wet places, right?" Asui nodded at Izuku. "And they brought you here." The idea seemed to hit Asui. "Mainta, we might have the upper hand here," she said to the purple head. It calmed down Mainta a little bit. Izuku think for more seconds. "Snowstorm," Izuku thought. "Asui, Mainta, I want you to survive snow. Is that all right?" "Kiro, I'm not good with snow." "Midoriya, I think I can," Mainta said. Izuku sighed. Think more for a few seconds, then he shot a blizzard of ice around and near them, causing the villains that surround them whine at the heat, even his two classmates. "You two might have a fever after this," Izuku said. "I'll let a strong snowstorm lead us to the shore. Mainta, stick to me using your balls, and Asui, wrap your tongue around my leg or waist so we stick to each other. Or Mainta, use your balls to stick Asui to me too." "Asui, I need you to jump to give us boost in the air. It would be easier. I shot hot ice around so your temperature are controlled." Either way, they got out of there. Izuku started his cold flames, resulting to a snowstorm-like form. It was so big and strong that not only the water area felt the cold. "Was that Midoriya or Todoroki?" Mina asked as she was with some of their classmates near the exits already. then Todoroki walked towards them. "Then it's Midoriya," they exclaimed. Todoroki tilted his head at what they were talking about, then felt a little cold more than his limits. He looked at where the wind is coming from. Now everybody is staring at the snow storm Izuku has created. Aizawa and the villains stopped and stared a second or two, but Aizawa continued to fight, wasting no time. Now at the shore, Izuku, Usui, and Mainta took a breath. Izuku, who was exhausted, is at the brink of fainting. Usui felt feverish. Mainta was shaking from the cold. Aizawa is now barely surviving with a broken elbow and a Namu. Todoroki and Bakugo, along with Kirishima, ran to where Aizawa is. They noticed their teacher, but Aizawa fended them off. A gush of wind suddenly whirled around. The door opened, revealing All Might and more pro-heroes. Rushing to the center, All Might gave orders to the 3 students present. "Take young Midoriya and the other 2 out of here. I have a villain to finish off." The 3 comply. Izuku, who fully went unconscious, is carried by Bakugo, and Usui was carried by Kirishima, then leaves Mainta to Todoroki, who warmed Mainta up to stop the shivering. He then exchanged with Kirishima, then warmed Usui. The day was saved in the end. Izuku and Aizawa was put to a stretcher and got sent to the hospital. Since Nezu announced their classes done and a week break to let them rest and upgrade security, Katsuki decided to stay with Izuku in the hospital while his auntie Inko is being called. The next day, Izuku jolted awake panting. This caught Katsuki and Inko's attention. "Izuku, are you okay?" Inko asked. Suddenly a flash of scenery came to Izuku. He tripped and a woman with white long hair ran to him and asked, "Izuku, are you okay?" What? He blurted out. "Are you okay?" Inko repeated. With a soft, confused face, Izuku nodded. Then he earned a hug. He smiled at his mother's actions. "Glad you're okay, nerd. I'll call the doctor, auntie," Katsuki said as he took his leave. A few minutes later, the doctor went in. "How are the others?" was Izuku's first concern. The doctor chuckled at the heroic boy. "They're fine, nothing more than bruise and scratches. Aizawa and 13, they'll have their own rooms until recovery girl is available. How are you, Izuku?" "I'm fine," he answered. "I remember you're that amnesia patient, right? We weren't sure if it was permanent or not. Are you willing to do some tests?" Before Izuku could talk, Inko agreed. "Then I'll schedule you later or tomorrow. You only fainted from exhaustion and overuse of Quirk. You didn't control your temperature, which pushed yourself to a limit. You'll be fine with a few days rest recommended." Izuku nodded. Inko thanked the doctor. "Midoriya-san, can we talk outside?" Inko complied by following the doctor. "Midoriya-san, have you told him yet?" Inko shook her head no. The doctor sighed. "So you don't plan on telling? Is this why you want to do tests on his amnesia?" Inko nodded. "If his memories as a child came back, then he'll find his real family. When I'm gone, someone will take him in." The sad conversation continued. "Inko-san, he is a lucky boy to have Neem found by you." The next day, Shoto decided to visit Izuku. He doesn't know why, but he has the urge to. When he arrived at the floor, he saw Katsuki leaving. "Oi, icy hot," the blonde called. "Oh, Bakugo," he said. "Is Midoriya awake?" Shoto asks. "You would have to wait. He's being tested for his amnesia." Bakugo said, grumbling. "He has amnesia. He didn't get it from the USJ attack, so you could calm your mind off." Shoto looked confused. Izuku had his amnesia when he was 3 years old. How did he get his name? "GRR, ask him those type of questions. How am I supposed to know?" Katsuki yelled, only to be stopped by a nurse. Shoto sighed and made his way to the receptionist of the floor, and Katsuki went in the elevator. "Izuku Midoriya," he said. The nurse gave him the room number and he sat on the near chairs to wait. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he jolted awake again as he dreams of sceneries, to be exact, memories. This is the 4th time. He would be put to sleep for minutes, 5 or less, only to be jolted awake by vague flashbacks. Soon enough, the doctors concluded that he is slowly regaining his memories, maybe even pop it all at once in his head. Inko-san, he's starting to remember. Chapter 7. Inko and Shoto. Inko was relieved at what she heard. Izuku would remember his family. She walked to Izuku's room as Izuku was being shot with calm sleeping serum. In the chairs next to the Izuku's hospital room door was a sitting Shoto Todoroki. "Excuse me," she caught the boy's attention. "Are you here for Izuku?" The boy nodded. Inko looked at Shoto closely. The eyes, the hair color, the face shape, his ambience are same as Izuku. Shoto bowed. You must be Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Shoto, Todoroki, Izuku's classmate. Hello, Shoto. Izuku would be asleep for a while. Are you willing to wait? She asked. Shoto just nodded. At least more time away from that old man, Shoto thought. Inko invited the boy to Izuku's room. Soon enough, nurses came in with a sleeping Izuku on a stretcher. He was carried to the bed and left there to sleep, returning to the privacy. Shoto, the boy looked at Inko. Actually, I'm dying, this surprised Shoto. Mrs. Midoriya looked so healthy, no signs of fatigue and sickness. Izuku would be alone. I adopted him with the hopes of growing old and watch him be a pro hero. Unfortunately, the world is cruel. What are trying to say, Mrs. Midoriya? His memories from amnesia will come back when he finds his real family. I want to make a request to you, if you don't mind. What is it? Yeah. I'll do my best, Mrs. Midoriya, Shoto said with the barely noticeable hint of determination in his face. Inko took notice of this. You sure are determined. Shoto tilted his head. You are like Izuku. The way you show expressions are barely seen, but I can read him like a book. Mrs. Midoriya, where did his name came from? Shoto asks. Well, when I found Izuku, it was just months after my husband died. After adopting him, I named Izuku what my husband wanted to name our child. Shoto hummed in response. Soon after, Izuku started to shuffle in his sleep, then tears started to form. Izuku, Izuku, Inko called to wake him up. The boy jolted awake for the many times this day. Is it that bad dream again? She asked. Izuku just nodded at her. Oh, your friend is here. Izuku looked at where his mother pointed. Todoroki-kun, hello Midoriya, he said in monotone voice. Hello, Izuku returned with a smile. Somehow, Izuku looked different in Todoroki's eyes. Instead of a strong classmate like he had seen in the USJ and at school, he was a little boy who longed for something, but content is still visible in his eyes. He must have loved Inko-san, Shoto thought. How is he gonna cope with her passing? For now, Shoto let the idea drop out of his head and just wait for the time Izuku needs comfort. He took his leave for now. He didn't want to take much up of Inko's time with his adoptive son. He waved them goodbye and both mother and son thanked him for coming. Shoto, now on the way out of the hospital, saw his sister, Fayumi. Fayumi, what are you doing here? He asked. Shoto, I'm here to see Mom. Wanna come with? She asked. Shoto shook his head no as his brows are furrowed. I thought Mom is in the mental, he asked. Well, yeah, the mental building is behind building B of this hospital. Oh, okay. How about you? What are you doing here? Fayumi asked curiously. Someone interesting from class got hospitalized. Shoto said blandly. Is it a girl, Tilda? She asked, teasing her little brother. No, another answer with a bland voice. Gee, Shoto, you're no fun. She pouted at his aloof brother. If there's nothing else, then I'm going. With Shoto's statement of leave, Fayumi felt heartbreak. She couldn't take this coldness between all of them. As she watched Shoto exit the hospital, her thoughts couldn't ignore the want to be with Talia. The week break passed and students are to attend school. Midoriya didn't need to spend long wait in the hospital bed. He was discharged the day after Todoroki visited him. Well, Aizawa forced his way out of the hospital and his coworkers just gave up on him. Even Nezu. In the Midoriya apartment, coughs can be heard from the kitchen. Mom, are you okay? Izuku asks as he noticed the roughness of his mother's throat. Drink water, okay? Maybe it's dry throat, he said as he put his shoes on. Okay, dear, good luck at school, she waved bye to her son from the kitchen. Love you, Mom. Love you too. Izuku happily walked to UA. The classroom was noisy and chaotic as usual when he entered. Then just behind him, a gruffy voice spoke behind him. How are you, Midoriya? Izuku looked back with a bit of stunned face but relaxes no more than a second. How could he not? His sensei is still covered in bandages looking like a mummy. I'm okay, sensei, he said. How about you, sensei? Well, it's better here than the hospital, Zawa said as they both walk in. SNSI. The class shrieked. Sensei. Should you really be working right now? Aizawa sighed. He thinks it's better here than the hospital, Izuku answered for Aizawa. The dull teacher was secretly grateful for that. Go to your seats. In the next 2 weeks, the UA Sports Festival will be held, their teacher said. Aizawa-sensei, is it really okay for the sports festival to continue? The UA Sports Festival is an important event on par with the Olympics. We can't just cancel it. Plus, we'll just be giving what the villains want by doing that. The class nodded as they understood. In these 2 weeks, I want you all to train. Since I'm too disabled to do actual lessons, Ectoplasm will take over in training you with his clones. Good luck. Ectoplasm came in. Okay, 1A, let's go outside. The class went to the changing room, then went to where Ectoplasm is. Well, you have the whole hour to yourself with my clones. Call me if they die out. I'll try to attend to you whenever I can, Ectoplasm said as he created his clones. Chapter 8. Sports Festival. The day before the sports festival, Izuku was excited to go home, sleep, and wake up the next morning. Arriving home, Izuku was not greeted by Inko. With the thought that she will come back later, he went to his room, do the few homeworks, and rest in the living room a bit and watch the television. Not long later, jingling of keys are heard, and the door opened, revealing no one else but Mama Inko. Hey moms, you're late today's rough day. Inko looked tired than usual, and a bit down. How about I'll make dinner, Mom? Rest for a bit, okay? Izuku offered. I want to cook for you at least this last time, Inko thought. How about we cook together? Ink smiled wide. A small smile like usual appeared on Izuku's face. Okay then. After Inko changed, she was determined to stay happy and be happy for and with Izuku. He may not be her real son by blood, but he's worth more than the universe to her. Inko already said goodbye to Mitsuki, who accepted her death as a request from Inko. Of course, Mitsuki would want to spend more time with her best friend since high school, but Izuku would need his mother more. After making dinner, the two ate, talking to each other. For Izuku, somehow, their conversation is happier than usual, which made him smile more than he usually do. He showed his childish side that rarely comes out, where his chuckles became loud laughs, satisfying Inko's heart and wishes. Izuku's wide smile. After that, they ready for bed. Hey Izuku, can you sleep beside me tonight, just for tonight? Izuku agreed to his mother's wishes. Now on the bed together, Inko and Izuku were just enjoying each other's presence. Mom, promise me you'll watch me live tomorrow. I'll blow you a kiss if I ever got caught in the camera. Inko chuckled. Yeah, I will. I'm sorry, Izuku, I won't be able to see you be cool in the sports festival. Izuku, always remember that I love you, okay? I love you too, Mom. Promise, promise. Thank you, Izuku. The next day, Izuku woke up early and alone in his mom's bed. Smelling the aroma of katsudon, he immediately rushed out the room and to the dining. I delivered your favorites, Inko said, keeping her smile. Mom, good morning. Good morning, Izuku. Eat okay. You don't want to be tired all day if you want to win. Before she even knew it, her son already ate half the bowl. Slow down, you still have an hour and a half before call time. Izuku nodded but ate the same speed. Inko sighed and smiled in defeat. Soon enough, she gave one last look at his son with proud eyes. She tears up Izuku. You are so cool, I'm so proud of you, she exclaimed, hugging him. Don't cry, Mom, you'll see better stuff in the future. She just nodded and sent her son off. After a few minutes Izuku left, she decided it's time for her to leave too, taking one last look at the apartment and reminiscing memories of her and Izuku playing and laughing. At UA, everyone is pumped up. Even Izuku and Shoto, who showed neutral faces, reek of determination and winning. With the crowd full of energy, Present Mike and Midnight started welcoming the start of the festival. Aizawa was just contradicting everything Mike says in the background, maybe small arguments here and there. A lot of heroes will be watching and is sure that they want to recruit students to join their agency, especially Endeavor. He came to watch his son, Shoto, to win the first place, but there's something more that awaits the hero. Now on the sidelines, Endeavor is standing proudly in his hero suit and flames. Now that all classes are here, Izuku Midoriya, as the representative of the first years, please give a motivation speech, Midnight called out. The redhead walked towards the small stage. Enji's eyes widen a bit at the familiarity. The hue of red, the tips that naturally fade into white. How could he not? The youngest child, his youngest son, had the same hair. With his thoughts, he didn't get to hear what the boy said. Izuku walked down on stage with Midnight announcing the first event, an obstacle course. The students are ready at the starting line. All they are waiting for is the go signal. And on cue start, Midnight yelled. The first thing that happened was ice. Shoto froze the whole tunnel with the hopes of freezing everyone and get a head start. Of course, some of 1A saw this coming. Shoto was now running in the lead, but he felt heat, hot like his flames. Izuku, red-hot ice path, now taking the lead. The crowd went wild as this became a two-man show rather than one. Soon enough, both ice and fire users heard screaming. Bakugu, they both sighed. Present Mike as commentator hyped the crowd more and more. Others were still stuck with 0 pointers, and the two simply used their different ice quirk to pass through them. Izuku felt sorry for those who touched his hot blizzards, but he needs to make his mama proud. Apparently, Shoto and Izuku are pretty much doing the same thing and in the same speed. The only difference is hot and one is cold. Endeavor was still eyeing Izuku wide-eyed. Instead of Shoto, he took interest in Izuku, not in the way of training him to be the next #1. Maybe if he brought him back, just maybe, their family would slowly build up into a happy one again. He wants to make things better piece by piece. Looks like the two in the lead are being considerate folks, President Mike announced, since both boys avoided the mine bombs without their quirk. They're not being considerate. Those bombs will blow up when the others will arrive, which will slow them down. Eraserhead sighed. Come on, Eraser, that's not a comment to hype the crowd. Then Bakugo started throwing faint explosions at mines in front of Shoto and Izuku, which made a war of 3. Looks like they're fighting for the lead. Eraser, what do you teach these kids to have so much determination? I don't do anything, they just have the will to be #1. Oh look, SOMEONES coming out, and our first place is... Chapter 9. Izuku's Rage. Oh look, SOMEONES coming out, and our first place is... IZUKU everybody. President Mike announced. The crowd cheered and Shoto got second and Bakugo got third. Look, the quirk with spiky rubies is first. Amazing, a guy from the crowd said as he thought it was Izuku's quirk, and more comments, once everybody arrived. Now for the next event, everyone waited intently for Midnight's announcement. Cavalry battle, she exclaimed. Students were quite confused, so she went on with the rules. Same rules as the anime. Currently, Izuku is now struggling finding teammates, all because of his headband that's worth 10 million. Fortunately, someone same as him came up, no other than Shoto, Todoroki. How about we help each other out to get to top? Shoto says, making Izuku smile small. They almost look alike. Then they were joined by Mei Hatsune from the support course and Fumikage Takami, their classmate. I can handle both temperatures, baby, Mei exclaimed, making Izuku chuckle a bit. I do well in different temperature, I guess, Takami said with a somewhat depressing tone. Times UP now. Let the cavalry battles begin. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Inko Midoriya is sitting on the bed watching his son win the obstacle race while waiting for the nurse to come back with the sleeping serum. Aside from her many requests for Izuku, dying in her sleep was one of her wishes. The last time Inko Midoriya was in the clinic, the doctor already gave her the amount of time she has left, so she went to Mitsuki, then eventually to her son. Right now, she's willing to accept her death and hoped Izuku for a happy life. She fell asleep after a few minutes of the serum affecting her. Her heartbeat in the monitor is still normal, too early to say, as the nurse said that to her coworker. The heartbeat suddenly went wild, slow, fast, then drop. The sound of flatline ringed in the room. Aside from that, the TV which played Izuku Midoriya's team won the cavalry battle. A close doctor to Inko came closer to her. Your son won, Inko, she said, holding Inko's hands. The female doctor looked at the nurse. Of course they know what to do. They covered her body and took her away from the room. Back at the sports festival, Midnight was announcing break before the one-on-one tournament. Todoroki was waiting for his son to have a little talk with him. Instead of Shoto, he bumped into Izuku. Oh, you're the Ruby Quirk guy, Endeavor said as he raised his brow. Izuku gave him a look that Shoto normally wears, neutral face. Not really, he answered. Then what do you call your quirk? Well, it won't be a surprise anymore later, but it's cold flames, hot ice, it's basically what the name is. Endeavor's eyes widen. You have almost the same quirk as my son. Endeavor ruffled his head. Izuku bowed at the hero, then walked his own way. Izuku went to lunch with Katsuki, and Katsuki's newfound friends joined them, namely Kirishima, Seiro, Mina, and Kaminari Denki. Look, pairings are posted already, Denki pointed at the big screen. After 40 minutes of wandering around the festival stalls, Midnight finally announced the start of tournament. First battle is Izuku, who is matched up with someone who knows what his rubies do when touched. No, it's not Hitoshi Shinsu, I won't be nomming this character. Izuku took notice of this and just scared the boy away with his hot ice until he's out of bounds. He's saving his cold flames for stronger matches. Izuku dubbed winner of the first match. His classmate Seiro Hanta started making his way at the center. Meanwhile, at the waiting halls under the stadium, Shoto is making his way to the center of the stadium. On his way out is a waiting Endeavor. You're in my way, Shoto said, making Endeavor feel a bit of guilt but pushed it away. Use your fire, Shoto, after that I'll be a father again. You were never a father, what do you mean by again? Shoto replied with hatred seeping out his voice. What, can't talk, I won't use your power in fighting. You'll reach the limit of that power soon. Shoto walked out mad. His match was fast, taking out his anger at Seiro. As the match announced start, Seiro wrapped his tape around Todoroki with the plan of pulling him out of bounds. Unfortunately, the latter is not in the best mood right now. Todoroki used his ice, freezing a part of the stadium. The ice was so big that the whole stadium felt cold. It can also be seen from outside the stadium, which shocked the pro heroes patrolling outside. Sorry, I took my anger out on you, Todoroki apologized as he melts the ice off Zero. After that, more matches took place before finally, both boys with quite similar quirks are called onto battle. Izuku Midoriya from Hero Course, and Shoto Todoroki also from Hero Course. Both of these kids have almost the same quirk actually, Present Mike announced. The crowd saw Todoroki's quirk in full power. What about Izuku's? The curious crowd was excited for the match, though Todoroki took notice of Izuku's difference in his expression. A few minutes before the match, Izuku is sitting with Bakugo with the crowd. Jiro came to them saying that a call was ringing from Midoriya's locker. Izuku was excited thinking that it might be his mom calling him to congratulate. A low-key happy redhead Speed walked to the locker rooms and took his still ringing phone. He didn't bother to look at the caller or the number. He answered, "Hey." "Hello, Mr. Midoriya, this is the hospital." He was cut off by the caller. Izuku overcame with worry all of a sudden. Is there so nothing wrong?" he stuttered. "Your mother must have kept things a secret, but she has this illness for quite a while now and she's already dead." In one phrase, the nurse from the other line went straight to the point. Izuku's head went low. "You're joking, right?" An angry voice echoed in the room. "It's not real," he said, not accepting anything the nurse said. "I know you have a battle soon, but she said to show your best to the crowd. I came to pass that message too." So instead of running off to the hospital, Izuku stayed and went to his match. "Proving my cold flames once is enough to show right, then I'll say my goodbyes to you properly," he whispered to himself, hiding his tears and turning them to rage. With furrowed brows, Izuku came out of the shadows and met Todoroki in the middle. Start. Shoto immediately aimed his ice at Midoriya, only to be countered by the latter's hot ice, making steam seep off the stadium. "Why is there fog? Steam? What's happening?" the confused crowd went on. Then comes in Present Mike. "Actually, FOLKS MIDORIYA's quirk are not just red crystals. That is hot ice. Talk about frozen lava LISTNERS. "Hey you," Midoriya called as his head was down, leaving shadows for his eyes. "How am I supposed to tell my mom that I showed my best if you don't use your fire?" Shoto's eyes widened at his statement. He ignored it and continued to aim his ice to Izuku, who kept countering them. Soon enough, both ice breaks off or melts due to their scientific reactions. The younger had enough. "Use your fire, damn it!" Izuku's screams had surprised Shoto. Not only Shoto, but Endeavor surprised himself. The half-and-half boy didn't know why, but he had the urge to use his flames. Burning his uniform, Shoto let out his flames on his left side, making Izuku chuckle in content. "That's it," he said as tiny snow and snowflakes started to form on Izuku, slowly detaching and falling to the ground. The coolness being let out as bluish-white flames slowly grows. Todoroki grew his flames, aiming to Midoriya. The latter grew his cold flames, creating a snowstorm-like experience around the stadium. Two temperatures fighting for its own victory. "Eraser, what's with your class?" Mike commented. Now with the snowstorm, the only way for every watcher to know the upper hand is whether the red flames they see would take over the cold. Not controlling his emotions, just like Shoto earlier, he took out his anger in the battlefield. Intensifying the cold fire he has, the temperature is getting lower, some walls are starting to freeze and blizzards are forming. Todoroki's red flames are slowly disappearing until it's completely cold only. Midnight put Izuku to sleep, as there seems to be no stop to this. Once the redhead is asleep, the flames disappeared, and so is the storm-like occurrence, leaving only the frost on the walls and some snow on the ground, making the stadium look Christmas-themed. All other heroes and watchers could do was stand there frozen and stunned at the stunt Izuku Midoriya pulled off. Chapter 10. Aftermath. Once everything can be seen clear, Todoroki is on the ground, knocked out, shivering from the cold. He uses his ice but can never go to a temperature lower than what his powers set. In Izuku's case, just like how Endeavor can adjust the high of his flames, he can adjust the flames lower. Both boys knocked out was brought to Recovery Girl. On the bed, Midoriya woke up and remembered the hospital. And so, ignoring Recovery Girl, he ran out of the infirmary, changed his clothes, and made his way fast to the hospital. The ambience of the hospital was depressing for the boy. Once arrived at the floor where her mother is said to be, he opened the door and saw the dead body of her mother. The nurses and doctors left the room to give him time and privacy. Seeing his mother lifeless on the metal bed, he took her hand and cried on it. On the floor, he wasn't like his usual stoic self. "His emotions are all out there," he screamed. Luckily, rooms like that are soundproof. It avoided disturbance of other parts of the hospital. "Why didn't you tell me? I could have spent more time with you," Izuku said in between sobs. And no wonder why you H have those strange requests. I could have G given more you M more. Mom, I did M my best, I won, so pleasey, don't L leave me, you haven't even see me fight a villain yet, please, please. Izuku's voice becomes a whisper as his pleadings end only to start a loud cry again. It was the afternoon and the sports festival is almost at finish. In all honesty, Katsuki would admit he's scared facing off Izuku. He knows that his friend is different today, but he didn't know why. The redhead didn't tell him anything. Instead of fighting head-on with Izuku, Katsuki won by default. He was happy he won, mad that he didn't get a good fight, and worried that his friend didn't show up. Izuku wasn't the type to run away. Shoto ended up second because Midoriya was gone, Katsuki at first and Takami at third. Back at the hospital, the doctors came to check up on Izuku. The boy fell asleep on the floor with his head leaning beside the bed, holding his mother's hand. It was obvious that the boy cried for hours. It's already midnight and he went in there around 3 or 4 where the sun is still up. The female doctor who checked called a male nurse or at least someone who could help carry Izuku to a room. It's the least she can do for the pitiful kid. They offered the boy a hospital bed. Poor kid, he cried himself to exhaustion. The male doctor said, "Is he gonna be part of the foster system?" she asked him. He's almost 16, the government allows them to be alone if they can provide for themselves. Kids his age won't usually get adopted easily, he answered. They close the door behind them and continue with work. The next day, early morning, they check on Izuku's room, but he wasn't there anymore. A note was left though. Thank you for providing a room. It was a simple note but admirable for someone who's suffering. It's the weekends. Izuku has all day free to himself. He chose to go home and lock himself in this mother's room, not minding the kitchen or any other part of the house. He took the pink cardigan in her drawer, the one she always wears. "I miss you," he said as he hugged the clothing on the floor, he himself to sleep again. Waking up a few hours later, he stares to the wall looking at nothing but playing happy memories in his head. "I should have noticed," he mumbled. He would go to the bathroom, drink water, sometimes thought of hurting himself, but he knew better than that and turn away immediately. He would wrap himself in a blanket and just sit on Inko's bed. This was all he was doing until the next day. Sunday passed fast for Izuku. The boy only cried, sleep, and bathroom the whole day. He didn't feel like going to school either. It was as if he forgot his dreams of becoming a hero. Then knocks on the door were heard. It got more aggressive and aggressive as seconds passed. The redhead knew that it was his blonde friend knocking on the door. He didn't want to deal with anything, so he ignored the knocks until Katsuki disappeared. He was successful at wasting the angry blonde's time that Katsuki went to school late. At UA, the two friends are supposed to be with each other, but no Midoriya came into session. Bakugo was late. He slammed the door open angrily and went to his seat, ignoring Aizawa. The class waited for the other tardy, but no one else, just Bakugo. "Bakugo, where's Midoriya?" Sensei asks. Bakugo shrugged. "That nerd's the reason I'm late," he exclaimed. "He wasn't at home. No one was answering their door. I couldn't reach his phone too," he said, calming down a bit. Aizawa sighed, rubbing things off as a one-time thing, but boy was he so wrong. Aizawa resumed his class. "Actually, you're just in time, Bakugo. We'll be talking about agencies that wants to recruit you. Here's the list." Aizawa showed the list to the class, Midoriya having the most number of agencies, then Shoto, then Bakugo. The rest of the class also had been recruited but can't really compare to the three's number. "You have 3 weeks to choose, and it's time to pick hero names. Since I'm not really the best with this type of stuff, Midnight will take over." With that, Aizawa put on his sleeping bag and slept on the floor. Then Midnight slammed the door so hard that it made a bam. "Hello 1A, so the class continued. No show. Izuku went on the whole week, up until the half of the next. And Izuku's achievements in those days is he has advanced himself to self-harm just as he thought that he knew better. He doesn't know what he was doing until it finished. All he could do after is sob his sorries to his dead mother when he sees himself in the mirror. Yes, he does eat. Instant ramen was all he ate. He gave up on the non-eating spree after the 4th day of his self-confinement. And due to his lack of emotion control, Izuku lacked the control of his quirk. Whenever he walked the halls TP get ramen or to the bathroom, either his cold or hot would activate. It's now Wednesday. Izuku has locked himself up from the world 12 days straight since last Saturday. Aizawa ended the class but called Bakugo to stay a little longer. He knew that the blonde has a close tie to Izuku. He couldn't allow his student to continue like this, especially a promising one. What if he's in danger? That's what worries the teacher most. "Bakugo, how many days has Izuku lost contact?" he asked Bakugo. After he left from the sports festival, the blonde answers. "Is his house locked?" Katsuki nods. "How about her mother?" "I haven't heard from Auntie Inko since the last time I saw her," he replied to his sensei. "You say your family's close, right? Does your mom know anything?" Aizawa asked, hoping this would lead to something. "I don't know, but old hag's been acting weird lately. Let me talk to Nezu, you wait outside, Aizawa said. After talking with Nezu, specifically asking permission to break in the Midoriya apartment, the principal nodded. Bakugo, we're gonna break in Midoriya's home. Bakugo wide-eyed, surprised at the fact that they're actually gonna break in. Meanwhile, Izuku was in another session of cutting in the bathroom. His vision started blur and he started to shake. Whoops, I went too deep, he said in a weak voice, then thud. Chapter 11. I don't want to see you depressed. Aizawa and Katsuki are now in front of the apartment. Knocked on the door, hopping, they didn't have to break it, but it remained as a hope. Bakugo blew up the front door, revealing mess. Ramen cups on the floor, temperature is not constant. You'll see some of Izuku's hot red eyes glowing like lava in the dark, some snow-like stuff are on the floor. What happened here? The blonde let out as he took a peek in Izuku's room and opened the lights. The room's untouched, sensei, he said. Aizawa made his way to Katsuki from the kitchen, avoiding burning himself from the hot ice. It was weird, the mess outside was far from his room, though dust may be seen on some surfaces. Then they checked the next room, Inko Midoriya's room. This is Auntie Inko's room by the look of this house. I think she hasn't seen it yet, Bakugo said. Aizawa slowly turned the doorknob to open a somewhat messy room. A burr of ramen cups at the corners, some of Izuku's quirks on the floor. And wall, though it was colder than any places in the house, frost plastered on the walls, the floor where you could slip and fall as if you're in a skating rink. Blanket a mess on the bed and a crinkled pink cardigan. Then, a faint smell of iron meets Aizawa's nose. His eyes widened. Bakugou, the bathroom. His student complied and ran to the bathroom. Worry filled both investigators. The smell only gets stronger and stronger as they near the door. They only have to push it wide open. What they saw made them put horror in their faces. Izuku Midoriya is on his own puddle of blood. Aizawa immediately called for help and Bakugo ran to the knocked-out Izuku and pulled his friend in a hug. He checked the pulse, slow and faint, but it's still there, he exclaimed at Aizawa. Tears slowly formed his eyes. What the hell, nerd, he said as he tries to stop the slow bleeding. The ambulance is here, Bakugo, Aizawa said as sirens were heard outside. Katsuki carried his friend to the stretcher, then called his mom. Where are you, damn brat, you're late, aunt. Mom. He rarely calls me mom, Mitsuki thought before answering. Katsuki, what happened? She changed her tone to a soft one. Izuku, at the hospital, please, bring me there, now, please, he said in between sobs. Katsuki, where are you? Izuku's. Mitsuki, hang up. Aizawa went with Izuku in the ambulance. Not long later, a car stopped in front of the blonde. He knows it's their car and he went in the backseat. The ambulance already got him. Aizawa-sensei is with him. Katsuki was calm. Mitsuki, however, felt even more depressed than she already is. It's my fault, Mitsuki cried with tears as she drives. What do you mean, mom? I should have been there for Izuku. I'm supposed to look after him, she continued her blame. Old hag, what are you talking about? Katsuki yelled to get his mother's attention. Inko's dead, Katsuki, she said. Auntie Inko. No funeral was held, but she is buried properly with a proper grave. The rest of the car ride was quiet. Meanwhile, with Aizawa, Izuku is now clean and put into an IV. He has his own hospital room. The doctor came in and looked at Izuku more pitifully than she did last time. Poor kid, she said. Aizawa raised a brow. You met him before? He asked. He noticed the attachment of the nurse to his student in her eyes. His mother died the day of UA Sports Festival, the nurse said. So that's what happened, huh? Aizawa looked at his student. He's by himself, the nurse added. Aizawa gave a shocked look. Mrs. Midoriya's husband died 12 years ago. Why are you telling me this? The sleepy ma'am asks. I'm a friend of the Midoriyas. You look like you can help him, she said. Izuku suffered amnesia when he was just 3. His memories are starting to return slowly. We are now waiting if he remembers anything about his original family. He's adopted. Inko found him crying in an alley and brought him here 11 to 12 years ago, got attached to the child and felt lonely after Hisashi's death, so she adopted. Aizawa nodded at her. The door creaked open. How's his condition? Katsuki asked as he walks towards them with his mother following behind. He'll be fine. He'll probably wake up tomorrow. He just dropped because of the blood loss and exhaustion, though he may need help mentally when he wakes up. A bit later, the Bakugis decided to stay with Izuku. Aizawa has to go home and sleep a bit before his patrol starts. The next day, Class 1A was energetic as usual. Everyone is an early CP to school. A quiet Shoto was thinking hard on his desk. He recruited Izuku into his agency. What does he want with him? His thoughts were swirling around the fact that his father recruited his classmate. Lately, his father has been acting weird, less strict and more smiling or good mood. He doesn't have any nad intentions to show either. He stopped pushing Shoto to his limits. Actually, Enji found something interesting the weekend after the sports festival that is worth smiling and thought of as life-changing. The hero thought he could fix his family again. He wanted to be a good father to his son and make up for his mistakes with the three. Aizawa went in the classroom looking tired more than usual. "Class, quiet down," he said. The class complied. "Today, Bakugo is not here and Midoriya is not here since last week. I'll get straight to the point. Midoriya is in the hospital for now. Bakugo is there taking care of him. He's the only person Midoriya has left." Shoto's eyes widened. He knew exactly what happened. Mrs. Midoriya died already. Everyone looked at him. Did I say that out loud? Now really in his thoughts. "How do you know that?" Todoroki sensei asked. "Talked to her once. She made me keep a promise." And that's the end of his talking, not willing to tell more. "Then keep that promise, kid," Aizawa said. The day went on. Izuku woke up after lunch. "Oi, nerd." Izuku looked at Bakugo. "I'm sorry, Kakin," the redhead said. "Just don't do it again, okay?" "Oh, Kakin cares." The tease was lacking emotion, but it's enough to make the blonde embarrassed. "I see. I was worried for nothing after all." "I don't like seeing you depressed, Kakin." "I don't want to see you depressed too, damn nerd." Chapter 12. Shoto's Promise. Shoto heard what happened to Izuku. He didn't know why, but he has this urge to visit him. Weekend came, and to satisfy that urge, he hurried his way to the hospital after breakfast. Besides, someone should give the list of recruits to Midoriya. Once there, he was met with Bakugo again. This time, the blonde wasn't coming out but coming in the hospital. "Icy hot, what are you doing here?" "Quiet, Bakugo, we're at the hospital." The blonde gave a issue with crossed arms and furrowed brows. Looking back at Todoroki again, "What are you doing here?" he asked again. "Well, someone needs to bring this to Midoriya." Shoto shows the list of agencies that Izuku can choose on. "Then let's go, I'll lead the way." Katsuki walked towards the elevator, followed by Shoto. Arriving at the right floor, they walked down the hall a little more. Then there's the door that says Midoriya on it. The doctor that just came out Midoriya's room saw Shoto and said, "I didn't know Izuku has a brother." This caught both boys' attention. "Oh, Dr. Hitsum, he's just a classmate," Katsuki said. "Oh, my bad, you look kinda alike." Dr. Hitsum, the female doctor who took care of Izuku since then, passed both boys. The two went in to see Izuku sitting and looking out the window. "Izuku." The redhead noticed Katsuki's voice and immediately turned to him. "Hello, oh hi Todoroki," he greeted. The two boys sat by Izuku's bedside with the available seats. "Aizawa gave me your list of recruits," Shoto said as he handed Izuku the papers. "There's so many," the redhead exclaimed, showing some emotions of excitement. After looking through the list, Izuku chose Endeavor Agency. "Then I'll tell my father," Shoto said. He noticed that Izuku felt empty. Despite showing lack of emotions, Izuku was always filled with determination. This time, Izuku was empty. No flames of fight in him can be seen. Katsuki noticed the pity look Shoto is giving Izuku. He immediately pulled the staring boy out the room. "Izuku, excuse us for a minute," he said before closing the door. "What are you doing?" Shoto asked. "Don't look at Izuku like that." "Like what?" "With pity." Shoto was shocked for a moment. "He's been diagnosed with depression for the meantime. That's why I can't leave his side. During daytime I am here, Mom takes over at night. Aizawa would visit every 10 minutes before his patrol." "Depression?" Shoto asked, even more shocked, but hid his emotion inside. Katsuki nodded. We saw him, Aizawa and I decided to break in his home. It was a mess. His quirk was all over the place, empty ramen cups scattered on the floor. The last thing we saw horrified us. Izuku was in his own puddle of blood, with cuts. He can't seem to remember the time when he cuts." "Bakugo, why are you telling me this?" Shoto asked. The blonde sighed. He doesn't want anyone looking at him with pity. He hates it just as much as I do. I don't know why, but I think he got it from his original family. Shoto then understands. His phone rang and he saw Fayumi was the caller. "Tell Izuku that I'll take my leave," he said, then waved bye at Bakugo. He then answered the call. "Fayumi." "Shoto, father found something." I don't care, boo, he got cut off. Please, all I want is for a family again. He couldn't ignore his sister's pleading, so he hung up and went home. At the Todoroki household, Enji, Fayumi, and Natsuo are gathered at the dinner table. The front door opens, revealing Shoto. The boy immediately saw the file on the table. What's that DNA results? He asked the three. Izuku is alive, Enji said. He's your classmate Shoto, he added. The boy exactly knew who he was talking about. Fayumi and Natsuo were happy and smiling, even though they try to hide it. He doesn't deserve this family then, he said, shocking Enji. I know. If he really is my brother, I don't want him here, Shoto repeated. What are you saying, Shoto? Fayumi exclaimed. He has depression and this family will only make that worse, he shouted angrily at the three. What? Natsuo stuttered out. Shoto, what do you know? Enji asked. He has depression. His adoptive mother died only just recently, specifically the day of the sports festival. That's why his quirk was uncontrollable then. His amnesia is being treated. I don't want to ruin the recovery, he explained. I don't even want him in your agency, but I can't do anything about his choice. Enji was shocked that the boy would pick his agency. I made a promise, Shoto said. The three listened intently. I promised Mrs. Midoriya to make sure Izuku was safe and happy with his new family. That's why I couldn't let him here. Shoto, Fayumi, and Natsuo let out. Shoto, let me make things right. Let's start by taking care of Izuku, then your Mo. Father, this family isn't what Izuku needs. About Mom, I'll start visiting her. This statement shocked Fayumi and Natsuo. Really? Was they both let out? Shoto nodded. Prove to me you changed, then I'll let Izuku stay here, dote on him, care for him, make up everything on us. Do anything you want, but don't rush Izuku's memories and tell him we're family. Not yet, Shoto said. Shoto, thank I for this chance, was Endeavor's thoughts at the moment. Enji, this is your one-time chance, everything will be fixed. With that, Izuku was set on Endeavor's agency, so is Shoto. Aside from accepting his flames, he also wants to keep an eye on Izuku and Endeavor. In the teacher's lounge of UA, Aizawa is making a call to Endeavor. Finally, the non-stop talking assistant gave the phone to Endeavor. Endeavor speaking. Endeavor, this is Shoto Aizawa, Eraserhead, homeroom of 1A, Aizawa said. Did Shoto cause any trouble? The flame hero asked. No, it's about Izuku Midoriya. He chose your agency, but he's gonna join you late. It's okay, I heard from Shoto. Aizawa, I need your help with something. I hope we can arrange a meeting, Endeavor said. Aizawa was surprised at the sudden call, but heroes do have unexpected work, so he thought it was about hero work. Where do you want to meet? My office will be fine, Endeavor said, ending the call immediately after. Aizawa shrugged. The erasure hero decided to visit Izuku that night. When he opened the door to his hospital room, he was surprised to see Shoto aside from the Bakugas. Todoroki, what are you doing here? He sighed. Visiting my classmate sensei. I'll be off a bit later as Katsuki, Shoto said. Shoto couldn't say to Aizawa that Izuku is his brother. The latter would hear. Izuku knowing was what Shoto is avoiding. Aizawa looked at Katsuki, who was fixing his stuff about to go home with Masaru. Suddenly, Izuku winced a bit, catching everyone's attention. They all looked at the red head holding his forehead. Izuku, are you okay? Katsuki asked, leaving his packing on hold and rushed beside Izuku. Just a memory, he said. What did you see now? Asked Katsuki. Fire in a traditional room, also shouting and sirens. Shoto went wide-eyed. He immediately looked away. Katsuki noticed this and made a mental note to talk to Todoroki later. Well, don't mind too much about those flashes, okay? The doctor said everything will come together in paces. The redhead nodded, then yawned. Midoriya, you need rest. Mitsuki will stay with you like usual. The rest of us will go get better soon, said Aizawa. You go at the front entrance, Katsuki. I'll get the car from the parking lot and pick you up there, Masaru said. Katsuki complied and walked out, saying goodbye to Izuku. Todoroki followed him out. Walking the halls of the hospital, Katsuki started a conversation. What is Izuku to you? I know you know something we don't. Chapter 13. What he wants to show and mean. What is Izuku to you? I know you know something we don't. Shoto sighed at the blonde. I will tell you, but don't tell Izuku. My father did a DNA test. Izuku is my brother. You gotta be shizing me, Katsuki yelled, getting stares from people, making Shoto shush him. I'll tell you the story, the half and half said. They both are now at the entrance. Since Masaru wasn't there yet, Katsuki decided to ask the reason of not telling his friend. Hey, why not tell Izuku? Our father's a bastard, was all Shoto blurted, leaving the blonde at the entrance. Katsuki was shocked that Endeavor was like that in reality. He has always thought that the hero was cool. He could even tell that Izuku's favorite hero was Endeavor. From his hero name to his stoic personality, he may not be the ideal hero, but Izuku liked the way Endeavor try hard to achieve to be number one. It's what the hero's hero name means. The redhead believed they have the same determination. Katsuki sighed as he entered his father's car that had just arrived. Masaru saw this problematic face. Hey Katsuki, you okay? Katsuki only gave a hum. The blonde's thoughts went to the Bakugu's plan on adopting Izuku. If Endeavor was really a problem, then they are sure to continue the invite. Of course, this blonde will not expect what he will hear next from Todoroki. The next day, Izuku was still in the hospital and visited by the usual Katsuki. Meanwhile, at Endeavor's agency, Aizawa left his classes early to meet Endeavor. Entering the office, he asked, "What job are you in for me today?" before even looking up. When he did not saw Endeavor but Inji Todoroki. The man was out of his hero costume and looks defeated, sitting on his chair. "Aizawa, you have a family, right?" The black-haired hero grew curious of the conversation. "Yes, what?" Endeavor knew that Aizawa was a good dad. He once saw the family out once. "I'm a terrible father," the flame hero said. "Did you know that I have 2 dead sons?" Aizawa wide-eyed. As far as he knows, Endeavor has 3 kids, but recently Nezu had told him that Endeavor did have 2 more sons. Aizawa nodded. "I did a DNA test actually. One is still alive." Aizawa was surprised. "Yes, but what's the matter? Gotta be. I had so many mistakes. I abused my family. They hate me. I neglected Fayumi and Natsuo, trained Shoto and Talia past their limits, didn't save Izuku in time, and sent their mother to the mental ward." Shoto went wide-eyed. He felt anger grew inside him. "What do you mean Izuku?" he asked the flame hero. "I don't know how he kept his name Izuku, but Izuku Midoriya is my son." "That will be a problem. Izuku can't stay in a house of a broken family," stated Aizawa. "Shoto doesn't want me to take him for the very same purpose, but I want to make everything right. Because of Izuku, the kids gave me a chance. Shoto would not allow Izuku in the family unless I changed. So basically you need a How to Be a Father 101 from me." Inji nodded. Aizawa sighed. "Izuku right now is lonely, basically grieving from his adoptive mother's death. I assume you don't want to tell him before everything is fixed, right?" Inji nodded again. "All the 4 Todorokis want to do is give Izuku a peaceful and happy family. How about visit him, dote on him like a father, show your kindness to him and your good means to him," the teacher suggested. The look on Enji was a bit hesitant as he saw the kid was like Shoto. Enji Todoroki, they may seem stoic and serious, but kids will always be kids. Even if they don't show, they want a doting and loving family. They want attention of their parents in a good way. Izuku sometimes can be childish. One moment he was so serious, the other he just seems like a lost 5-year-old. The doctors said that his memory may be affecting his personality. Amnesia can get pretty complicated. "What does his childishness have to do with this?" Inji asked, confused. Aizawa sighed tiredly. He just stated a long talk earlier, then he has to explain again. "I may not be a fan of kids because they aren't easy to handle, but I did learn that kids are easy to persuade and make happy. Izuku is smart and kind like his adoptive mother, met the woman once. If ever he'll know the truth. He may be mad, but in the end, forgiveness will take over him, because that's the morals he was taught." Enji nodded in understanding. "I get it now, but if you hate children so much, why be a teacher?" Enji couldn't count how many times Aizawa sighed in their meeting. "I was forced Yamada, Nimuri, and Tensei. Any more questions?" he said sleepily. Enji shook his head no. "Then let me ask you a question." Enji raised a brow at Aizawa. "What is it? Why did you decide to be a better father?" Chapter 14. Realization and Interference. "Why did you decide to be a better father?" asked Aizawa. "Not that people can't change, it's just something must have brought the flame hero to reality." Last year, a few months before Shoto's entrance exam in February, Enji went to the mall. It was nothing special really. He happens to need something in his rest day. What he didn't expect was to see Yagi Toshinori, or All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, with his family. He acts so differently towards his family in his hero form, Enji thought. He felt somehow in pain, the sight of a young blonde girl teasing with her older brother. Toshinori holding his wife like a treasure. Walking past him were the smiles of the Yagi family. Jealous? No, just realized something. His memories played in his head like a movie, the mistakes he made, the abuse he put upon, the cries of his kin. "I was the problem all along, huh?" he murmured to himself. Enji became aware of himself. After that, days passed. In those past days, every night he would dream. The dream was happy, but he would wake up sad. It's a dream where he was with Rei. Deep down, he knows he loves Rei. Rei would be by his side watching the kids. Izuku was playing with Shoto, Fayumi watching over, Talia and Natsuo debating whether who's the best brother. But Izuku would end up choosing Shoto. The sight would disappear every time, then he'll wake up crying. On the other end, if there are dreams, there are nightmares. The family was complete, peaceful, laughing at the dinner table. But where is he? He's not a part of it. He's nowhere to be seen. He would wake up crying again. From that he had a new dream. Forget surpassing All Might, he'll make things right slowly. Bring flowers to Rei every time he can, even though he wasn't allowed to see her, he would just send them. He'll make up with the kids, he'll slowly start with Shoto, hoping Fayumi would forgive him. Natsuo would let him talk. I saw family. The memories flashed to me like a movie. I see and admit my mistakes, wrongs, and faults. If I want to move forward, admitting my wrongs would be the first step in changing. I won't force their forgiveness, I have to earn them. The flame hero said. Aizawa nods. I'll help you. The statement shocked Denji. The kid deserves a right family. And Shoto, he won't be a great hero if he still will hold that grudge against his past. I want to see my students succeed. Aizawa said, sighing again after. Denji could have sworn the man sighed more than 10 times already. Todoroki, change is already an amazing thing itself. Changing for the better from the worst is almost immaculate, like a supervillain changing into a hero. Aizawa told Denji to reassure him. After more talks, soon enough Aizawa has to take his leave. I'll take you to him tomorrow. Act like a dad, not a father, he told Denji before exiting. Truth be told, Aizawa didn't like the man at all. Endeavor, a man who focused on the limelight. Seeing Shoto Todoroki, it was obvious the man wasn't taking care of his family, which made the underground hero hold a grudge more for some unknown reason even to himself. Maybe Aizawa just cares about family so much. He remembered his days where his family was unworthy to called one. Obviously, Endeavor right now was honest. He has completely forgotten about his dream of surpassing All Might and career, the happiness of his family, which made Aizawa like the man. Turns out they have a lot in common. Not that Denji noticed this commons, but Aizawa did. The flame hero was simple-minded and indeed in need of help in this messy situations. His natural-born stoic ambience, the environment he grew up in. Aizawa knew of this. He once read documentary of top heroes. So Aizawa was proud of this. Someone is willing to change. Izuku is laying on his hospital bed. He's supposed to be sleeping, but he couldn't. He was so used to Mitsuki's company. Unfortunately, the blonde mother isn't available. Aizawa took over. He entered the room to be met with a worried Izuku. Why are you up? He asked. Can't sleep. Then what are you thinking? The redhead shifted his head from the window and faced Aizawa. My family, the boy said. You worried problem child, Izuku hummed in agreement. What if they don't like me? What if they're not what I expected? What if they're dead or gone, incomplete? Shoto was shocked at the long talk Izuku has made. The boy was rather reserved and always limited his speech, even in class and talking to Katsuki. You just want a good family, right? Aizawa said. The boy nodded. Aizawa sat down on the chair available at the bedside. I know I must not interfere, but I know who your family is, he said, catching Izuku's full attention. You're closer to them than you thought. It's just they have problems to fix first before bringing you in. What do you mean problems? Izuku tilted his head. You'll find out soon, but know that they are doing their best to provide you a healthy environment. Aizawa said, you should sleep. Then, if they're doing their best for me, that's more than what I could ask for. It eased my worries that they still want me, Izuku told Aizawa before closing his eyes. I made the right choice. Izuku is forgiving, telling him this will help him understand, Aizawa thought as he slowly heard the redhead snores. Meanwhile, in Shoto's bedroom, he is debating whether he would stick to his word in visiting their mother or not. Not visiting her for all these years was already guilt building in him. What kind of son am I? He whispered to himself. Laying on his back, Shoto was ready to sleep. He reminded himself to visit Midoriya after internships. Aizawa was talking to the doctor before he take his leave to UA. He still has a teaching job, you know. Recovering amnesiac patients like Izuku would probably remember most of their memories before the incident. I know that he was 3, but this has no exceptions. If it was traumatic, then we have to put him to more therapy, just to be sure, Dr. Hitsum told Aizawa. How long does he still need to stay? Aizawa asked. Well, by the end of the week he should be okay. If his complete memories didn't retrieve by then you could just visit any time, she said. Aizawa nodded, then excused himself. He left Midoriya doing classwork so he doesn't miss out or get left behind. Soon enough Bakugo should be here to help Izuku before his internship starts in the afternoon. Leaving the hospital, Aizawa made a call, pulling his phone out of his yellow sleeping bag. Don't question me where he kept his sleeping bag all along. Ringing NG. Hello, the flame hero said from the other line. It's Aizawa. Did anything traumatic happen to my Izuku back then before he was taken away? We always kept him away from his siblings' fights and our training. Basically, we hid everything from him, NG explained. Are you sure? I'm not sure if he remembered the fire incident though, the flame hero let out. Aizawa sighed. Okay, he remembered the burning room, but that's all, nothing else yet. I'm asking because he's a recovering amnesiac patient. I hope you're aware of that. Yes, Shoto told me. Anyways, I have to go. Internships are starting. Endeavor hang up on Aizawa, and the latter did his thing. At Endeavor's agency, Shoto entered the room with furrowed brows like how he usually greet his father. Endeavor just sighed like Aizawa. We will postpone our schedule, Shoto. We will visit Izuku, Enji said, making Shoto lose his cool. What? Chapter 15. A loving father. What is he trying to pull out here? Shoto thought, irritated at the man in front of him. I said we're visiting Izuku, Enji repeated. I told you Shoto was cut off by his father. I know you might think that it's too fast or early, but I really want this, he said to Shoto. Of course, the younger Todoroki expected that his father would meet Izuku and slowly get close to him, not rush and speedy like hawks. He can't really do anything if he wants to stick to his words. He did say that he'd let his father do what he wants but not rush his brother's memories. Okay, he let out. And so the two left the building and Shoto led the man to Izuku's room in the hospital. Shoto entered the room to be met with by Izuku, who seemed to stop what he was doing. Oh, hello Shoto, Izuku smiled. He seemed rather lively, but after that super bright smile he immediately coughed it out and composed himself. What it's soon, dear. Shoto smiled a small and greeted the red head. Hello Izuku. Shoto walked towards his brother and gave him a pat on the head. Izuku enjoyed this feeling. He didn't mind Shoto being close and touchy. He felt safety in their interaction. You have a visitor, he said to Izuku as he backed away. The only visitor he gets was Aizawa, Shoto, and the Bakugis, so he was surprised when he saw Endeavor walk in the room. Endeavor. Izuku suddenly got a backflash of him and Aizawa's conversation. It's just they have problems to fix before bringing you in. The words of his teacher rang in his head. Izuku smiled a small one, Shoto and his father not giving it too much thought. I see, thank you for your efforts. Suddenly he started to tear up when he read the situation and plans of the people in front of him. Shoto became worried and brotherly instincts took over. He came near Izuku and rubbed his back, trying to calm him down. But of course Izuku was only crying tears of relief and joy. Thank you, he said. Enji and Shoto were obviously confused and lost with Izuku's words, but figured it was because of making the number 2 hero visit him. A few minutes later, Izuku came to his calm and Enji took this chance to greet him properly. Hello Izuku, I'm Endeavor. Izuku smiled at the man. How are you, kid? I'm doing good, Izuku hummed. The rest of the day was them getting to know each other. It was safe to say that Izuku smiled a lot more than his usual self. Through the week until Izuku was discharged, Endeavor and Shoto visited him and put aside the internship or work studies. They showed Izuku the care of a father and brother. Shoto would sometimes talk to Izuku about their other siblings. The redhead was happy and excited to meet the said Fayumi and Natsuo. Shoto and Enji sighed in relief, knowing that the youngest seemed to like them, not knowing that Izuku figured things out. Shoto and his mom are in a good relationship. He was easily forgiven. They would talk about how Shoto was doing at the hero course. Fayumi and Natsuo were talking to their mom about how excited they are for the winter, which a long time to go. They were fond of the cold. Rei told her children about how Endeavor is to her. Your father, give him a chance, Natsuo. The said son gave a look of hesitance. But he was so mean to you, Natsuo exclaimed. Rei smiled a soft. You see those flowers? She pointed at the nightstand. Shoto, Natsuo, and Fayumi looked at the Rindu flowers their mother pointed at. That is my favorite flower. I only mentioned it once, but he remembered it and sends me every time. But Mom, aren't those flowers always here? Fayumi asked. Rei nodded with a smile. To Natsuo's dismay, he's been here, he exclaimed. Many times apparently, Rei answered. Shoto was just glad that Endeavor was doing his best with their mother. I don't get to see him, the doctors do not recommend it, but you see, he's trying his best. Mom, Shoto called, I think you should know. Fayumi and Natsuo perked their heads to their younger brother. You think this is a good idea? Fayumi asked with a worried face. Natsuo put a hand on her shoulder and said, she deserves to know Yumi. And with that, Shoto continued. Mom, Izuku, we found him. Their mother was stunned. Really? She gave a hopeful look to her children. They all nodded. Thank God, she cried. Fayumi went to hug her and dry her tears. And Enji is being a good father to him. Shoto said, shocking Fayumi and Natsuo. That's the biggest lie I have heard. Natsuo controlling his voice but obviously irritated at the mention of the joke. I'm not lying, okay? He kept his promise. I've watched him and he was sincere, Shoto exclaimed. He just left the hospital yesterday. He's staying at the teacher's dorms at UA until we take him in, Shoto told the three. Shoto, why not take him in now? Ray asked. I promised. I promised Mrs. Midoriya, the one who took care of Izuku, to make sure Izuku is safe and happy in his family. Ray awed at his son's determination. And even if I hadn't made that promise, I would have made this deal with him or never let Izuku know about us at all. Well, we are trying our best now, right? Fayumi said in comforting manner. Then I should do my best too, Ray smiled as she showed them her determination. Dabi, bring this new scout here at the base. There at Alley 51, Kurogiri would help you, Shigaraki said to the black-haired man. Dabi, it was his chosen alias. He has a few burns on his arms. Luckily the burns doesn't connect to his pretty face. Those burns heal through time though. Sure, so we're recruiting a yandere. Great. Sarcasm as he looked at the picture of a blonde girl with a knife on her hand, he kept on with the act. Kurogiri opened the portal, meaning it's his cue to leave. As the warp closed behind him, he was alone at Alley 51. Quiet footsteps is soon heard. The heels of her school shoes were creepy, perfect for the job. Toga, he said. Hello, Talia. The girl greeted with a giggle. Dabi, he corrected. He took out his phone and made a call. Kurogiri, she's not late, then ended the call immediately. Remember what you're here for, he said to Himiko Toga. Chapter 16. A request. So why do you want to join the league? Shigaraki asked the blonde. With her cheery self she answered, I want to live in an easy world. I want to be free and act how I chose. I want a new society where people like us are free to roam around. Shigaraki gave a hum and Dabi gave a comment. Immature, he muttered, but audible to everyone's ears. Suddenly Toga decided that she wanted to scrape Dabi's pretty face a little. Irritation must have got the best of her. Kurogiri fortunately didn't let any violence happen. Welcome, was the only thing Shigaraki said before continuing back to his video games. Dabi has been in the league for 4 years, one of the original members after Kurogiri and Tamura. His said reasoning was no secret to the first league members. His Endeavor's son, and apparently he hated the Flame Hero's guts. It gave him an automatic pass. He told them about the abuse and that he's had enough. From then on, all for one accepted him fully because of the guy's hatred, but there's more that lies beneath. Sensei, is there anything I can do to help? Izuku asked his teachers. It was early in the morning, probably 3 hours before school starts. In the kitchen of the teachers' dorms was a whining Izuku. I told you leave the cooking to us, present Mike insisted. The younger tried to whine more but ended up losing and ate his breakfast quietly. It was a weird morning for Izuku. In the teacher's dorm can be found a human alarm clock, yellow caterpillar, doting auntie, and cleaning robots made by Power Loader. He swore the caterpillar would someday turn into a butterfly. Apparently there's also a skeleton, considered enough that he noticed the hero was all might. He didn't say a word to avoid rudeness. And there's also the principal who drinks his coffee on the couch. This wasn't the usual, but all teachers are busy with paperwork and had to cram. They didn't have time to go home, so they stayed there. You're an early bird, Shoto said to his student. Yeah, just habit, the boy answered. Habit? Yeah, I train my Quirk in close combat every morning before UA and everything, Izuku said, earning the interest of the hobo man and Nezu. Hardworking, I see, Nezu said. Then he sips his tea. Can I jog around campus? I promise I'll come back. Aizawa shook his head. No, you need to rest, problem child. The redhead pouted a bit but shrugged and went to his assigned room. He found pens and paper and decided to draw Rindu flowers. It is his favorite flower. It can mean justice, victory, or lonely love. He doesn't know why he loves it, but it was aesthetic to his eyes. Soon enough, he decided to get ready for school. Leaving the same time as the staff, he was early, but a couple early students gave him company somehow. The class was almost full and everyone noticed that Midoriya is back in class. Of course they greeted him back. They'll do some morning lessons, then start internships at the afternoon. Aizawa was still the usual sleepy teacher, thus consequently making the class have a free time. Izuku, how are you? What happened? You were gone for a while. And a couple similar questions were asked. I'm fine, thank you, he said, lessening the worries of his classmates. Something came up and have to take care of, he added. He was happy. Izuku thought that he has wonderful siblings and a willing family. A father and still has a mother, but no one will replace the care of Inko. He smiled to himself. He can't wait to meet the named Fayumi, Natsuo, and Rei. School hours ended and it was time for the students to go to their internships. Izuku spent his time catching up with Katsuki, who kept complaining about best jeanist. Izuku, let's go together, Shoto said. Oh right. Izuku waved his best friend by and went with his brother. While in the train station, Shoto couldn't help but ruffle the younger one's hair. Izuku didn't mind. Must be hard for Shoto to keep this from me. He thought. He was glad to have such a kind brother. Let's just say that Izuku loves the attention like a 3-year-old. They just talked until arriving near the agency building. They learned some new stuff about each other. They found out that they both liked cold soba. Izuku's head started to hurt, then it really hit him hard. There was a wave of headache that passed him. Suddenly he saw visions. It was blurry, but he managed to recognize the figure thanks to a recent incident. The mist man from the USJ villain attack. The background was a night sky and a brick wall that looked like an alley. Then moving, then all black, then the night sky with a different alley background. The vision stopped there. Izuku. He looked at Shoto, who was calling his name. Huh. Are you okay? Izuku nodded at his brother. Just another flash of memories, nothing too big, he shrugged off. Well, we are late, we should head in. The older pulled Izuku in the building and is greeted by the employees. Izuku bowed his head at them to show respect. While waiting for the twins to come, Enji was talking, more of like begging the doctors to see his wife, Rei. Can you at least ask her? He asked. We'll do Sir Todoroki. Then the call ended just on time. Shoto and Izuku entered the room without a knock. Shoto just went in straight. Izuku bowed at the lack of manners. No need to bow, Midoriya, Endeavor said. How about you two change into your hero costume and I'll bring you to patrol with me. Since you can't engage in fights yet, I'll let you watch and maybe practice at the training room downstairs. Izuku nodded, same as Shoto. They both look alike in their stoic demeanor. After an amazing tour of Endeavor's usual daily life, his patrols, he made the kids use the training room to their content. The training room was especially made with temperature-based quirks. Watching from the sidelines while his assistant named his week upcoming schedule, he got a call from the number earlier. Hello, Mr. Enji Todoroki. Speaking. She agreed also with the requested schedule. Okay, thank you, he said. Then he ended the call. He looked back at his sons and focused on Izuku. You'll come home soon, he said with a soft smile. Chapter 17. Rei Todoroki. Are you scared of him? Mrs. Todoroki, you need to tell us something in order to help you, the doctor said. Yes. Did he hurt you? Yes, but Rei was cut off. Right now, she was just sent into a room after being pulled away from her home. It's fine, you don't need to say more than yes or no. We'll take other questions to Fayumi. Rei didn't reply and just stared to the white wall. What was she doing here? She's not crazy. She thinks it was normal to be scared of a monster for a husband. He's so different from when she met him, from when they were just dating, when Enji tried his best to capture her heart, and for what? For this kind of future. Rei didn't wish for an abusive household. He just wanted a husband that will love their children, who would support and care for each other. He said he was happy. Even Talia was happy with their intense training, even though he wished he could go gentler. So why did he want more? She mumbled underneath her breath, sitting on the bed. It has been many years, estimated 10-12 if she remembered correctly, since she was sitting on that bed and mumbled questions under her breath. She is traumatized and hurt. She filled himself with hate but learned to forgive through time. The only thing that's left is her fears and some sadness from the loss of her two sons. But Izuku is alive. This brought her an increased rate in happiness. Shoto told her that Izuku is close to him. She loved hearing about Shoto's stories. Aside from Izuku's case, she also took interest in Endeavor's progress. Whenever Shoto visits and tells her more, he would try hide his proud face in a stoic mask, which isn't new to Rei, so she knew all too well how Shoto was enjoying his father's change for the better. Of course it will not pass her, and she used to hide his emotions in that stoic mask. Rei took her time to observe and giggle it off. Ah, the good days. Today, she will face him, Enji. Even though she still fears him, she's willing to face him. How will you suppress your fears if you would not face them? She sat on a chair and looked out the window, watching the same view as her yesterdays. The door opened. Rei, Enji let out. Now that she saw him, she thought she would have a breakdown. Cry, shout, but no, she was calm and contented. She wasn't expecting this. Did my fear left with my hatred? She asked herself. Looking at his husband, her eyes landed on the flowers he was holding. Her eyes perked up to his eyes, now both locking in each other's soft gazes. Rindu's, Enji walked towards her and gave her the purple and blue flowers. She took them and smiled at him. Thank you. Rei, I'm sorry, everything's my fault. I should have known better. Enji, at first it was pure hate and fear. Now having my time to think, I guess. You just taught them how you were thought. Enji's eyes widen. Enji never told Rei anything about his parents. The man would always avoid the subject. He was always forced to be strong, but with how his father taught him, strong as being number one or at the top. Ever since he was a young toddler, Enji was first until middle school. He would get in trouble if he let his achievements slip. High school came and he couldn't beat All Might. This was also the time his grandparents lectured his parents, and so the beatings stopped, but his beliefs are tampered. Learning the hard way, here he is now fixing everything. How did you know? He asked. Do you know that your mother and father came to me when they heard you're gonna marry me? The hero shook his head no. Well, they told me that you might not be the perfect father. I didn't pay much attention. No one's perfect, but what you showed scared me. I didn't know not being perfect came to this extent, she said, and she smiled and kneeled in front of her, making it the same height head to head. I'm still not perfect, but let me make things right, he said, making Rei smile. Stop that so cheesy, a word learnt from Natsuo. Enji chuckled while she giggled. Seems you're better now. Yeah, I am. I hope you know that I'm not only doing this for Izuku. Her eyes widened at Enji's statement. I have to go. I'll visit you again until they let you out, okay? She nodded at him and waved by. When the hero was out of sight, she cried. Not a sad one though, she has a smile, looking at the flowers he gave her. I love you too, she let out, seeing the aster flower in the middle of the rindis. Enji would give Rei an aster flower from time to time, mostly when he comes home late from his past patrols. He would always end up sleeping before talking to her, so as in I love you, he asked his assistant to deliver her small asters, which she would happily plant in their garden. Rei and Enji thought that their meeting went beyond better than what they had expected. Sorry to keep you two waiting, is it alright if we change our schedules a little later than planned? Enji said to his two recruits. The two brothers just nodded at him. Izuku was confused, but he's willing to take some time to rest. Shoto, on the other hand, knew that the talk went well. Now exiting the building, the two followed Endeavor in his patrol and made sure the civilians are safe from the fight Endeavor has with a villain. In the sky, a red-winged hero caught the scene. Endeavor and his son, then he averted his eyes, then landed them on Izuku. Huh, another Todoroki, he muttered to himself. He swore from what he heard Enji only had 3 sons. So he landed on a building and rang a phone. Hello. What? On the other line greeted. Ouch, so cold, Hawk said. Endeavor has a 4th son, Hawks continued. As the call ended, no reply from the other side. Well, I guess that confirms it then, Hawk said, then flew off. Chapter 18. Training Camp. Quirk training. Over the months, a lot has happened. Iida survived the hero killer's attack. Izuku, being Izuku, came to save Iida, and Shoto, being a big brother, followed Izuku and ended up helping. They then study for the tests for the next upcoming week. This included the teacher versus student exercise. The brothers managed to pass and get to join the upcoming summer training camp. It was lunchtime in UA. Students are now crowded in the cafeteria, and the hero course is chatting about their upcoming trip. Hey guys, I wonder what camp would be like. I'm excited, Hagekure said. I don't know, Aizawa-sensei made it sound like hell, Siro exclaimed. They all had their comments and looked at Bakugo, who just wanted to eat quietly. What? He questioned with a scowl. Then everybody turned to their half-and-half classmates sitting side by side slurping cold sobas, hoping they could get an opinion. You sure you aren't brothers? Denki asked as Mina took a pic. Izuku and Shoto knows deep down that they are brothers, but decided to shrug at their classmates as they didn't want the other to know. Seriously, even Denki sees it. Katsuki thought as he put a spoonful of his spicy meal in his mouth angrily, looking at the twins who are slurping their cold sobas with the same timing. WTF. Lately, this angry Pomeranian has been thinking on how Izuku doesn't notice at all. Well, Katsuki himself couldn't believe it, but it's there. It was no secret to him that his best friend Izuku is adopted by his auntie Inko. But he always wondered how someone powerful and looks fitted to be in a rich family was found near the trash cans of an alleyway. Even his clothing when he was found showed that the boy was from an elite. Hell, he was wearing a kimono when he was found. Meeting Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki had connected the dots. He got the elder's confirmation. Shoto, recently he has been acting a bit doting and careful of Izuku. Of course, the ash blonde didn't ignore that. It feels like Icy Hot was taking his best friend away. But putting the subject aside, Bakugo needs to catch up to those two, and he'll have all his time to train in that said training camp. Well, little did he know Izuku already knew. His frustrations just went to waste. Now trying to cross the beast forest, Class 1A is now fighting dirt beasts as they hope that they'll come out alive and well. Succeeding after 8 hours, the whole class was famished as they met with their teacher and mentors, who's standing there not tired and relaxed unlike their state. I wanna sleep, most groaned out. Well, sleep if you want, but dinner is there ready to be cooked, Aizawa said, pointing at the wooden benches and barbecue stove with raw meat and rice ready. The tiredness that the class gave off suddenly changed to cheery in just a second. Man, this generation are monsters eraser. Yeah, food does motivate them, Aizawa replied to Pixie Bob. Now the class was happily eating and cooking the meat. Aizawa let them have their fun, tomorrow won't be the same anyways. Dabi and Twice, you are important for this mission, don't screw it, Tamura said as he glared at the two, showing his supremacy at both. Dabi just rolled his eyes while Jin excitedly nods. Call Toga here, Dabi. If she succeeds in this request, we may be able to infiltrate UA successfully, Shigaraki said with a smile. We attack tomorrow, he stated before he went into the warp Kurogiri made for him. Dabi thinks he'll just meet with Sensei. Dabi went out and looked from alley to alley near the base to find Toga. Maybe she is investigating the place around. This area of the city is quite abandoned after all. Dabi sighed as he thought about what he heard from his friend over the call. He pondered about it and ended up brushing it off despite its disturbance. Then he got a call. Handman, he answered the call. Dabi, fine muscular. Sensei wants him to join us tomorrow. The call just ended like that. Why would he want a strong asset? Well, I gotta send information, he thought as he looked through his contacts. The next day was extreme for the heroes in training. Class 1B arrived at the campsite and saw Class 1A suffering. Bakugo forcing to make larger explosions, Todoroki shifting from fire to ice, then fire and ice, Midoriya creating a snowstorm like with his flames while Force creating his hot ice at the same time. Ida running miles for long hours by now. Same goes with Ochako and her try not to puke training. Others are training hard too. After long sufferings, they are finally finished just before sunset. They all gathered and made dinner just like the yesterday. Forgot to mention that there was this grumpy kid named Koda, despising heroes without a care because of his past. Kid got an attitude. The Pussycats got a surprise for the students to reward them for their hard work. Shame for those who needs to retake the test. WH, you're here too. WHATS, a 1A student doing here, Monoma mocked. Count on the Baka squad minus Bakugo to huff an annoyance with Monoma's taunting. What scared them wasn't how long they will study but who their teacher is. Aizawa. What's fun in a camping trip without a test of courage? Maybe s'mores, but they don't have those. The class get to scare each other. Divided by Class 1A and 1B, they got to go in pairs. Unfortunately, in the middle of their leisure, blue fire was sighted. The students came to an alert despite being scared. Aizawa was called out by Pixie Bob using her telepathy, saying the blue fire should be harmless. I know, I got a call that the villains are coming and apparently they have this super strong guy that has muscle augmentation quirk. That's why police and hero backups are on their way, but I never expected it to be this early. Aizawa said tiredly, quiet enough only for him to hear. You all stay here and wait for Koda, someone will bring him here soon, he said as he readied himself for a fight. Pixie Bob, are you still with me? He asked in his mind, hopping the hero is using her quirk. Yes, I'm here, Eraser, she answered with her telepathy. Good, tell the students to engage, they are allowed to use their quirks, he thought. Not even a minute, the message was sent to every student. While the wild Pussycats and Eraserhead helped fight with the situation, Vlad King was sent to guide. Ragdoll came back and managed to take Koda with her before any villains found him, thanks to her quirk. The boy was left to the study group that Aizawa left. You caused the fire, Aizawa asked the boy. Don't worry, they're controlled, the villain replied. Support the students till help comes, they're almost here, he said quietly before melting into a mud-like matter. UGHH, I don't get that kid, Aizawa complained in his head. Chapter 19. Dabi. Aizawa went to the other students in the forest to make sure they are safe while Dabi went running on the loose with Twice. And as planned, backup came, but villains just get stronger and stronger. Somehow, Shoto and Izuku found each other while retreating from a villain inside the forest. The girls are dealing with Toga, who is showing that she is struggling to take blood from them. Other guys are separated along with 1B students who are also attacked by villains. Heroes and police that came are busy with Muscular. With all the chaos going around, what are the odds that the three meet? Dabi went to meet with Toga and the two brothers are looking for the girls. The chances of the three meeting, here it is. In the corner of Dabi's eye as he was about to retreat with Toga, he saw Shoto. Beside him was oddly familiar hair. It reminded him of Izuku. Like time slowed, he had the time to remember that call. Endeavor has a fourth son? Hawks asked through the other line. Talia was shocked. He has never mentioned anything about Izuku, Endeavor's fourth son. He couldn't do anything but hang up. He thought he'd leave Keigo in the air, but the number 3 hero is smart. Izuku's dead, he thought that time. He looked at the neighboring cities. Nothing. After years of looking, when he thought there was an Izuku there was no Todoroki. Back to the present, is this Izuku? He thought. Izuku made eye contact with him. They immediately continued to run as Toga shook Dabi out of shock. When they tried to retreat, they felt cold. Cold wind and see bluish-white flames, but it was not hot. Flames are supposed to be hot. Izuku used his quirk. Aside from that, he used his hot ice to cover their tracks. Maybe Dabi can pass through, but not Toga. They can't continue forward and they're surrounded at the back and side. Then Aizawa came. Izuku, stop. Catching the attention of everyone, including Dabi and the most. Izuku complied to their teacher's orders. Despite the shock he was in, Dabi ran away with Toga. The class was flooding in confusion to why Aizawa let them go, but they figured their sensei would explain to them later on. Villains here are gone. We rounded the weak ones up and are arrested. The others escaped, and Bakugo was about to get kidnapped, but he managed to escape, Aizawa said. Midoriya, I need you to come with me, you two Todoroki. The two boys nodded. I need you to help stop Muscular. I heard that muscles could be weakened in the cold. Todoroki can continue non-stop on sending him ice. And Midoriya, surround him with a snowstorm. We aim to capture him and put him in Tartarus with less damage as possible. But sensei, what if cold won't work? Izuku asks. Their teacher sighed, hopping it wouldn't come to this. Use fire and switch roles. Burning him and his augmented muscles would surely weaken him. Disappointment was clearly heard in Aizawa's voice. Muscular was taken and Bakugo was safe from disintegration and kidnap. It is said that Dabi's fire got out of control and reached to the villain's area. The remaining forcefully had to retreat. Shigaraki wasn't happy. What is wrong with you? Shigaraki exclaimed. I told you my fire got out of control, yelled Dabi. Don't you have full control over that freaking quirk of yours? I never said I have. I can't control a whole forest fire and spreading hand, man. Stop BLMNG me. You had job to kidnap or kill the Bakugo brat and you didn't, Dabi defended. Toga was now looking like a disappointed girl as she only scratched a few faces and less blood than she had expected. Others just watched the two fight and blame each other. Dabi Tamura, fighting will not help. You did a good job and has put heroes on alert. This means you are making a name for the league. A deep voice from the television scared the other villains spineless, but Dabi Tamura and Kurogiri are obviously used to this. Rest up, the future has many to hold. With that, Dabi went out the bar and looked for his room. He laid down on his bed and started thinking about the Izuku from earlier. Is he really? He mumbled, looking at the ceiling while remembering the fire in his household years ago. Hopping no one would hear him, Talia woke up with his mind made up on running away to find his younger brother. The sun rose and is in front of the Hero Public Safety Commission building. He remembered when he didn't get cut out for the program. Let's say he visited a friend. Keigo Takami Hawks, hopping the trainee is in there where he last met him. When he went in, he wasn't a stranger. The president even greeted him. He wanted to talk. President, I want to work for the commission. His words made the president think. In the end, she accepted and that helped him gain access to extra information. He lived with Keigo in an apartment paid and given by the commission. Every time he'll do an undercover mission, he would take his extra time in looking for clues and possibilities on where Izuku could be. He lasted 3 years before giving up. His last search was in Musutafu. At that time he was investigating, he has searched nearby cities and towns from his old home. The villains couldn't possibly drive or run too far away. Talia was hoping that if Izuku is not homeless or safe, maybe kidnapped, enslaved, or dead, he wants confirmation of a body and hold a proper funeral if so. Not just as if he disappeared from existence. He can't accept to lose someone that way. It's like a doctor giving up on a patient who can survive as something was done, or maybe a doctor who didn't do anything because there is no pay. Either way, looking at Musutafu was his last straw. Chapter 20. Dabi and Toga. A flashback in a police station. These are all we have here, Talia-kun, a blonde girl says as she hands a paper to Talia. Thanks Tsukachi-chan, he mumbled. I gotta go, Talia-kun, Dad needs help on a murder case. The girl left him alone and gave him privacy. On the paper was a list of 3 names whose first was Izuku and ages 5-6. Izuku Tanaka. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Yanohoshi. By this time he was frustrated. What was I thinking? Musutafu is way too far from my old home. He dropped the files and stood up, leaving the room. He didn't bother if anyone was listening, but nevertheless said, "Tell Tsukachi-chan I left the files on the table." He left the station and got a call from Hawks. He answered despite the mood he was in. "I got a job for you. It's an undercover operation," the other line said. "Go infiltrate the LOV." In UA, the two classes has returned to the school. The students were piling up the question to Aizawa as to why he let the villains go. Their sensei gave a tired sigh. "Dabi and Toga, they are our spies under the League," he said. "You think Dabi's fire was out of control and spread to the villains' area? No, Dabi is known to have sharp control over his flames. Ever wonder why none of you are burned?" The class was silent. Silence was interrupted by the girls. "But sensei, what about Toga? She clearly is trying to stab us." "From afar, I can see very well that her movements were sloppy. Toga may be young enough to be a high schooler, but she helped a lot with investigations." This shocked the class, especially the girls. Toga Himiko, just a week after her quirk manifested, her parents gave up on her. Her thirst for blood was a part of her quirk. She was dubbed a villain and immediately feared. Her parents not returning for a month now left her hungry and out of stock. He decided to go out herself and look for them. She sobbed and cried to her content in an alley, now understanding what's happening. She was abandoned. The police found her there at the station. She met Detective Naomasa. He solved her case and got Himiko's parents sent to jail for child abandonment. While Toga was under the police's care, the detective grew fond of Toga and ended up adopting her, giving her the name Himiko Tsukachi. How did she start helping the government in murder cases? Well, there was a time where they suddenly needed to investigate a crime scene of murder. Even though Tsukachi is not fond of the idea of letting a 6-year-old child to see such horrific sight, the case seemed serious and he is requested to help. While his adoptive father talks to one of the officers, she was passed on to another officer for them to watch. She looked at the scene before her eyes. It was bloody and the iron red is splatted on the brick wall of the alley. As her quirk is, she took a blood on her pointy finger, then licked it. Not long later, Himiko was gone, but a man appeared. All eyes came on her, shocked. There was a man out of nowhere and the little girl was lost. It wasn't even a minute later that she changed back to her 6-year-old self. What she drank was merely a drop. She grew curious of the blood more, a smaller splat on the other wall. She turned to a different man. And with that, Tsukachi solved the case by face identification and fingerprint from the system with the help of Himiko. Starting then on, Himiko knew she helped and did a heroic act. She did become a hero like she dreamed when she was 3. It made her happy and wanted to help more. Now at 16, Himiko was sent to go undercover in the LOV, as her quirk and acting skills are amazing and perfect for the job. She didn't take the comment of her quirk perfect for the job offensive, but rather took it as an advantage. She went under the name she hated the most. Himiko Tsukachi alias Toga Himiko. Rei Todoroki and Enji Todoroki are taking it slow, but not too slow that they'd keep Izuku waiting. They got along, they relearned about each other, but there are times where they both are awkward, and sometimes argue. In the end of an argument, Enji learned to say sorry, even though he didn't start the argument sometimes. Sometimes they all would be in the same room and Natsuo became convinced that Endeavor is trying to change. He even fell down to number 3 in the last hero rankings and didn't bat an eyelid to it. This made the 4 proud. They are suited enough to take Izuku with them already, but they want the doctor to confirm that Rei can go home now. Sadly, they didn't, so it may take time. Hearing this, Rei cried, "Please, Enji, just bring Izuku home, before we lose him again." She sobbed on the chest of her husband. The other 3 couldn't help but felt sad for their mother. They all wanted Izuku with them right now. Now Enji came to a decision. "How about we take Izuku in our home now and we'll visit you? Clearly you are perfectly fine already," Enji suggested, lighting up the mood of the 3 and surprised Rei. Her tears stopped and wide-eyed from shock. "Are really?" The flame hero nodded. "Fayumi, let's fix the house later and prepare for Izuku's arrival." Chapter 21. Izuku meets Fayumi. Another day of school for Izuku and his classmates. Yesterday, Aizawa told us about the spies under the League. They also said that it's better to be blind to this information. Not knowing something would be the best weapon in deceiving and more safety. Shoto didn't walk Izuku to the teacher's dorms yesterday. The redhead was disappointed, but Shoto said he'll visit his mom. Izuku hopes he goes there with his brother accompanying him this day. Apparently more things came to him. Izuku, Shoto, come to the teacher's lounge after school. Aizawa said before he starts the lesson. Both boys just nodded. The day went on with their classes and training like the usual every day. Finally, the end of school hours, both boys went to where their sensei wants them. Of course, Izuku said his goodbye to Katsuki, who went with Kirishima and the rest of the dubbed Baka squad. Izuku enjoyed the nickname more than Bakugo did. He was glad that Kaken already got more friends aside from him. While Izuku was curious as to why he was called, he kinda figured it had something to do with family or training since Shoto is involved. Shoto already knew. He and his father talked to Aizawa about this. Sensei, why do you want us here? Izuku asks. Follow me. Their teacher stood up and walked out and went to another lounge smaller. He figured they need privacy for this matter. The two boys followed him and sat on the couch opposite to where Aizawa was sitting. Izuku, your family, is ready to take you in. The redhead lit up at his sensei's words, not to mention he wants to hug Shoto so bad but restrained himself. Izuku didn't want their efforts of doing their best for him to go to waste. And Shoto is your brother. You can choose whether you keep Midoriya or Todoroki, Aizawa added. Izuku looked at Shoto, who made a smile creep his face. He hugged Shoto and the latter hugged back. You can move tomorrow, problem child. They have been waiting for you, Aizawa said with an unusual small soft smile on his face. I know you're amnesiac still, but share anything if you get flashbacks, okay? Izuku nodded. Right now, feeling the officiality of being brothers, he was closer to Shoto. Izuku has always liked to stick to someone like a needy kid, like how Inko spoiled him with love and affection, and Katsuki making sure he is never left out or always close by. Shoto smiled at his younger brother. After their talk, a cheerful Izuku is walking with Shoto on the way to the teacher's dorms. Even though he only has a small smile, a bit wider than the usual, it was already a big thing for someone who came from the Todoroki. Being stoic and the lack of smile just somehow made its way to the family's nature. Fayumi and Natsuo doesn't really smile wide, same goes for their mom, and most certainly Shoto and Inji doesn't smile with bright sparkles. The best they could do in honest and real happiness was to smile small or chuckle softly, and in Endeavor's case was able to laugh proudly. Shoto went home to make sure everything was ready. Izuku will just pack and maybe earn help from some teachers later. Shoto walked to his residence and everyone was there, complete in one area, specifically the dining area. Natsuo isn't locking himself in, Fayumi wasn't worried, and Inji wasn't tense. It was peaceful. I'm home, he said. It was loud enough for everyone to hear. Is Izuku told already? Natsuo asked. Shoto nodded with a content smile. I can't wait to meet him, he exclaimed. Fayumi let out a giggly while Inji smiled. Get changed and help us clean Izuku's room, Fayumi said. Shoto walked his way to his room and past the room that once had two butsudens. They already got rid of it, he thought. He went inside and decided to talk to Talia. They weren't as close like how Natsuo is, but at least he wanted to share that Izuku is with them. He kneeled down. In front was the picture of his oldest sibling. Talia, Izuku is with us. We found him. I can't promise him a complete family with you gone, but I know you were a good big brother to us even if I can't remember much. I hope I can be a good big brother too. Talia, a voice came and followed. It was Natsuo. When Shoto found Izuku alive and well, I was hoping you are alive too and well too. It gave me hope. I miss you, he let out as he kneeled beside the younger. Natsuo, was Talia a really great brother? Natsuo gave him a look. Yeah, I always lost to him whenever we made you and Izuku choose who's a better big brother, he said, making Shoto chuckle a bit. Slowly but surely the Todoroki household is starting to light up. Shoto went to his room and changed, meeting Fayumi in the halls after. Inji was supposed to help, but the hospital suddenly called and claimed that Rei wanted to talk. Fayumi thought it'd be best to let their parents get along and have some alone time. Izuku POV. Are you ready to go, problem child? Aizawa-sensei asked. I was grateful to UA staff and Nezu for letting me stay here for a while. I nodded at him as we both walked to the entrance. Sensei helped me with my bags. There at the entrance was a car. A young woman was there waiting for me. She has white hair and streaks of red in her hair. Since Shoto said, Mom, I still need to get used to this. Was in the hospital, I figured it was our sister whom he calls Fayumi. I can't help but run up to her and hug her. I know it was pretty childish, but I'm happy to have siblings. I have always wished for it, but I never asked Mom and Kosan about it because she seemed stressed raising me already. Plus, I wasn't her real son, which made me feel guilt. But I know she loved me and I loved her. That's why I won't let the negative thoughts get through me. It was lonely to be alone. Mom works in Kakin wasn't available sometimes. I am home alone, and during those times I wish I had siblings to take care of, or the other way around. That's why learning I have not only one but more siblings made me happy and excited. At first she didn't return the hug. I looked at her to see that she was in shock. Then she smiled a soft one, then hugged me back tightly. "Hello, Izuku," she greeted. "Hi," I replied. Even though I had the courage to run and hug her, I was still shy. The first act may have been adrenaline rush or my emotions taking over. Ever since I let out my frustrations in my old house for a whole week and a half, I felt like I am able to express my emotions a bit more. It's kinda relieving and felt lighter inside. I looked back at Aizawa after we put my stuff at the back trunk. "Thank you, sensei," I said as I bowed to him. "Be good, problem child." "Izuku, let's go home," Fayumi smiles. Chapter 22. Into the household. Izuku POV. The car ride was no longer than an hour, but not lesser than 30 minutes. It wasn't awkward. Fayumi, my sister, didn't push everything with the questions, just some few about how was I with mom, Inko, Midoriya. I didn't really bother. The hospital and my friends helped me with the sensitive topic. I answered how I felt like I should answer. She seems to be like a mother. I just felt that way around her. Just as I thought that, she brought up stories on how she takes care of our siblings. I don't know the full story yet, but they say they'll tell me when they're ready. Same goes for me. Must be messed up while I was not around. I decided to leave it at that. Right now, I'm standing in front of a somewhat traditional-styled house. The garden was amazing and quite big. It was perfect on relaxing, taking a fresh air and planting. Then, at the corner of my eye, I saw Reunited, my favorite flower. Forgetting what I was waiting for or what I was even supposed to do, I ran to the flowers. I started checking out their petals and kept being mesmerized. They're pretty. Do they like Reunited too? Third POV. Fayumi was about to go in, but he saw Izuku, not beside her but at the Reunited flowers. She's reminded of their mom at the site. Back then, Fayumi could remember Rei kneeling down the same way Izuku does. So, she's got mom's personality, huh? She thought as she smiled at the sight, forgetting what she was doing and mesmerized by Izuku. Meanwhile, the boys waiting inside, who's supposed to welcome Izuku, got impatient. They swear they heard Fayumi nearing the door already. So what's taking them so long? They decided to just go out and welcome him outside. The moment they went out, they saw the redhead at the Reunited area, kneeling and touching the petals as if they're so precious, which are for them. Enji, Shoto, Natsuo, and Fayumi now looking at the youngest member of the family. Suddenly, Izuku came to and realized that he was distracted. "Oh, hello," he greeted as he met eyes with the other Todorokis. "Izuku," Natsuo let out. Without hesitance, he ran to the boy and pulled him in a hug. Despite the cold Quirk Natsuo holds, the hug is warm and comfy, filled with love and the emotion. He knows their family. Izuku hugged back. Natsuo pulled the younger to the house and went in with the others. For now, Izuku is quiet. He doesn't know what to call them. And he doesn't know how to initiate a conversation without calling Shoto just Shoto, an Inji endeavor from the patrols and school hours. They sat on the table. It was awkward in all honesty. "Izuku," the young redhead looked to Shoto. "You don't seem curious." The older twin chuckled. Izuku slightly blushed. "Oh well, I don't know what to call you personally. At least now everybody else got the idea." "Well, I'm starting to think something is wrong with us," Natsuo said. Fayumi gave him a glare, and Enji sighed both in relief and anger, if that was even possible. Their aim is to worry Izuku less, better yet not worry him completely. They want to make Izuku feel like he's a part of the family, not who just barged in who happened to have the same blood as them, and definitely not a burden. "Well, Izuku, call me Nisan or just Fayumi. Either way, I'd appreciate. Shoto calls me both," Fayumi started. "I want to be called Ne. I always wonder how that would feel like, but Shoto just calls me Natsuo." "Shoto is fine actually. Call me whatever you want, Izuku shrugged. He'd be calling Shoto a lot of nicknames, not offending ones obviously. "Call me Dad when you start being comfortable," was all Enji let out. Izuku nodded. After dinner, he offered to help Fayumi. Even though she declined the offer, Izuku managed to wash the dishes with her. In those minutes, they managed to converse and get to know about each other. Izuku grew curious of Mom, Rei, so she put in small details. She wanted Izuku and their mother to have something to talk about. After cleaning, he decided to check where Natsuo is. He found himself in a room with one Batsuden. Natsuo was kneeling in front and looks to be praying. When the white-haired finished, Izuku moved closer. "Natsuo Nai." The older was surprised at the given nickname but decided to listen more. "Is he a brother too?" Natsuo nodded. Izuku, this is Talia. You probably don't remember him much if ever you remember us playing together. He was always with Fadad training. Izuku nodded, then looked at the picture. Talia, I'm Izuku. He greeted and turned to his white-haired brother. Is there something on my face? Izuku asks. The other shook his head no. You know, your picture is also here before. I've always prayed and wished you to be here with us. But now, looking at you now, you're real and not a dream. It feels different. I'm happy, he said as he ruffles the locks of Izuku. How about I take you out tomorrow? Natsuo offered. Izuku gave a small nod. Shoto, can we have a sleepover at my room? Izuku asks, his head poking from the door. Shoto just nodded and brought his pillows. As the two are at peace doing their twin thing, a problematic dad is stressing in his room. Todoroki is unsure how to talk to Izuku. Sure, they've talked as student and mentor during patrols in the internship, but not personally as a father and son, plus it was completely professional back then. What can I do? He muttered to himself. Chapter 23. Just don't make the same mistakes again. I'm taking Izuku out, Natsuo yelled as he holds Izuku's shoulders ready to go outside the house. Come back before dinner, their sister said. Once two boys were out, she let out a sigh as she hears her father groan for the probably 100th time since last night. Shoto was slurping his soba and gestured his head to the direction of their father's room. Fayumi made her way and knocked. Dad, you've been at it all this time since dinner finished yesterday, Fayumi said. I'm sorry, Fayumi. Fayumi was quite startled at the apology, but she knew she can get used to it. It's just I don't know what to do, Endeavor let out. The daughter sighed. How about you go to your agency for now and bother Izuku later? Endeavor agency will fall at this rate. Plus, you are still a hero. Dad, we promised we'll help each other out with Izuku, she said before leaving. Meanwhile, Natsuo was enjoying the bus ride with Izuku. He usually goes alone in going to his college, and Shoto doesn't hang out much. Plus, whenever Shoto comes with him, it was always awkward because the younger always seemed apathetic. Izuku wasn't as apathetic and also starts conversations, which was fun for the white-head brother. Izuku, I'll spoil you lots today, Natsuo said as the bus pulled to their stop. Immediately, Natsuo started pulling his youngest brother to the mall nearby the station. Natsuna, we have all day to ourselves. Izuku chuckled. It was nice to know he was granted siblings. Even though he originally thought of being an older brother someday and dreamed things to do with it, he didn't mind being the youngest, seeing how his siblings treated him. And all day we get to know each other, Natsuo answered with a smile. First stop was to buy tickets to the movies. It was scheduled after lunch, not until 4 more hours. So Natsuo brings Izuku to a clothing store and a hero merch shop. Safe to say it wasn't even half the day and they bought many stuff for Izuku's new room and clothes. Of course, they bought stuff not only for themselves, but also for their father and siblings. All stuff was able to be bought possible with the help of Endeavor's credit card. The next day, Shoto, Izuku, the sleepy voice of Aizawa called. Both Todoroki boys are early for school. Fayumi dropped them off when Aizawa managed to be early too. By the looks of it, present Mike has forced Aizawa into going early. Mike-sensei, Aizawa-sensei, good morning, Izuku greeted. Shoto, still being monotone, greeted with a plain good morning. Sensei, I changed my name to Todoroki already too, Shoto chuckled at his younger brother. That's good, Todoroki. Well, that's just confusing SHOTA, Mike exclaimed. Aizawa sighed. Yeah, that's right. Well, is it okay if I call you Izuku and Shoto? Both boys nodded with small smiles. The four went in the building together, but soon separate ways as the teachers went to the faculty and the siblings made their way to the classroom. There they met an early Yaoyorozu and Iida. Good morning, Midoriya. Good morning, Todoroki, Iida greeted while doing his hand thing. Good morning, Yaoyorozu followed. Izuku isn't much seemingly apathetic than as his brother. He smiled at the two and greeted back. While waiting for all others, Shoto made his way to Katsuki's seat, sitting in a way fronting Izuku. You seem closer, Kira. Tsuyu came in with Uraraka and Hagekira. Both nodded. Oi, Izu, I couldn't find the new address you sent. Bakugo stormed in the room. Kaken, Izuku sighed. Maybe come with Todoroki and me later. I'm not sure though if Dad will allow it, Izuku said. Don't worry, Izuku, he will, Shoto assured as he got up from the seat. Soon enough, more and more of their classmates arrived. They all greeted each other and Izuku still wonders why Aizawa is still late. Even though Aizawa was just in the dorms or at home, he noticed their teacher comes to school early only to attend his class late. Minutes passed after the time class should have started. Their teacher came in finally. Morning, Sensei, all greeted in different ways. Sit down. Because of many attacks UA has faced, the school wants to ensure safety, and Aizawa side cutting of what he is saying as he dropped what he was reading. Basically, UA wants you to move into dorms. We already talked to your parents already and they approved. This is done for easier protection of students. Everyone went beaming. Aizawa let out a small cough to get the class attention. Successfully, all students went quiet. Both Todoroki are still staying home though for a while. This statement confused many. Aizawa, you mean Todoroki will not be at the dorms? Kiro, he nodded. Sensei, what do you mean by both? Iida asked. Aizawa looked at Shoto with a questioning face. The boy slightly shook his head. He sighed. Drop the topic for now. Let's start the lesson. Hey Todoroki, Mina called. As the curious and most lively classmate, of course she would ask why he wasn't put into the dormitories yet. Some observant enough noticed that Midoriya also turned his head when Shoto was called. Why won't you be in the dorms with us? She asked. Well, we were gonna say it earlier after classes, but many teachers had overtimed with us. My family found one of my missing brothers. We wanted to spend time together more so. Mina made an O as she understood the situation. Well, that's cool, bro. Must be nice to have more siblings. More comments came flooding, unable to say the main announcement on how Izuku is the brother in the story. Well, I guess they'll just find out soon themselves, Katsuki says while putting a hand over Izuku's shoulders, pushing Shoto out the way, butting in the middle to separate the two. Izuku gave him an amused look. Kaken, are you perhaps jealous? Shoto let out a quiet chuckle at the sight of a jealous Bakugo. So, Izuku, mind telling me where Kaken came from? The older brother asked as he moved to the other side of Izuku. Oh well, I'm not good with names when I met him, but I liked his company and wanted to keep playing with him, so I called him Kaken, easy for me to remember at that time. Shoto just hummed. Katsuki turned his attention back to the brothers from his phone. He texted his mother if it was alright to join the Todorokis for dinner. She said it was alright after hearing that it was Izuku's real family. Old hag said I'm okay to go, he said. Meanwhile, Endeavor got back from work, more stressed than usual. Fayumi sighed at the sight. He must still be pondering about how to deal with Izuku, she thought. It was just the two of them. She just received a text from Izuku and Shoto about how they will have a friend join them, and Natsuo texted too saying he'd come a bit later than usual due to college group works in medical welfare. Dad, you know we forgive you, but I couldn't say for a fact that we fully forgive you. You were abusive and insensitive and forceful. I know you changed, but we couldn't just forget. The irritation in Natsuo's eyes can still be seen, same goes to Shoto. But I know you are doing your best to find what's best to do for Izuku. You know your mistakes. Fayumi, what are you saying? I thought we're over this conversation. I know you won't forgive me fully, and same goes to your bro. Enji was cut off. Here's a simple answer, just don't make the same mistakes again. Chapter 24. Third POV. Here's a simple answer, just don't make the same mistakes again, Izuku says as went in with the other two boys. His tone was caring and not cold. Fayumi and Enji ended up looking at him with shock. Sorry, I overheard the last part of what Fayumi said. Hearing what Dad is saying, I figured what you were talking about. He smiled nervously. You know, Fayumi was cut off. No, I don't know what happened. I just know things were messed up here and you forced to fix it because of me. I am happy and grateful that you're willing to endure for me. A smile crept his face. Izuku, when the time comes, we'll tell you everything, Enji said. I know, I wanted you guys to see the present and future. Izuku says. All Todoroki's present nodded. Katsuki is just standing there watching the family drama. He sighed. I'm Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's best friend since childhood. He smirked. Hello Bakugo-kun, Fayumi greeted as Enji nodded. Oh, we have a visitor. A new voice came. Natsuo, Izuku exclaimed as he tackled his brother in a hug. Hello Izuku, Natsuo ruffled the younger's hair. Dinner is almost done, why won't you change first? Fayumi suggested. They all nodded, leaving Enji with Fayumi alone again. Are you sure it's a good idea to have that Bakugo here? Enji asked. Dad, Bakugo has been there since Izuku was a child. Maybe he just wants to meet us. Basically, he's like a brother to Izuku in Shoto's stories. Katsuki POV. The glasses sister said Izuku and his brother should change first. I got pulled by Izuku to his room. Shoto's is across the hallway. This house is actually big even without a second floor. It's traditional Japanese itself in the interior. I think I know what to expect when these two will move to the dorms. Izuku's room back then had some of this style too, but more on action figures than traditional. I think he sold them all about a month ago. Kaken, Izuku called me out from my thoughts. He gave me a set of clothes. Wait, my set of clothes? My shocked must have been seen in my face since Izuku answered me. I also packed what you left from our past sleepovers for future ones. Izuku said. I just nodded at him and changed in the bathroom connected to his room. Well, he seems happy and comfortable. My worries are definitely answered, and whatever problem they had in the past, Izuku seemed to accept it and actually willing to face it. He isn't the type to dwell on the past for a long term like years. He would probably get over his grief in a month or so. Although the problem with that is he goes to extremes in hurting himself when he shouldn't. That happened when Auntie died. Kakin, let's go, Nissan and Dad is waiting. I nodded and followed him. Over dinner, nothing much happened. I see that they were peaceful despite the drama earlier. They can laugh freely and make sure Izuku is comfortable. Maybe I can trust Shoto on this. After I ate my dinner, I stood up. Well, I see Izuku would be happy here, I said, Kakin. Well, I really came here to make sure you're okay here. I guess I have nothing to worry about. But Kakin, we have desserts, Izuku exclaimed. Oi Izu, you really think I'd eat something so sweet? Look how many hot sauce bottles I used on this dinner, I say with a chuckle in the end. Bade's old hag would panic if I stayed any later. I'll call you a cab, Kakin. I tried to put out that offer, but he was persistent. I sighed and ended up riding the cab home with Izuku's money. Shoto POV. Bakugo just went home. Me and Izuku were helping Fayumi with the dishes. Well, I am spending lots of time with Izuku since the weekend was reserved to Dad and Mom. Yes, he'll finally meet Mom. It's a surprise though. I'll just tell him to pick flowers from the garden as a gift. He'd probably give sunflowers. After helping with Fayumi, she decided that maybe she can clear up her schedule for a day next week. The car ride was the only time they were alone really. It seems they get along well, but we all really don't know much about each other, so alone time with Izuku is the best plan. I'm glad that we're all not too awkward. Izuku, do you want to do anything? I asked. He perked up but seemed to look hesitant as he bit his bottom lips. You can tell me anything, Izuku, I said as we enter my room. We sleep over each other's room every day with the pattern repeating of mine than his. Promise you won't laugh, he asked, looking me in the eyes with a slight worry. He is better at showing emotions than me. I promise. I want to make a pillow fort. A what? A pillow fort, he repeated. What's a pillow fort? I tilted my head. What's a pillow fort? I asked. He shrugged at me. I don't know. I eyed him in a confused manner. Well, I only heard it from my classmates back then. They always have sleepovers, and I heard whenever the pillow fort is mentioned, they say it's fun and relaxing like that, but I haven't really tried it, he said. Do you know what it looks like? I asked. He shook his head. No. What about Bakugo? Well, we only really played heroes and train our quirks, so I sighed. I don't know what it is either. Maybe we can search it up. I said. We immediately opened my laptop and searched for it. Well, it was literally a fort made of pillows and blankets. Maybe I can sacrifice my lamp and the old chairs to hold it up. We have a lot of futons here anyways. We can lay 4 side by side. Maybe I should steal some of Dad's pillows in his room. By some I meant all of them. Why? To annoy him even just a bit, of course. He can't do anything because he is so set to spoiling Izuku. Plus, he's not fully forgiven yet. Dabi POV. Nothing. I was doing nothing but sit on bed and waste my time looking at my photo of Izuku. That childish smile he managed to put even though he's in a fever was heartwarming. Among all of us, he is the most feverish. He was only 3 years old, but he visits the hospital all the time. The doctor said that his quirk is probably building up in him already. Apparently his quirk does not follow its nature. Remembering what I can remember from years ago because of that kid from the summer camp attack. Can it really be Izuku? I was dwelling on the matter, then I heard a voice yell, Shigaraki, Dabi, and so I went to him at the bar across my given room. What? You will be going around for a bit. We have many friends across this area of Japan. Of course, Kurogiri will help you with every travel. You start next week, he said. I just shrugged my shoulders and left. As I enter my room, as if on cue, my phone rang. Hawks. Hey, too, he called. I rolled my eyes knowing Hawks probably knows that I rolled them. Did any villains or anything from the underworld attacked Endeavor and injured him badly or something? I raised my brow. Who? Why? Oh, he's not. No news about that unless it's new just a few hours ago, I answered. Apparently he's taking a bit of a long break. What do you mean? I don't know. His schedule was weird a couple weeks back and his secretary said that he took a 2-week break or something like that. Why is this bird even asking me? It's not like I'm close to him. Well, don't ask me. I don't know a thing. Anyways, Toga's reporting this week and I have a long-term mission. I hung up. That red bird is probably complaining on how I didn't say goodbye. I sighed and moved my thoughts back to Izuku. Don't get me wrong, I love my other siblings too, but even though I'm closest to Natsuo, I can't lie about my favoritism. A smirk formed to my face at the thought. Chapter 25. A visit with Reunited. Third POV. The next weekend came. Not much has been happening but the usual lessons without villain attacks or that sort of problem. Training became intense though since next week they'll be going on provisional licensing exams. Izuku was nervous but kept it quiet. For now, it isn't the time for the redhead to worry about the exam. Izuku noticed that his family has been eager, excited. He wonders why. But they said that they will visit someone. They made him pick flowers from the garden. To most of them surprised, he picked the Rindu flowers planted. Shoto came close to Izuku. Izu, why did you pick those flowers? Shoto kneeled beside his brother, offering a small vase with water in it. Izuku picks the flowers and puts it in the vase. They're pretty and my favorite, he blushed in shyness. Shoto smiled a small and pat Izuku's head. Izuku pushed his hands away embarrassed. What, I'm older, the older twin stated. But still, Shoto chuckled. They both made their way to the other three who was watching. He's a good brother, Fayumi said. They are the same but I can't help but think that they are opposites really. Natsuo stated, making Endeavor think back on the time he were with Izuku, seeing how the twins are together and side by side. Yeah, Shoto doesn't really put anything else but that stoic face and small smiles and chuckles. Izuku, however, does smile small too, but he shows more emotions and less apathetic. He laughs, he playfully gets along, like a kid Enji usually sees during patrol. Izuku, after the visit, do you want to do something? Enji asks as he put his hand on his son's shoulder. Izuku smiled at him, but the answer was sorta away from the smile. The smile slowly drops as he gave off a thinking face Shoto would wear. Enji chuckles. You can think about it, I'll get your answer later, he exclaimed. Izuku nodded and went in the car, sitting between Shoto and Natsuo in the backseat. It's weird seeing the No2 hero drive, Izuku thought as the car starts to move. The youngest was expecting to visit a party or a friend's house, but he was surprised when the car stopped into the hospital. Dad, Enji looked at Izuku. Are we gonna have a doctor's appointment? With a tilted head, Izuku watched his family laugh. No, Izu, we'll have your appointment when something goes on in you memories, Fayumi said. He made an O face. It's a surprise, Izuku. Natsuo smiled as the car is parked. They went in the hospital and made their way to the room of their destination. After a knock, they went in. There's a woman, white hair and pretty, gray eyes, the one he sees in the frames in their house. Izuku looked at Shoto with hopeful eyes. Ever since Inko's death, aside from waiting to be taken in by the Todorokis and have a family, he dreamed to meet his mother. The older twin nodded with a soft smile. Izuku, meet your mother, Rei Todoroki, Enji said as he walks his way to the woman and give Aster flowers. Izuku went closer. He put the rindus he picked earlier on the table near and went to go in the long-awaited hug. Izuku, Rei stuttered as she returned the hug. They parted and Rei made sure to take a clear look on his son. Why, you're pretty, Izuku muttered, and you're handsome, definitely from my side of the family. She smiled, fiddling with a strip of Izuku's hair. He has red hair at most, Enji buted and earning a small slap by Fayumi on his arms. Let them be dad, she yelled. Enji sighed in defeat. Izuku wasn't sure if he can call her mom just yet. What if it makes everyone uncomfortable? It took some time for him to be able to warm up on Enji, Fayumi, and Natsuo before calling them Dad, Nisan, and Neisan. Call me Mom, Izuku, Rei said. Izuku nodded. Mom, his lips quirked up to a smile, feeling warm inside his heart. Mom, I brought flowers. Thank you, Izuku, she smiled as she seized the R&Ds. They just told me to pick, I just picked my favorites. They're my favorite too, you know, the redhead perked up. As the two got lost in their conversation, Fayumi and Natsuo were fixing up their gifts, the fruit basket and some books. Shoto was watching Izuku and Enji was just happy. Everything is falling into pieces. Visiting time is almost over, Enji. Just come back next time. Rei smiled. She worried that everyone was out too late. She heard they were supposed to go out somewhere, depends on Izuku's choice, but her sweet son decided to stay with her the whole day. Of course, everyone didn't mind. They actually loved it when they tell stories to each other and sometime the kids teaching their parents how to use the phone and teaching games. All ended with laughter and tiredness. Shoto excused himself to the bathroom and Izuku yawned as Fayumi and Natsuo was talking to Rei. I think you're right, Rei, Enji said as he pulled Izuku closer. Now leaning at him, Izuku complained. I want to stay longer with Mom, he said blandly, but the sincerity isn't doubted that he is desperate to stay. Enji sighed. Izuku, we'll come back next week, okay? Izuku gave a look. Enji sighed more. After a few minutes, can't she come home yet? He asks. Don't worry, by next month your mom should be able to go home. Shoto came in with a doctor. The doctor said those words with a smile, making everyone looked at her with grateful eyes. You heard me, it seems working things out helped your recovery, Mrs. Todoroki. Congratulations. I'm so excited, Mom, Fayumi said as she hugged her mom carefully. Looks like you're easily attached to Mom, Shoto said to Izuku. The latter only nodded with a small smile. Izuku's and Shoto's smiles are not so rare these days. The school went on a frenzy, crushing in the two. Shoto still wondered how until now they didn't get to explain their situation to the class. Hello, Dabi answered the unknown number. This is the commission. Dabi perked up. He was alone in his provided room. Action will come a few months. Recruiting and planning are already flowing. Continue what you do for a few more weeks. We'll send a date where you can come back. By now, I'm betting your scars becomes noticeable worse and worse. We'll put you to appointment again once you get back, so don't worry. Dabi looked in the mirror as he listened to the phone. Yeah, my burns are pretty bad right now. He can see purple burns came to notice again. They're coming back, he thought. His burns were kept away temporarily by a quirk. Why? So he can remain handsome, of course. Plus, it is harder not to hide among the crowd when you have unique, noticeable burns. The conversation goes on. He was listening, but his thoughts still wanders off. I need hair dyes. My whites are coming back, but more importantly, I can go home. Chapter 26. Moving in dorms. Izuku is low-key finding things funny on how his classmates hasn't realized the official fact that him and Shoto are brothers. It has become a joke multiple times, and Shoto tries to tell them they are, only to be stopped by Bakugo for his own amusement. Izuku couldn't care less because he does enjoy Kaken and Shoto fighting for something so small. Well, the week's endeavor requested was shortened to one since training is needed. Aizawa wanted to supervise all his students. This is no exception even to Endeavor's sons. Dad, don't worry, we'll visit often. Izuku says what he said. Shoto says as he put out his and Izuku's bags full of what they would bring to the dorms. Fayumi will bring those to the dorms in the evening. Bring spare clothes so you won't be stuck in that the whole day. Enji said as he prepares himself to go to work. With a content smile, Enji left the house off to his agency. Finishing their sobas, Izuku and Shoto talk about what they wanted to do with their quirks, how to improve them, and some stories here and there. They continue talking as they went in the bullet train on the way to UA. So, your hot ice isn't strong as the cold one, Izuku hummed a yes. Well, it wouldn't really be nice to burn your practice mate. It could leave a scar. Ah, sorry. Shoto sighed. It's fine, I get what you mean. How does cold flames work? Well, you know how that Dabi guy and you control flame, just like that, except the temperature is opposite. The more I produce, the colder it gets. The coolest thing I made with this is the sports festival, surrounding us with cold flames making it look like a snowstorm. Izuku explained. Wouldn't that give you frost bites? Shoto asked, remembering how he got frost bites using his quirk. Well, that's why I have hot ice silly, just like how you have your flames. Izuku smiled, rivaling the sun. Also, today is an expressive Izuku day, huh? The older twin thought. He watched Izuku for days so he can get used to his mood swings. Many days he is like Shoto himself, but less apathetic, turning into sometimes his expressive side like now is coming out, and lastly the rare times where he is as apathetic as Shoto. If not, then more apathetic than Shoto. Making their way to the classroom, they were met by Aizawa in the halls. Good morning, sensei. Izuku greeted. Good morning, Todorokis. You moving in the dorms today, right? The twins nodded. Then you can set up all afternoon, traditional style as you both requested. Get help from your classmates when you need to. Tell the class I'll come late. Forgot my coffee. Aizawa walked away muttering the last part. The twins heard it but decided to laugh when Aizawa was out of sight or far enough for him not to hear both their chuckles. 1A is chaotic as ever. Entering the classroom, many greeted them despite the crazy things they were doing. Aizawa-sensei would be late, Shoto said. None say anything back, but he knew they should get the memo. The twins went to their seats. Bakugo began talking to Izuku about their own stuff and Shoto conversed with himself about how he will make do with his fire side. He couldn't just be left out by Izuku, so he wanted to train and train more. The snowstorm stunt Izuku made at the sports festival, Shoto couldn't wield his fire side that strong. The thought of not standing side by side or alongside the strength of his twin, he feels like they were so different and made them apart. Shoto doesn't want that, so he has to get better. Their day was pretty much any other day. They listen to their teachers and joke around whenever it's allowed or appropriate. In the end, all have to go back to the dorms. Everyone started going in their own friend groups. Mina noticed just now that we were carrying extra bags. Midoriya, why so many bags? You two Todoroki-kun. Mina asks as Bakugo takes one of Izuku's bags. Well, we're joining the dorms today. The weeks got cut off early, Shoto answered. Wait, Midabro, Shoto told us the reason why he wasn't early in the dorms. How about you? Kirishima asks. About that, I'm Izuku was cut off by a hand covering his mouth. He has family business, damn plebs. Bakugo yelled at them, rudely interrupting the red bean. Izuku sighed as he knew Kaken would want to prolong his fun. Shoto just got tired to deal with Katsuki, especially they were walking to the dorms with extra bags. That's new coming from you, Kaken, Izuku said as he gave a look to Katsuki, still monotone though. New what? Extras, plebs. Bakubro, I don't know what hurts more, Kaminari said as he tried to mimic Kirishima. Isn't pleb better as he actually puts us in the picture though as commoners and not some extra away from the picture? Zero commented. The debate went on until they reached the Heights Alliance. You room side by side, how cool is that? Kaminari exclaimed. Makes all the job easier when we help you two bring boxes up here. Your stuff's coming in the same day, right? Wait, or your house is near, Hanta said with a smile turning to a questioning look. Well, Fayumi is coming later, Shoto said. Oh, your sister. Mina took interest. She wondered how a monotone female Todoroki would look like. The Baka squad let the two in their own rooms to change. Bakugo is laughing internally as his friends still believe in his words and excuses on why and how Izuku is not Shoto's brother. Soon enough, the group plus the twins found themselves in the common room. A knock came in and Izuku was excited. Nissan, he let out as he looked at Shoto. Mina excitedly opened the door to see a white-haired woman in glasses with red streaks randomly on her hair. The woman put a smile on her face as she pointed on the bags left out by Enji before leaving to the car. He didn't want to cause a ruckus in the dorms. Nissan, Izuku's mood turned 360. He was so quiet, smiling softly, quiet and toned down, smiling softly and well, quiet. Now he's exclaiming like a kid and went to hug the woman. Hello, I'm Fayumi Todoroki. I came to bring their stuff. She smiled. Mina realizes that she isn't like Shoto at all, so she was kinda distracted at that. She really did thought she was gonna be as apathetic as Shoto. Wait. Nii-san, she exclaimed. The bomb turned to laughs. Shoto sighed, and Izuku was too distracted clinging to Fayumi to even care. Chapter 27. Introduction to Training. Nissan, Amino exclaimed. Shoto seemed to not read the situation, answered calmly. Yes, Nissan. But Izuku also called her. Wait, so you really are brothers? Confusion became excitement for this pink girl. Shoto nodded. You didn't know? Asked Fayumi. Kaken always answered for us before we get the chance to. Izuku said, still clinging to his sister. If you haven't noticed, we have been trying to tell you every time you guys turn to that subject. Shoto said as he takes some boxes behind Fayumi. Do you need help, Shoto? Asked Fayumi. Just help Izuku, I know he'll need help. Shoto continued to his room and Izuku complied. He better start now if he wants a finished place to sleep. He himself is surprised. He didn't expect something for a flooring, similar to home. Anyways, he could always ask about that later. He should help Fayumi carry more stuff. Kaken, can you help us? Izu so weak, my hands are just full. Kaken, he retorted calmly, watching Katsuki carry some boxes. Setting up the floor, these are tatami mats. If you haven't noticed, this is what he have at home, Fayumi explained as he take out the mats in from the box. Does Shoto have the same? Fayumi nodded. So you just put them to fit. Here, let me show you. It's so cool. I've been in Kaken's room and it looks like we have different flooring, Izuku said. You're being monotone again, chuckled Katsuki. Here's a thick futon and 2 extra ones just in case. Dad also made me bring a lot of pillows for you. Thanks, Nissan. And here's a normal mat so the pillows won't direct to the floor. Put it under your futon. Izuku was doing what her sister tells her to do as Katsuki works on Izuku's low Japanese chair and desk. Fayumi let out a giggle. Nissan, something you wanna share? Izuku smiled a small. It's just I find it funny how you and Shoto are so alike yet so different. Nissan, how many times have you said that to me? The youngest Todoroki chuckled. Well, Shoto can survive with 1 pillow while you need 3 just to get comfortable. That's why I bring extra pillows during our sleepovers, nerd. Katsuki buted in completing Fayumi's point. Plus, most my pillows stayed at your house. Don't you realize that you flooded your bed with pillows? I get it, stop attacking me. Shoto came in just as the conversation died down. Oh, you haven't put up the divider yet. It's still downstairs half in half, Bakugo yelled. Then I'll get it. Just as the older twin was about to go down, Seiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima was in sight carrying some more of the stuff for the Todorokis, including the dividers. Well, Izuku is not really gonna divide his room. Maybe he'll just put it on the side as decoration and use it whenever he like. Soon enough, the room decorating finished and the others were invited in. Fayumi made his leave suggested by the twins since they knew their sister would be bombarded with questions not only about their father but them too. Plus, Fayumi and Natsuo weren't really exposed to the public citizens. You can change the interior, Seiro exclaimed, noticing the floors. No, our house is filled with tatami mats. It's so traditional, Japanese, Mina yelled excitedly. Izuku and Shoto gave a look of what do you expect. Look, they didn't really get it since they're Japanese. Plus, looking into Izuku's room in the apartment he grew up in, it was pretty Japanese-styled too. Maybe it's because the style reminds him of his original home. Anyways, after some more praises, the night went by them talking about how things happened, if they weren't lying from the start, and more questions. Aizawa had to go to the dorms just to scold the class, saving the twins from the noise and attention. Class, I want you to meet some people. Aizawa talked in front of the class, seeing as to how the students are taking the provisional licensing exams. They need to at least meet someone who has the experience. They were supposed to come earlier, but they were only available now. Meet UA's top 3 students. In a tired voice, Aizawa introduced the big 3, immediately leaned back to the wall and maybe fall asleep. The students know what to do. They'd handle things on their own. And so the 3 introduced themselves. Mirio Tagata, Niger Hato, Tamaki Amajiki. All 3 of them had weird personalities which made strong impressions to the class, especially Izuku. In middle school, Izuku thought himself to be weird. He didn't understand why girls approach her with probably mistaking him on the guy they were supposed to give letters to. Katsuki bets his best friend is now pondering on the very thought and couldn't help but laugh, which earned him some looks. Third years, most of whom you'd be competing with are third years and second years. Best to know something before actually going in there. Not that I'd actually give out the fact that you are the center of attack from the very start, Aizawa thought. Okay, since as you saw earlier I'm weird at explaining, I'll just show you. Mirio said. He was stretching and the class is hyped. Shoto, Izuku, Aizawa called. He motioned for them to go beside him. Mirio, I know you can take all of them, but these 2's quirk will affect all of them if they want to go all out. Carry on. Mirio nodded at Aizawa and started to surprise the students. After only seconds of watching, Izuku has a good knowledge about Mirio's quirk. Reminds him of a ghost who can choose whether to go through things or not, although he's not quite sure of the drawback yet. Mirio Tagata, he's the closest to being number 1, students and heroes alike. Izuku and Shoto were surprised. Shoto, you're strong, but you still have a lot to work on. That's an easy thing to say is what you show. Izuku, you already went beyond plus ultra many times, but go beyond that beyond. In my eyes, you 2, along with Bakugo if things are handled, are the closest to the top. The 2 were surprised. Rivalry to each other radiates them, but they were proud and happy of their teacher's words. I don't play favorites, but keep this a secret. I always like it when my class is the strongest out there, so I made sure of that. You're lucky we get to put them out their schedule. Usually Nezu won't allow this. Next schedule they're available is after the provisional, Aizawa added. Nice to feel special then. Shoto and Izuku said out their thoughts. Now Izuku gets why their trainings are insane. Aizawa is competitive aside from being rational and blunt to reality. That out of the way, he got a major praise from a teacher who has a record of expelling 154 students in his 5-year teacher career. Nice to know 64 has passed. Soon that thought in his head disappeared when he noticed his beaten classmates. Isn't those punches a bit too much? He thought. He looked at his sensei's eyes. Just from that he could tell he was smirking internally, which he himself internally gave a deadpan look. Mirio, who do you pick first? Aizawa asks tiredly. OHH, I want to go with Endeavor's son, he excitedly says. The whole class sighed. Which one? Everyone asks simultaneously. WH, what, isn't he Endeavor's son? Mirio pointed at Shoto. Well, yeah, but the other one is also Endeavor's son. Beat eyes, Katsuki yelled. WHATT? Hato came in. Endeavor has another kid at UA. Tamaki asked in the middle of his sulking on his wall. What's your quirk? Is it only flames, or do you have ice too? Ooh, maybe only ice. Are you twins? Oh, is I Hato-san? Tamaki stopped her. Well, I'll go with whoever is older first, Mirio smiled. So Shoto goes first then. Shoto came to where the class did their fight. Well, Todoroki froze the whole floor. Hopping it will do something, plus it'll be as cool when he starts using his fire. He'll try to circulate it around for a long time so he can make sure that Tagata was unable to go near him or deactivate his quirk. Well, results can be lethal, but hey, plus ultra right. Of course he would immediately stop and solve it with his ice with some help from his younger twin. Aizawa is there too to stop casualties. Well, in the end, Shoto was tired out. The time he rejected his fire side made him lost his touch for the present. Oh well, can't do changes now. Still blames his father for that though. Izuku, your turn. Izuku POV. Well, older brother lost. Thanks for choosing him first. I noticed a drawback Shoto might have not. If Mirio-senpai can go through things, such as solid ground, our physical body, and Shoto's fire, doesn't the other way apply? It means he couldn't breathe while his quirk is activated. I'll just shield my floor with the hot ice. He can't get too near. I wonder if he disables it to get back up. To be sure, I'll borrow Shoto's technique. Don't know if that'll work, but he seemed to be affected earlier as he touches its slipping and cold feet. He can't get near. I'm sorry, Mirio-senpai, but you might earn some burns. Gathering more of my plans in short seconds, I went inside the area and activate my quirk immediately. As Mike Sensei says, there are no countdowns in real battles. Covering the floor, I added a chest-height hot ice wall to make sure he won't get near. Third POV. Well, that was fun, Izuku cheerily said with a smile before turning back with an apathetic face. Is that normal? Mirio Whisper asks one of Class A. If you meant the mood swings then yeah, answered back a classmate. Well, that's so cool, Todoroki's might as well take my place immediately, Mirio said with very happy tone. No, wait for us to graduate first, said Amajiki. Hato laughed in the background. Well, congrats on to the twins for beating Mirio. Aizawa said tiredly, almost sarcastic, but the twins know he means it. You are using every day for training and only leave 2 hours of school hours for regular studies. This is a massive change in schedule, but we are training you to be on or almost par with these three. Izuku Bakugo Shoto, I'll be blunt, you're strong enough to level and surpass this three. Everyone has high expectations on you, honestly. See that as a blessing and challenge. So make sure to pass the exams, Aizawa stated, which made Izuku and the other two kinda tense. Go to recovery, girl, come back as soon as you could. Cementos here will help us. Ectoplasm has class but will join later on. Their sensei nodded as Cementos went in as if on cue. Big 3, your teacher is looking for you, said Cementos. Well, go beyond plus ultra. Aizawa ended it with the school motto before going into his sleeping bag to find his corner of the gym. Maybe he got too excited and ended up tired. Call Dabi here, Shigaraki said. Kurogiri complied, going to the eldest Todoroki's room. Tamura wants to see you. Dabi nodded and went to follow Kurogiri's lead through the portal or warp. Once face to face, he could see the irritated face of Shigaraki. The handman decided to talk. What's about the extra phone calls? Chapter 28. Provisional Hero License Exam 1. What's with the extra phone calls? Shigaraki was obviously annoyed. Well, can I have extra phone calls? Dabi asks in a bored manner. Don't think you can fool me, Talia. Handman hissed. Dabi sighed. It's Dabi. Talia is a dumb name, Handy, he retorted. Ooh, Shigi and Dabi are fighting. Shut up, Toga, both yelled. Fine, Dabi. Shigaraki forced the name after a dramatic pause. Who's on the other line? Can I have other villain friends? Oh, is Hawks a villain? Shigaraki seethed. Dabi sighed on the outside, but he is internally thinking fast. He came up with a good response that would make sense. The Paranormal Liberation Front. Dabi let out, what? An annoyed Shigaraki was even more annoyed now since the person in question is changing the subject. Hawks is joining in the Paranormal Liberation Front, spying on us villains, I suppose. Dabi shrugged his shoulders. Well, do you seriously trust that? Tamura scoffed. Of course not, that's why I'm handling him. Dabi acting angry towards Hawks. You see, I know where he comes from. That commission place is pretty annoying. Oh, that's where you died, Tamura said, getting the point. Dabi couldn't help but internally thank his acting instructor and his amazing mind for the perfect cover and background story. Then continue, Shigaraki said. He turned back to his games immediately and Dabi was praised by all for one from the TV screen. Once everything was settled, he went his way to his room again. Toga followed. Ho Dabi, the fun starts soon. Toga coded. Dabi nodded, it's all ending soon. Dabi thought, smirking. Bakugo, try to deal with the falling debris from your explosions. It can hurt citizens, okay? Aizawa yelled after being almost squished by one of the falling rocks. Yes, sir, damn it, Bakugo yelled as another explosion came. Ectoplasm walked towards Aizawa. Aizawa-kun, shouldn't we put the twins on different gyms? Ectoplasm asks. Why? Izuku is making a snowstorm while Shoto is making a fire whirl. Can't you see, rather feel? Aizawa went to shaking on freezing to melting like summer. Yeah, now I get your point. At least send your clones to them. Aizawa said as Ectoplasm nodded and made his way to the two using his quirk. It's another day of training for the licensing exams. Aizawa has no doubt his students will pass as long as this intense training continues. The only thing he's worried about is Bakugo and Shoto's cooperation. Well, Izuku would be there for Shoto, but still, Aizawa sighed as he chose to just wait for the day. Well, it came sooner, after a week or two. Class 1A is now gathered outside the exam site seeing other students from different schools. Wow, SNSCI, so many HEROES in training, Mina exclaimed. Her excitement seemed to have affected his classmates too. Eraser, a voice of a woman came in. ERASRHEADBMY boyfriend. The woman yelled. This very much entertained Ashido. Their gruffy teacher seemed to tense up. Sensei, is she your girlfriend? The curiosity of Hagecure. No, students, meet Ms. Joke. She teaches at Katsubutsu Academy High. I and Aizawa were like in a romance movie, our agencies near together and we pass by each other almost every day. Aizawa smacked her in the head. Don't get your dreams up, Joke, he said, still tired. Eraser, there you go again, marry me. No, Aizawa sighed. Oh, UASTUDNTS, yelled a boy with black hair. This is my class Aizawa, second years, Joke happily introduced. Yoa UA students, hello, my name is Yoshindo, happy to meet you. He happily introduced himself. Your smile is overly big, Shoto commented silently but heard. WHA, quacky acting, yelled Bakugo, who earned a scolding from Tenya. Izuku came closer to Shindo and put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Shindo-kun, no need to force yourself, Izuku said, honestly worried that they were forcing him to be nice in a way. Izuku, that's a different case, yelled Katsuki. Oh, Izuku tilts his head, the ash-blonde face-palmed. What an airhead, he thought. Is he really sincere? Shindo pointed. His expression seemed to darken as he whispered at the girl beside him. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and similar teeth to Aijuru Kirishima. I think so, but what's important is that I have to get their autographs, she yelled as her words followed the end. So good to be famous, Kaminari and Mainta beamed. Anyways, good luck, the Katsubatsu students said before going to the exam site. UASTUDNTS, another unknown voice yelled, but this time from a girl. Kami, you're too excited. Shiksu students, Izuku let out. A boy walks to the front wearing a cape and the Shiksu cap. He bowed, almost hitting his head on the floor. He took a quick glare at Shoto, immediately turning away not even after a second. This didn't go unnoticed by the twins. Izuku concluded that he will keep an eye on the guy. Yoroshi and Aizawa said as the Shiksu students walked away. He placed first on the recommendations but didn't enroll to UA. He added, which surprised 1A. Watch out for him, he said before he started walking in the building, and the students hurriedly followed. Well, the welcoming speech was just like a déjà vu of Aizawa's lessons. The speaker was sleepy. The blonde, sleepy man explained the rules and how many would pass this first stage. After the simple details. Well, the exams start now. The ground started shaking a bit and the walls fell. Guess it starts now, Izuku thought as he looks around. Shoto, Kaken, you stay with the group whether you like it or not, Izuku said. I think it's better to stay together, he suggested to the class. I'm guessing they'll come for us first. He also added, why? Most yelled, they know our quirks. Izuku yelled as he moved swiftly, a bit surprised as a ball aimed at him. Then he sees more balls aimed at their group. He starts using his cold flames to at least lead away the ones thrown at them to the other way. Hopefully it takes out other people too. We just need to continue like this, Aijuru yelled with the agreement of others. Not yet, you're too strong together, Shindo yelled using his quirk on the ground. Chapter 29. Provisional Hero License Exam 2. Third POV. Class 1A was doing all good until this second year Shindo used his quirk. You're too powerful together, the raven-haired yelled. He used his vibrations to shake off the ground, resulting in separation for our Class 1A. So unfortunate, yelled Shindo as he felt proud of what he did. Doesn't matter, Bakugo said. Looking behind him, he saw Aijuru Kirishima and Denki Kaminari. Maybe I can make use of this situation, Katsuki thought, while Bakugo was stuck with his two friends. Not that he would admit it, Izuku was fortunately with her brother. Well, our quirks seem to contrast each other, but that doesn't mean we can't make use of it. Izuku muttered out, Shoto, I can't attack with my hot ice. Giving degree burns to other students may result in disqualification. Izuku whispered, but did you forget that we learned how to cool that off with your cold fire? Shoto replied as both of them are circling back on the back with each other, being cautious of their surroundings. Oh yeah, I forgot, Izuku monotonously replied. So what's the plan? Shoto asked. He is positive that his brother has a plan. Simple really. We can eliminate as many as we can. Considering stray balls that were thrown are around, I read it gives extra points at the pamphlet no one really dared to pick up on the way, while we gather as many of our classmates. Then start with us, a cheery voice of Uraraka was heard. Iida following behind her greeted them. Startled, the twins jumped a bit but immediately put up stoic faces. It's just you, Shoto said. Todoroki-kun, Midoriya-kun, what's the plan? Uraraka said. Just seconds after that, on the other side of the twins, another pair of Iida and Uraraka came in. Shoto, Izuku. Shoto and Izuku nodded at each other, understanding what to do. Picking up a couple of stray balls, Izuku looked at the first pair. Uraraka-san, Iida-kun, I'm afraid the plan is to eliminate you. Izuku smiled, a small one, throwing the balls in their way, activating his quirk for countermeasures. Apart from more control on the ball, in case this was a trap, other balls were thrown away, which was correct intuition since Kami was there waiting for the perfect time to toss the ball at the two. Her ball just became a stray. No one close to me or my classmates calls me Midoriya anymore, he said in a monotone as he turned to Ochako and Tenya. Well, let's find the others now, Shoto said. Izuku nodded. I think I heard Mina at that side. Ochaki pointed. Iida backed up her claims. Since it was the only information they have for now, best to move quickly. As they make their way, Izuku said his plans. Gather stray balls whenever you see one, Izuku said. Isn't that against the rules, though? Iida asked as he fixes his helmet mask. No one really read the pamphlet. Here, Izuku handed out the pamphlet to Iida. "Well, good for us then," Iida said, fixing his helmet once again as if it was his glasses. "Izuku," the loud whisper yell of Mina was heard. "There she is with Shiro and Aoyama running towards the fore." They explained the plan to the three and handed the pamphlet. A repeat of the plan, they dodged every ball that went their way. Better yet, they catch them. Nearing a building, Momo, Jiro, Tsuyu, and Shoji went out. Izuku asked his brother to freeze the building to make sure there are fewer competitors, just in case. Sadly, an announcement said that the Todoroki twins, Uraraka, Iida, Mina, Shiro, and Aoyama should go to the waiting area. "May we request the following students to go to the waiting area? Both Todorokis, Iida Tenya, Achako Uraraka, Mina Ashido, Hanta Shiro, and Aoyama Yuga. The extra points have been put in your scores. May we request again you to go to the waiting area. I repeat, may we The call repeated. "Wait, additional points?" asked Yaoyorozu. The other three were confused as well. Well, they weren't the only ones. Every student is. Here, Ashido handed the pamphlet and winked, gesturing a shush before they went out of the arena. Well, after about 30 minutes of waiting, all of their classmates passed. The rest of that 30 minutes was just Izuku and Shoto talking to themselves. When Bakugo came in, he joined the conversation. Izuku couldn't help but look at the Shiksu student glaring daggers at them. Specifically Shoto. When the guy known as Inasa looked at Izuku, the redhead returned the glare. Inasa went close to them, towering over Izuku and Shoto. His strong build didn't intimidate the twins, though. "Hello," he greeted with an overly wide smile. "Let's keep the peace between our school, okay?" Inasa spoke in a cheery, military-like voice. "He's overly happy," Izuku thought. "Yeah, peace," Izuku muttered, bored, but everyone heard. "Is he usually like that?" pointed Inasa, looking a bit of a hidden disgust at the coldness of our redhead protagonist. "Don't worry, he's like that. Sorry about that. His mood swings are really amazing, you know. That's normal," Class 1A commented along those lines. "Times UP," yelled an announcement. The sleepy man from the start explained the rules to the second part of the exam, what to do and what not. At the end of the explanation, he gave a special mention to Izuku and the rest who gained the extra points. Many were confused about how, but the staff of the exams didn't say anything how about it. "Well, the exams will start in 5 minutes. Do your best." Chapter 30. Provisional Hero License Exam 3. After explaining how there are professional actors who they had to rescue and grade them, and a heads up that some hero will act as a villain, more like hint it in a very vague way that totally no one got it, they made the students prepare for 5 minutes. Izuku and Shoto had spent this time talking. They didn't really need any relaxation cause they're already calm. So much for the Baka squad, they are literally bothering Bakugo with their jokes and teasing. Izuku still feels uneasy around that Shiksu bald kid, Inasa, as he remembered. Somehow he's annoyed, yet there's this small whisper saying that there's just a misunderstanding, that the boy he remembered as Inasa was wronged, but he let his problems about that boy slip by first. As long as Inasa doesn't get in their way, then he'll let the boy be. Izuku wants a peaceful, passing this exam with my brother thing. Aside from that, he wants to pass since he's sure Fayumi would prepare something for dinner. Their dad requested them to be home to celebrate. Aizawa agreed to Enji's request since he knew the situation. The black-haired teacher wouldn't want to separate Izuku from his family. Soon, an alarm rang, meaning the exams has started. Students scattered the whole arena. Of course, most of them were classmates teaming up due to trust and the compatibility of quirks. Of course, they also worked together with other schools, again due to quirk compatibility. Teamwork is necessary for these exams. Spectators from outside the arena were pleased as they give points. The actors were already looking at their favorite students who saved them. Poor Bakugo. After 5 minutes, Izuku and Shoto somehow ended up meeting Bakugo where the blonde is shouting at the victim of the rockslide area. Izuku facepalmed and decided to interfere to calm his best friend. He promised to only do it once. If ever Kakin didn't learn, then poor blonde will learn on his own after realizing his wrong in the remedial classes on these exams. Izuku heard they were hell. The first 10 minutes were peaceful and many were already saved and put to an area where students made it as where the medics are. Unfortunately, those 10 minutes ended and a metal gate opened and showed Gang Orca, a hero who's popularly voted for looking like a villain. His quirk allows him to have the abilities of an orca, or another term is killer whale on dry land. Gang Orca, you gotta be kidding me, he's too strong to be in this exam. Ms. Joke had her comedic panic. Aizawa just smirked at her misfortune. he got an idea it wouldn't hurt to tease the green-haired clown. "Joke's on you then," he said in a bored manner. Ms. Joke just couldn't believe that Aizawa had this much faith in his class. Bakugo now quiet and gently helping the lady and the old man, Izuku let him be with Kirishima and Denki. Shoto pulled Izuku to where the medics are hopping to bring peace to the one they had just rescued. Unfortunately, the villain is near, too near. And so, after dropping them with the crowd, asked to be taken care of and assured them everything will be fine, the twins ran toward the hero playing villain, along with his men. Easily passing through, they decided to distract Gang Orca, using their flashy quirks to attract the attention for follow and attack when the perfect distance, situation, and timing is met. Izuku glanced to his side for only a second, but time seemed slower when he exchanged looks with black ones from outside the arena. Aizawa, watching closely at the twins, met eyes with Izuku, who gave a smile whether it is for him or not. Ms. Joke seems to have taken interest in Aizawa's enthusiasm. Those twins' opportunity always comes to them, but when it is not there, they create their own opportunities. Ms. Joke didn't really get what Aizawa meant, but the underground hero didn't miss it. The twins created an almost perfect and easy situation for them to attack the villain, cornering Gang Orca away from the other students, the victim actors, and their medical supplies. They were about to attack with their hot side since it will dehydrate their opponent. Everything was according to plan, not until a strong wind came in their direction, resulting in a failed attack where the fire and air broke sideways and Izuku's hot ice turned cold for some reason. Internally, an irritated Izuku cursed the man whoever did it. Looking at the air quirk user, he was so disappointed since he didn't really want to fight with the strong-built boy. Inasa, he seethed quietly only for himself to hear. The seconds of their rivalry allowed the hero playing villain to attack using his ultrasonic waves at the students. Shindo did what he could since vibrations are his specialty, creating an earthquake-like towards Gang Orca, effectively distracting him, making the ultrasonic waves stop. This is when all went downhill, for Izuku at least. Inasa started talking. His hate for Endeavor, Izuku was annoyed. The younger twin knew how his big brother never wanted to be compared to their old man. Yet Inasa did. This triggered Shoto. "Your eyes are the same as his," cold, looking far away, filled with hatred. Inasa seethed. "Don't compare me with that old man," Shoto whispered, not really minding whether Inasa heard him or not. All he knows is that he is angry. Aizawa sighed. Well, no matter what the outcome, Inasa would have to face some lecture as he showed a start of fight and interference in the middle of this exam. He let out. Ms. Joke silently agreed. Other instructors out there were agreeing as they saw it was intentional. A Shiksu teacher was somewhat disappointed. If they continue like this, they're gonna lack teamwork, Gang Orca thought. Izuku was making plans on how to stop his brother from fighting. Competing like this won't do any good, he whispered to himself. Inasa and Shoto continued with their quirk battle, a fire and air contradicting each other. Much to Izuku's and each other's dismay is that both boys are stubborn. Shindo continued to distract Gang Orca, who returned a stronger ultrasonic wave that defeated Shindo's vibrations. Pushed away and getting weak, Shindo was catching up with his quirk's backlash and resting on the ground for a few seconds. What are the odds that Shoto and Inasa's fight ended up going directly at Shindo? Izuku started to get mad as fire and air went Shindo's way. Adding his quirk to hopefully defeat two elements, he shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you two? What are you doing, Dabi?" The voice of Shigaraki seethed. A smirk made its way to Dabi's pretty face. "I said I'm sorry, Hawks isn't really the one assigned to this league. He was just sent for distraction and extra information." Talia burned the whole place down. All Namu factory has been burned down. All files are burned and the doctor is stopped. All Might is currently facing All for One, but that is not Talia's business. He didn't care what was happening, but All Might better win. What's important to him is that he's going home. Chapter 31. Izuku confronts. The exam was over. Izuku wasn't really in the mood for celebration. He has many worries and anger running through his mind. Shoto not passing, Inasa's words. He didn't want to relive the moment. Doesn't matter if Shoto tried to make up for his mistakes, the deed is done. Aside from lacking teamwork, they almost caused a degree or 3 burns on a fellow test taker. The rest of the class was worried for the two. Bakugo can handle himself, but seeing the Todoroki twins lost their cool was kinda disturbing. They had to realize that the twins were still human even if they are too handsome and that strong. Aizawa wasn't really amused with Shiketsu's show, mixing personal feelings into the work, those personal feelings of anger. The boy called Inasa should have confronted Shoto at a different time in a different situation, not on some important test that affects one's future. No, he wasn't disappointed with Shoto. It can't be helped, he understands what goes on in the Todoroki family. Inasa's words would have affected him if he was in the shoes of the candy cane. What he is also worried about is the younger twin. Izuku must have been affected too. It's impossible to say that he's not. Looking at the said redhead, Aizawa could see exhaustion. The same exhaustion he saw while Izuku's recovering from the death of Inko Midoriya, the woman who took care of him. Aizawa sighed. Yue will have a talk with Shiketsu. Izuku couldn't help but be bothered. If Inasa was so angry at Endeavor, does that mean he knows that Endeavor back then was not a good person as he is now? If so, then the situation turns into a completely different story. It took quite a while to receive the license. Izuku had the time to think things through. Though Izuku is hurt and saddened that Shoto is too frustrated to look or talk to anyone, even to him, the older twin's eyes remained on the ground. Shoto's case was a bit too depressing though. The kind of words he despises of being together in a sentence or two was infuriating. He let his anger seep out and took control as he listened to Inasa's words. Last but not least, he didn't pass alongside his twin. Izuku would have been happier in receiving his license if I passed too. If it wasn't for me, Izuku would have passed with a smile. Shoto's thoughts were guilt-filled. He couldn't look at Izuku in the eye. What would Endeavor say? Shoto, I think, it's what would Inji say. Izuku's voice spoke beside him. Shoto looked at the younger. Izuku is still staring on the ground, not making eye contact. Did I say that out loud? He spoke quietly. Izuku only hummed a yes. Shoto gave a soft smile. I shouldn't be having thoughts of the past. The man is trying to change, he thought, trying to keep himself calm, and reminded himself that everything is slowly getting better. Everyone has gotten their license. A mostly happy Class 1A went out of the building and made their way to the bus. While going there, they just had to bump into Shiketsu students. The dismay of Bakugo and Shoto, and an opportunity for Aizawa and Izuku. Aizawa made his way to the teacher of the other affiliation. Of course, the teacher has to comply. The mistake that his student made had a big effect. If public matters included, the media would say that Inasa has trampled on number 2's son hero future. But that still wasn't the case in the formality. The case is that the Shiketsu boy had to do it at an important event where many futures could be affected. Aizawa still thinks that the boy is lucky because he is part of the chosen students who are allowed to take remedial classes. Bakugo was a different case since he is usually like that. The back-haired teacher actually finds this a convenient way for Bakugo to learn. Maybe the remedial classes would help tame the angry Pomeranian even just a little bit. After discussing the matter with the other teacher, both affiliations went their way to their own buses. Izuku stayed there and tugged on Inasa's cape, hinting that the boy would stay. Inasa eyed the smaller boy. Crimson red hair that fades to snowy white, very familiar features, yet he didn't recognize from where the shiny orbs were blue. But seemingly it mixes with gray, looking like diamonds mixed with silver. Inasa definitely knows where he has seen heterochromatin eyes almost similar to that one. But the boy in front of him, he didn't have the look where his eyes are cold and looking so far. Inasa's eyes widen as Izuku bowed to him. I am Todoroki Izuku, the youngest son of the Todorokis. I please never speak of my father that way again. I know you must have hated him for some reason, but for a brief moment and a few of your words slipped out. You must have admired him before. Youngest sons, you're right, I did admire him, but he was nowhere near the person I thought he would be, Inasa replied. Then, you must be hurting too. I know he was mean. Shoto said so himself. Shoto said he hated Endeavor too, even if I didn't know how bad it was, how Shoto lived without me by his side, how he got his scar in the past because of family problems. I believe that you can change your opinion now. Endeavor is trying to change, so please don't fall in hatred. Inasa was stunned, but Shoto was more surprised. Izuku has never really talked too much, that long voice loud and full of emotions to others. It was special and only seen and heard by him, since Izuku feels most comfortable with Shoto. Aizawa just sighed at the sight. He only has one thing to say though, not a scolding at that. Problem child is kind, don't fall in hatred, huh? I know what you mean. Aizawa thought to himself, reminiscing a time when someone once said that to him. In the end, the younger twin and Inasa exchanged numbers and the two are now friends. Shoto is still wary though, plus he didn't really like Inasa yet. Early action was the right thing to do. Hawk said, looking at the cleanup crew. He felt satisfied as they just won the biggest fight of their lives, at least that's what the commission said, since this villain has apparently an S-rank quirk. Where are you going now? He looked over to his right, tall guy, few burns from passing his limit, dressed in black, the hair also black. It was his best friend Talia. Like I said, home, the villains' lairs were so disgusting, you know. Can't believe I survived their place for years, he answered. Exactly where is home? Hawks pointed out, to which the other just shrugged. I'm telling your father that you are alive. Don't you dare, yelled Talia. Well, I have a meeting with him tomorrow, Hawks proudly said. It was no secret from Talia that Hawks admired Endeavor as a hero. He didn't know why would his friend like a monster like him, but he decided it's not his place to judge others' references or thinking. Actually, I found someone. He's similar to your youngest brother Shoto, you know. I saw them side by side. Their quirks were similar in a way too, Hawks said, putting his hawkeye on Talia. Shoto, he's not the youngest, is he? Talia only looked at his blonde friend before walking away, ignoring the question. He's probably talking about that kid at camp. Don't get false hopes, Talia. Chapter 32. Talia's request. I didn't pass. The monotone voice of Shoto rang through the household. Fayumi has requested for the twins to come home. Aizawa was more than happy to help the Todoroki family. Nezu complied too. The news of Shoto not passing surprised all of them. That was unexpected, Fayumi said. She gave a smile in order to assure it's all right. In truth, Shoto was still nervous. He doesn't want Enji to put on a show in front of Izuku. I'm not mad, Enji said. I actually got a call from Aizawa of what happened. Dad, you're here, Izuku said as he waves his hand. Well, it is an important day. Aside from celebrating you two for doing your best, we have a surprise for you. I'll be busy tomorrow though, Enji explained. You got the whole weekend with us. Fayumi clasped her hands together out of excitement. But where's Natsu? Izuku asked. With the surprise, Fayumi replied, making the two confused and thinking. Does it need someone to drive? Ooh, we'll get a car. The two conversed in monotone voices. Did you guys use Dad's credit card without me? Shoto asks. Izuku didn't know whether his brother is being comedic or not. I'm right here, you know, plus it's my credit card, Enji scolded. But somehow, the way he scolded didn't scare anyone but made everyone laugh. That simple thought made the moment for Izuku more precious than it seems. They're here already? Natsu's voice was heard from the halls. Fayumi went to get Natsuo. She wasn't the type to shout. So it's not a car, Izuku said. Enji smiled and ruffled both sons' hair. It's better than a car. Soon enough, Fayumi and Natsuo walked out with a certain someone. She wore a soft smile, the lovely snow-white hair and dazzling gray eyes, leaving the twins stunned to see the beautiful Rei Todoroki in front of them. Mom! Both boys became expressive. They called out her name in happiness. The two ran up to Rei, trapping her in a hug. You're finally home. Since when? I got here 2 days ago. I rested the whole day yesterday. I saw how many things changed, but it still feels like home, but a happier one. No doubt to Shoto that his mother showed guilt even if it was just a second. Mom, you don't have to feel guilty about Talia. Shoto's voice was gentle, a little more emotion than the usually dull voice. We told her that many times too, Natsu said. Is it okay to be happy without Talia? Rei asked. I'm sure if Talia wanted one person to be happy, it would be you, Mom, so please turn that frown upside down. Natsu gave a smile in hopes his mom would follow. Rei nodded. They're right, she thought. She congratulated Izuku and Shoto since they both did their best. Enji took the news lightly, which was fortunate for everyone. They celebrated. Rei could proudly say that she is happy with this family. Hawks is standing in his apartment in the kitchen and stare at his problem. Seriously, the milk carton isn't closed. The cereal box is also opened. The flakes would probably not be crunchy anymore. Aside from those open things, milk is spilled on the dining table. A bowl and spoon are not put in the dishwasher or sink at least. He sighed and looked at the root of the problem. When you said going home, I didn't think you meant my house. Hawk said he didn't like the mess Talia made. Look at that brat relaxing in my living room, not even bothering to clean up after himself. Keigo cursed at his friend. Look at this mess. If only he could attack him, the commission would probably lecture him, and he didn't want that to happen. He sighed, cleaning the mess with his feathers. Kurogiri always handled them. You're not at the league? Wait, did you say Kurogiri does that? What is he, a babysitter? Keigo laughed. More like Krusty's babysitter, Talia corrected. Well, you sleep on the couch. You should have your clothes in the storage room. Take a bath, geez. Hawks reminded. Talia rolled his eyes. What is he, a mother bird? After nightly cleanup, the two went to sleep. Talia, though, has made his decision before drifting into the world of Nod. The next day, Hawks left a letter saying that he has a patrol schedule. Talia is still free from work since he gave major help for the commission, an S-rank mission. Sure enough, Toga is also resting. He can imagine Detective Tsukachi spoiling that high school girl by now for achieving such a great mission. There is still that other reward. We can ask for something. Guess it's perfect. What brings you here? The president of the Hero Commission asks. Look into someone for me, Talia answered. The president raised a brow. Is it regards of the missing person again? I thought you gave up. Hawks told you that, didn't he? The white-haired gave a look. The president shrugged. Hawks is sharp around here. Don't blame him. He accidentally spilled the tea. Talia rolled his eyes at the other's words. Yeah, accidentally, he thought. Talia could imagine the narcissistic bastard smirking after leaving this very office. Actually, investigations won't take too long now. We found a boy. Rather interesting bloodline. There are many similarities in how you physically described him. Red hair fades to white. It wasn't publicly declared yet, so he isn't famous, but surely. I'm sure it isn't a coincidence that this boy hangs around your siblings so much, holding 2 Endeavor credit cards at the mall. Said one higher up. He's found. What a thought for Talia. After years of looking, after the years he had given up, now was it easy to accept that he is easily found by that man. Talia gritted his teeth. He had plans. Once he finds Izuku, they'll run away together, not seeing the face of Enji Todoroki, even if it means leaving behind his other siblings. At least he can save Izuku from that man's dark side. How would he feel when he experiences the hate of a father, the guilt of a mother, the loneliness in that household? He doesn't want Izuku to suffocate. Poor Talia doesn't know that the family was happy, but not completely happy. As they had admitted, without the eldest son, they still feel incomplete. Deep down, they knew that nothing else could fill that void. Be careful with your request. This one we will surely give it to you as long as it is within the law, doesn't cause harm, chaos, and evil, the president said. Talia nodded and stayed quiet for a while. He's thinking hard of what to wish. When he opened his mouth, people thought it was something grand, turns out. I won't ask for anything for now, he said. There's some change of plans. Chapter 33. A moment of sadness. The living room was dark, quiet to say if it wasn't for the munching of chips and the TV ongoing. Premiering the latest Endeavor interview, he confirmed the rumors that he has indeed found the youngest son. He's at UA with his twin Shoto. Both are really close to each other, Endeavor said proudly. This definitely wasn't the Endeavor he knows, the cold man smiling like a fool-loving father, as if he has gone soft. Fans are saying that you seem happier for a while. Maybe that was it. So when can we meet this young hero? The interviewer asks. We'll have to ask him a schedule if ever he accepts. Izuku can be shy. As much as Talia wanted to know more about Izuku, he couldn't trust Endeavor's words. What if he is using Izuku for fame? He turned off the television and leaned on Takami's sofa. Slumping to the couch lazily, he let his thoughts run. Was Izuku really shy? He let the thought wander his mind for more seconds before getting irritated, blanking off his head, and think of another topic. No topic came to his mind. He sighed. This is impossible, he muttered, standing up, and decided to not spend his day depressed. Is it really Izuku? Maybe he's just someone who happened to be a lookalike that took the chance to be a hero's son. And if he is Izuku, the real one, isn't Endeavor using him for fame? If not fame, maybe that flaming trash is still on that my kids will surpass All Might obsession. Classes had to start again. Of course, the home visit must come to an end. Enji and Rei, along with Natsuo and Fayumi, were grateful to the school for allowing the twins stay. Since the League of Villains has been stopped, along with All for One held captive ready to be legally executed soon, the students can study peacefully. Without the constant attacks, Aizawa is happy that he gets his rest from his students' sorry state injuries from real villains and possible traumas. Quite the opposite for the youngest Todoroki. Izuku couldn't help but feel down these days. Ever since his last home visit, our red-hair protagonist filled his thoughts with guilt and sadness. Even though he was told not to be sad for the fact that he is found and Talia is not, he couldn't help it, but nevertheless he kept his stoic face. He thought it would hide his emotions well, just like usual. So through the whole day, he claimed that nothing special would happen and everything would be peaceful. Shoto is feeling uneasy. This said uneasiness lead his eyes to his brother. Others might say that it was nothing since it was the usual apathetic face. At first, Shoto also thought so too. But Izuku was too serious for his liking. Usually, though very apathetic it may seem, Izuku would hold a soft smile, barely curving his lips upward. Only very observant people would notice. But not today. Even though Bakugo tripped and was called a dumb clumsy by a kid on the way to UA gates, even a simple chuckle wasn't heard. He sighed. Maybe it was about home. Mom did bring up the fact that Talia being found or alive would bring more happiness. The older twin hoped that Izuku won't think too much about it, especially misunderstand. Shoto wouldn't say a word, but he saw Izuku in the room where the Butsudens are, praying before looking at the picture of Talia smiling wide. It wasn't completely abnormal for him to be there, but what's different is that he held an expression. An expression he only held the first time being there in the beginning of being found. Shoto would find time to comfort Izuku. He thought it would be better to give his little brother time to think and sort out thoughts, hoping that Izuku would not drown in the guilt along with the sadness. Frowning at the pavement, Talia decided to take a stroll, enjoy the outside world, get some fresh air, Hawks said, literally kicking Talia out of his apartment. Of course, Hawks delivered him a message of saying sorry. Smirking at his phone, Talia didn't answer back to his friend's texts. Instead, he ignored it and snickered at the fact that Hawks would be greatly anxious. Despite having Hawks' advice, he admitted to himself that he really does need a walk, though he doesn't know why his feet brought him to UA's entrance. The shock came to him when something wrapped him tightly, pulling him into a room before bright lights open. Shock also went to the face of the other man. Glaring at Talia, Aizawa unwrapped his capture gear and asked, "What are you doing here?" Serious as ever, but the question is, why did you capture me? Talia retorted. I'm on patrol, pass a round of ground checking around campus, and you could have been a villain. Aizawa sighed tiredly at the end, wondering why is he answering a question before the other answers his. My feet brought me here. Talia's statement was honest, but a bit ridiculous for this insomnia teacher. You expect me to believe that? Aizawa deadpanned. By a second later, Aizawa could tell that Talia isn't lying. The seriousness and hidden determination within. Aizawa was an expert to read this type of people. Does this have something to do with the family problem you mentioned? Does one of your siblings wanted to be a hero? Of course, Talia wasn't sure what to answer. He didn't really know if his siblings were forced to be a hero or really do dream to become one. He just gave a shrug. The problematic face he has on just made Aizawa worried for him. What exactly is the family problem you have? Aizawa asks. I hate my father. That was all Talia gave. Aizawa felt like deja vu is happening to him. He remembered his student Shoto, who has the same daddy issues. But right now, that kid is in the process of forgiving that man. Aizawa concluded something. Talia, you should meet 2 of my students. Chapter 34. Closer than it seems. Why? Talia asked the underground hero. Just seems you could take advice from a first year. Aizawa mocked in tone, but Talia can tell that the man is serious. Talia sighed. Is a first year really capable of handling my problem? Thought Talia. Aizawa, as if reading Talia's mind, spoke. Remember, your problems are for you to handle. I'm bringing you to him so you could get the idea. Anyways, was your hair originally black or is it naturally white? Aizawa eyed the younger one. Why ask? Talia. Don't know if you dyed them or their natural roots. Aizawa pointed at Talia's head. White, was all Talia said before the 2 went out and made their way to the dorms. By 8:30, Bakugo would be asleep 30 minutes prior and the rest are supposed to be doing their own stuff. Aizawa doubts that he'll see Heights Alliance at peace by this time. After all, he has noisy kids like Mina and Kaminari, Seiro and Kirishima following footsteps, and Ida is loud and scolding. Stopping at the dorm's front door before entering, I would like to warn you that duck once you open the door. And he did duck, dodging a flying mug as he did. He's weirded out, but he's sure to thank Aizawa for saving his head. Everyone, we have a guest. This is Talia. The class gasped, seeing the familiar villain. He was part of the undercover mission along with Himiko. He wants rest as he finished his patrol. Get him to one of the empty rooms, Aizawa explained. Thanks, eyebags, Talia muttered. Even though he didn't seem interested, he was very much looking for one particular student, Shoto, his little brother. He wonders how the kid is doing, probably studying and all those responsibilities as father's masterpiece. Talia is still hesitant about the news about Endeavor going soft in the sight of family bonding. Every time the matter came up, news, interviews, talk on the streets, he would have mixed feelings about it. He didn't know whether he should feel happy, sad, or angry. He didn't know whether he should or shouldn't believe that the Izuku they found is real and not some imposter. Maybe he is overthinking stuff, maybe too paranoid, but Talia would never forget how Izuku would brighten up his day. The smile that should have never left that household, the kind Izuku who would cheer him up and comfort him, one of the things that kept him from getting angry and frustrated. Call it complex, but what's important is that Talia can't bear the thought of replacing his beloved brother. And even if Izuku's truly gone, his feelings about returning to the household are still like an unpublished book full of wrong and confusing words. So who am I meeting? Talia asked the glaring teacher. Shoto Todoroki also has some father issues and in the middle of trying to forgive the man step by step. Aizawa said Talia kept up with appearances, whistled as if something new was put in the conversation. What in the world did the number 2 hero did to make his son resent him? He asked playfully. His cold shoulder is hidden underneath the obnoxious charismatic act. Talk to him, Aizawa said to him before gathering attention from his students. Anyone knows where Shoto is? He asks tiredly. Mina, contrasting his energy, gladly answered him. He's probably with his half in his room. Aizawa hummed and told the nearest student to lead Talia there before showing him to one of the extra rooms, which happens to be Kirishima, who was pulled there by Siro and Kaminari. The walk there was mostly silent. Kirishima tried to talk to the older dude who only let out a hum or a shake of a head when answering. The redhead decided to give up and keep the peace. It wasn't awkward though. Both seemed to agree that there's nothing to be talked about and no exchange of words is needed. Both boys found each other cool. Kirishima stopped at the door where Shoto's name is plastered. Here's Icy Hot's room Debibro. There's an available room on the 4th floor boys' side. Copying Bakugu's name-calling, he then left the older boy there alone. Shoto was excited. Even though this happens every night, every moment with his little twin brother was always something to look forward to. Sleepover has become a normal routine, a pattern of each other's rooms every night. Izuku went to his room to take some food stash and extra pillows. So when Shoto heard a knock, it was probably Izuku. Maybe he has full hands that he can't open the door. Face close to smiling, Shoto opened the door to face disappointment and confusion. Tall black hair with white roots, a black leather jacket, and the familiar face of a villain. He's an Izuku. Shoto didn't really get the memo that the famous Dabi was a hero spy. He was on guard, ready to freeze the older boy. Dabi didn't even get past the door. Relax, I'm a hero. Talia raised his hands. Shoto looked at him skeptically. I wouldn't survive alone up to here if I were lying, Talia explained. Shoto wasn't having it, still ready to freeze the older one. Aizawa said I could talk to you. About what exactly? About father issues. And why would Aizawa do that? Shoto, still not having it. Because I'm really a hero, Talia exclaimed. He is a hero. A new voice came by. Both looked at the owner of the voice. Izuku, Shoto said. Hi Sho, this old man is telling the truth. Izuku said as he showed Dabi's hero license. I'm only 24, Talia exclaimed. So your hero name is Dabi, but how does that work if Dabi is also known as a villain? Don't you have a real name? Your license only has your alias. Izuku eyed the hero's license. That's because I specialize in infiltrations, kiddo. Talia is calm on the outside, but internally many thoughts are conflicting. What kind of 24-year-old has daddy issues? Shoto apathetically commented, knowing full well the annoyance he's giving the older. So this is the Izuku, Talia thought. He really does resemble. Is it really him? More thoughts and questions rolled into his mind like unending data. Despite being so sure now, doubt still crept up to him naturally. Some smart people had the guts to approach him with a white-haired kid, Quirk specifically. Looking for someone underground wasn't exactly the smartest idea. Talia didn't notice that he was starring, only removed from his trance as Izuku waved a hand in front of his face. Are you okay? You were starring. Talia, are you okay? You look sad. A memory flashed, the voice of a young toddler echoed in his mind. Talia shook his head, an attempt to clear his mind. I'm fine, before inviting himself into the room. Guess we can have one more person for this sleepover. Izuku flaunted the extra blankets he also brought. Good thing I brought extra. A small smile on Izuku's face. Dabi had no say about sleeping in Shoto's room. So what daddy issues do you have exactly? Shoto asked, which seemed more serious than his monotone voice. Father issues, Talia corrected, pressing his tone. Then father issues. I'm not sure if he was wrong or I just blamed him for my family's misfortune. Chapter 35. Finally found you. I'm not sure if he was wrong or I just blamed him for my family's misfortune, Dabi said. Izuku hummed. So you got a problem with your dad? Izuku asks. The older one they know as Dabi nodded. Well, if he's changing, you should give him a chance. It's hard to even think about giving him one, but if he really is honest and trying, maybe everything would be better. Izuku said, but if nothing is really changing and he's still a bastard, then you should leave the man alone. Shoto added, and Izuku nodded furiously. But there are other factors, Dabi said. Izuku tilted his head a bit. My siblings and mom. That we don't know, Shoto said. Our family is slowly healing wounds. Izuku followed. Everything seemed peaceful as the three converse. Mainly Shoto trying to give advice and Izuku fixing his words for him. Thanks, I guess. Dabi ended the father issues conversation. He figured he had a lot to think about and decision-making would hopefully be easier. He watched the twins converse and tried to add him into the conversation so he doesn't feel left out. This was Izuku's doing, and surely enough, he had a great time rather than feeling awkward. Izuku started playing around with his quirk. Talia couldn't help but be amazed. Playing with his cold flames, it's amazing how snow could look like dancing flames. How does your quirk work? He asked, not really realizing it. Basically flames and ice, but their color and temperature are opposite. Isn't wonderful? Shoto smiled a small. It was faint and barely there, but Talia could tell that until now. Shoto is still amazed. You too. You mentioned earlier you're twins but met only recently. Am I worthy enough to know the story? Well, I guess I can tell the story much clearer, Shoto answered. I'm still having a bit of memory loss, still fixing the fragments of memories appearing in my head. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Is it really memory loss? Doubt took over Talia again, but I do remember fire around my room and I was having a bit of loopy vision. Izuku explained. You were sick, Izuku. The younger twins smiled at the older. It's getting late, I think it's best to sleep now, kiddos, Talia said, breaking off the somewhat sad atmosphere. You sleeping here? Talia looked at Izuku's face. It was almost apathetic, much resemblance to Shoto if not for the hair and scar. But what differs is you can see Izuku's pure heart, kindness reeking despite that stoic-like face. A very faint smile graced his lips, the worry and care laced in his voice. Yes, he remembers how Izuku was a pure little sunshine that gave temporary happiness. Is he really that sunshine? Talia sighed as he shakes his head no, giving an answer to the youngest in the room. Aizawa offered me a room in the building, thanks for the time. Talia left, not even waiting for a reply from the two. He was nice, Izuku said. He's suspicious, Shoto replied. The guy kept giving Izuku this look. Shoto didn't like it at all, doubt, longing, irritation. If not those, he'd assume anger is hidden behind those calm blue orbs. Piercing gaze at his younger brother. How can Izuku even see nice with those over-observing eyes? Shoto, are you okay? Snapping Todoroki out of his thinking. I'm fine. The brothers said their good night and slept. It is peaceful. Shoto could worry about Dabi tomorrow. Right now, he is with Izuku. Their time together is precious and he doesn't want to rub off his worries on Izuku too much. Ichen, a whimper reached Shoto's ears. It wasn't long before he woke up enough to hear his brother crying. Hurts, the other cried softly. Shoto turned to his brother. Izuku's crying, half-conscious, his hands on his head, face clarifying how much pain he is in. Worry struck the older brother. He gave Izuku a quick pat on the head before running to the building next to them, knocking on Aizawa's door frantically. Sensei, he called frantically. The door opened, revealing the black-haired teacher in black long sleeves and tied-up hair, papers in hand, clearly irritated by the disturbance. Shoto, Todoroki, do you know what time it is? It's 2 in the middle of the night. What's so impo? Sensei, Izuku, he said his head hurts and I don't think it's a normal fever since he isn't heating up. What if? Shoto uncharacteristically rambled his worries. Aizawa is tired. Even if he didn't want, he had to grade papers and fix files and prepare his lessons. Staying up at night is nothing unusual for this dead-looking teacher, but what's unusual is the calm Shoto, Todoroki panicking. Of course, the kid would worry about a headache. His brother is suffering from amnesia. What if his brain is damaged than we only thought? Aizawa took his scarf and had let Todoroki lead him to Izuku. I'll just text Hisashi and Principal Nezu. He thought as he ran through the halls of 1A's Height Alliance. Once they reached Izuku, the boy was clearly in pain. The only difference for Shoto was somebody else stayed beside Izuku. Dabi, what are you doing here? Shoto questioned, eyeing Dabi as if he's a threat. He woke me up. Dabi, why don't you help us? Carry Izuku to Recovery Girls Clinic. She should be watching her late-night comedy shows in there. Talia could only nod. He hurriedly put Izuku on his back, then ran to the clinic. Shoto followed them while Aizawa returned to his room to take his work with him. Might as well use the time for paperwork while watching problem children. Talia had plans to sleep. A peaceful sleep where all his problems are away for a while, but instead he had nightmares. By that, his definition of nightmare is Endeavor just standing in front of him doing nothing, then suddenly screaming SHOTO, like the one he heard from an interview. His problem just kept appearing in his dream. He can't just stay there all night in one place, bored, even though those were the reasons why Aizawa offered him a room. He chose to stand up and maybe explore the dorms full of sleeping students, or so he thought. A door swung open, never closed, and running can be heard. That faint noise led his curiosity to Shoto's open door. Quiet whimpers, mumbles of hurting, and the shaking figure. The one called Izuku is in pain. He thought the teen was cold. What a dumb worry thought for someone who is trained to withstand both temperatures at extreme measures. He slowly walked to Izuku, kneeling beside him, fire ready in hand, hopping to help warm the kid, but to no avail. Izuku kept on shaking. Only then did he think he was dumb for worrying about temperatures. He stopped what he's doing and decided to just stroke the hair he never knew he wanted to stroke since earlier. Izuku moved closer to the hand, seeking comfort. Help, another whisper, now the younger's hands clutching to his shirt. Then came in Shoto Todoroki, and behind him Aizawa. Help! The voice of Izuku was frantic as he sat up abruptly from his sleep, panting. Izuku, you're all right, Shoto said, immediately going beside Izuku. Izuku mumbled, I remember. Izuku, can you really remember now? Shoto clarified again. Izuku nodded. Dad used to train Talia, and before I got sick, we were excited for our quirks to manifest. Talia always teases Natsune and Nisan would stop them. Izuku said everything is correct, both in Shoto and Talia's ears. Talia always visits my room when I'm sick. I'm a sickly child. He chuckled wryly. Shoto had a small smile on his face, though it turned to a frown as Izuku started to cry. Izuku, is something the matter? You know we should be happy for this recovery rig. But Talia, he's gone and I couldn't even meet him again. The youngest continued to sob. Panic ran to Shoto as he saw how much pain Izuku feels. It was so different than earlier. He needs to calm down. It will strain him if he stresses this. Recovery girl said, holding up the vial, asking permission from Shoto, who nodded in approval. The medicine was given to Izuku. It took effect almost immediately as Izuku calmed down until his eyes drooped back to sleep. While worry-laced Shoto, Talia in the background is filled with unexplainable good emotions. It exploded in him at once as the confirmation is there, and how much Izuku cares about him. I finally found you. Chapter 36. I am Talia. It was a celebration for the family. Izuku is happy. There's no denying that fact, but everyone has to deal with the backlash of the situation. Izuku doesn't feel all the way good about the return of his memories. This unpleasant feeling of guilt and sadness has been eating his heart up. He finds it unfair how he was found and his Talia wasn't. It's been a week since that incident. The recovery girl advised him to rest. Aizawa is taking a closer watch on the brothers, and as for Talia, he's overthinking how he would introduce himself to Izuku. The first step on his list is to request help from the commission, but that is something that has already been promised to him the moment he created the deal of the contract. Perks of being that bastard son, the commission would get him what he requests, something he is actually thankful for. Dabi, the commission president, greeted him with his alias. President, what brings you here? She asks. I've found my brother. That means I'll stop working underground and you'll help me confront him. Talia said, I get the first part since it is part of our deal, but why need help confronting him? Well, circumstances, he answered. The president walked to the front of her desk and leaned, her hands on the surface of the table. Tell me I have the whole afternoon free, Talia. The latter nodded before taking a seat on a free armchair. Endeavor has found him first. Last week I have confirmed he really is the Izuku I was looking for. The president hummed. And the problem, she asks. Well, I ran away, and since it's been too long, investigations say I'm dead. How do you think will I approach it? Oh hey, I'm the dead brother that came back to life. Isn't that what happened to Izuku? The president chuckled. It was a different case. They were the ones who found him, and I can't bring myself to face them. There, his emotions almost burst. Ah, I see, thought the president. He's been strong for far too long. I guess there's still that kid in him. She hummed with a smile. Then we'll think of something within the week, so just prepare yourself to meet your brother. Though I'll mostly leave everything up to fate. Words remained unspoken. Aside from the Todoroki family, who else is close to the twins? That leads us to the present where Bakugo, Aizawa, and Talia are sitting in one of the private lounges in UA. Talia was hesitant of Bakugo. Even now he is still hesitant, the kid glaring at him. He honestly want to punch that face for exposing Izuku to such unrefined manners, but he is Izuku's best friend. And Aizawa, aside from being their homeroom teacher, apparently he somehow helped with the family reunion. He'll be straightforward, no more beating around the bush, and if not getting them to accept, then force them to help him. The silence in the room was broken as, I am Talia. Then after that, silence followed. I am Talia, he repeated. The two looked at him like he's not making a point. Talia, who exactly? Aizawa pointed out. Yeah, I don't know any bastard whose name is Talia Dimwit. You know, Bakugo was cut off. Talia Todoroki, he exclaimed, giving the two the shock he has been expecting earlier. What do you mean? Bakugo raged. He's dead, okay? Don't give the Todoroki some false hope. Izuku will not like the joke you're playing right now, bastard. Well, at least he's a real friend, that I can confirm. Talia thought as he looked at Bakugo in a bored manner. You done yet? He snorted. It seems that Bakugo has a lot to ramble about. He moved his eyes to Aizawa and gave him a somewhat expectant look. Aizawa, any thoughts? The teacher sighed a tired one and massaged the bridge of his nose. Obviously the man is too tired for this, but nevertheless he also wants to help. Let me get this straight. You're the Endeavor's eldest son who ran away from home, announced missing then soon dead. Talia nodded. And how exactly are you surviving? Talia snorted again. Enji Todoroki's family treatment isn't exactly a secret from the Hero Commission, Eraser. All three became quiet. Bakugo had thought, does the commission cover for Endeavor? Bakugo let go of the thought as it doesn't seem like it, but his questions were answered. The commission doesn't cover for Endeavor. If that were the case, they'd be lying to the public, which will be a huge problem. They just simply ignored it, but I requested to protect Mom and my siblings in a way, Talia said. How did that go? Aizawa asked. It went well. They watched over Mom in the mental ward, assigning my personally chosen nurses instead of the ignorant nurses there. Natsuo's school scholarship is from the commission. Fayumi never once encountered a villain or criminal. Shoto doesn't really need any help since Enji gives him full attention. Okay, maybe he did need help, but I don't know how to since the flame bastard gives him full attention, Talia explained. Aizawa was surprised. Now I get why it was a bit hard to take Rei out of the hospital. You probably don't want to let her go. If you're still alive, then why not say a thing to your old hag or those minions? Bakugo asked. You mean my mom and siblings, right? He clarified. Who else would I be talking about, dimwit? Bakugo exclaimed. Talia sighed. He had to get used to this blonde Pomeranian. He just wouldn't stop barking insults. I work undercover in the League, idiot. I would put them and me at risk if the villains had somehow connected the dots on how the commission protects them. It would make me suspicious, and the League will not be stopped as easy as it was. Bakugo rolled his eyes. He ain't winning if he continued to argue. He wasn't blind. For the past few weeks, he's been one of the people who knew of Izuku's memory recovery. From one look, he could tell what Izuku felt like. Knowing the state of their family, losing only one member, Talia, that soft dork would surely feel not only sad but also guilty. Being by his side since childhood, seeing him every day, Bakugo at least learned to read bit by bit of Izuku's emotions. He knows that he is worthy of Izuku's friendship, even though he doesn't look like it. What matters is that Izuku sees a friend in him and he sees a friend in Izuku. And right now, an impact came to find him. That impact is the missing older brother, Talia Todoroki. Now Bakugo is smart, and being a smart person, he thinks. He thinks of the possibilities. Would Izuku be happy, truly happy, or would it hurt him knowing the reason Talia ran away partly because of him? Would Izuku drown in guilt more if he helped Talia? Katsuki wouldn't know the consequences if things turned out bad, but he does know the price of this decision if things turned out great. Bakugo was lost in his thoughts until he felt a hand on his shoulders. Flinching a bit from the suddenness, "What is it?" he said in a gruff voice and sighed after. Aizawa squeezed his shoulders a bit before letting go. Izuku would like to meet his brother. Even if there are hardships along the way, in the end, a complete family is what the Todorokis longed for. Does it even matter now if their son came back from the dead? Aizawa smirked. It has happened once, why not twice? This earned them a soft laugh from Talia. Well, the commission promised to not let the matter reach the public's eyes. Well, not the real story. I'll help you, kid. I'm sure Bakugo is also willing. Chapter 37. A glimpse of his story. Talia POV. Don't get me wrong, as much as I appreciated how things are now, many of it isn't just exactly going as I planned. I don't know if this path would make it any easier to reveal myself or not, but I really can't turn back the time. Okay, maybe this is a bit better. It involves less or, if possible, no villain intervention. The Hero Commission is willing to help by repaying me for that big infiltration mission, even if that meant dealing with the overpowering media. And I got Aizawa's help along with that angry kid who has known Izuku since they were kids. Trash goes the plans of kidnapping Izuku, finding him first, and hiding him away from our father. With my job on the commission, I am sure would be able to make enough money. More than enough, actually. Infiltration on the League and watching Hand Man all day wasn't cheap, you know. Running away has always been my choice ever since I saw it reasonable. I thought it was the best for me. I didn't have to think about living in the streets. The commission was more than willing to help after making a deal with them. They take care of me and my family, and I won't share a certain story that can possibly taint here society. Of course, the most important part of this agreement was me working for them, and Enji Todoroki won't know any of this. They gave me a contract, and I took on a mission that could help me gain more sources and connections underground. Of course, I took into consideration if the mission would make the commission owe me big time or not. Infiltration on the biggest villain case seems like the best way to go. I didn't immediately go into infiltration. The supposed 2-year training I had reduced to 1. In that year, I met Hawks and the newly adopted Toga. Tsukachi wanted her to be ready for the world of crime. They have trained with me from time to time. Then the time came when I was fully prepared, loitering the streets and alleys near the villain base for a few days and pretending to be helpless, dirty, and hungry. Of course, I wasn't noticed by the League directly. Seeing Handman Shigaraki, I fully understood why. He was a brat, hatting on heroes, playing games constantly, and loves throwing tantrums. In my opinion, everything is handed down to that guy, including League members. Hajiro Okuda, The man is called Jurin, an info broker for villains and also one who scouts new recruits for All for One's organization. He happened to stumble upon me in an alley where riled-up thugs are attacking me, acting scared at the same time beating them with my fire. Jurin, who only watched, took an interest. A child either abandoned, ran away, or lived the streets from the start of life. Either way, he looks alone and something no one would connect to, so Jurin took me in. It took him 2 weeks to find out I was Endeavor's son. I told him how the man was not nice to his family, missing a lot of details, adding comments about fake heroes with detest in tone. But I did not lie, and I truly hated the man, which made it easy to convince them that I wanted revenge. And so, he introduced me to the League, where All for One was preparing a bratty handman to be the new leader. It didn't take long to rise up the ranks, gaining the trust of All for One, standing below Shigaraki Tamura and beside Kurogiri. All for One trusts me enough to give me missions behind Handman's back. It was always hilarious when he notices the rewards his sensei gives me. One time it was money to buy whatever I need. Not sure where it came from, but legit money needs spending. Plus, the commission doesn't deliver me money here due to the risks of finding out my infiltration. At first, I was only able to deliver messages every 2 months, via another person working undercover for the commission. The League isn't the only evil organization around, but when I proved myself enough for the League, they allowed me to use contacts freely. They didn't bother to check anything on me, which was careless of them, but nevertheless, I made sure to delete every suspecting message right away. It was almost a routine if it wasn't for the inconsistent missions and all. What broke that cycle was when one day I watched an interview featuring UA students, bouncy hair wearing the color of fire and ice. And no, it wasn't Shoto Todoroki, who he has seen in enough news articles. He was different. Red hair and tips fall into white. He was instantly reminded of the missing brother, Izuku. He didn't assume though, but he did recognize the name Izuku Midoriya. It is one of the files he had collected in search of the missing brother. I couldn't do anything at the moment since it was busy for the League. Toga will join soon and a couple more missions are on the schedule. After some time, Hawks had called me. Luckily, I was alone on the roof. I needed air and some time to think about Izuku Midoriya. What a coincidence when Hawks called me about the same person he was thinking of. Soon enough, Endeavor has announced he has found his youngest son. Izuku is found, but it still worries me. What if that Izuku is nothing but a fake? What if the kid was taken in by Endeavor because of his quirk? What if the announced amnesia case of his was just an excuse? Isn't scary that that kid is just bringing in false hope? Or maybe it's scarier that Endeavor took in another kid to train in an unethical manner. It didn't matter anymore. At some point, I came rational and planned out to confirm it myself. The League will fall down soon anyway. After that, I'm free from this job and can do whatever I want with the money and request the commission owe him. To sum it up, I had planned to search for Izuku, then run away with him once I had found him. I would raise him on my own and he would hopefully forget our family. One without the pain I remember, but it seems like the world is not on my side since Endeavor just had to find him first. To be honest, I didn't know what to do next after that. Lumped me in sadness and doubt for a while before I made up my mind. But the choice I made didn't exactly give me time to plan out. Accidents happen and I blame my emotional ass for bringing myself in front of UA without realizing it. Maybe this is a blessing. Chapter 38. Is he really? Izuku. The younger twin turned to see Natsuo and gave a very small smile. The smile was soft, but the traces of sorrow was evident. The older sighed and walked inside the room with one buttsuit. He kneeled beside Izuku and ruffled the gradient locks. Don't feel too down about it. I wish he could be here too. The monotone might have fooled him, but Natsuo knows better. A moment of silence before another voice joined them. Dinner is getting cold, what are you still doing? Oh. Shoto silently walked and then kneeled at the other side of Izuku. He's not sure where the conversation ended, but he does know what it's about and what to say about it. Like Natsuo, he put a hand on the gradient hair of the youngest and ruffled it softly. It's okay, Izuku. It just seems so vivid. At least you're here, so don't feel bad because finding you gave us so much happiness. Keep that in mind, Izuku, Natsuo said. His words are firm and intentionally harsh in tone to keep it ingrained in Izuku's mind. Shoto nodded, agreeing strongly with Natsuo. It was another moment of silence before the door opened again. Natsuo, Shoto, next time don't offer to call Izuku for dinner if you're just gonna stay here with him, Fayumi scolded. Sorry, Nisan, it's my fault. I still feel bad about it. Don't say that, Izuku, Fayumi ran to the youngest, shoving Natsuo aside. It's okay to miss Talia, we do too, really, but we're also happy you're here, okay? Fayumi hugged Izuku tight, forgetting her mission to bring her brothers downstairs for dinner. Natsuo and Shoto thought it would be awkward to split the two apart or even talk, so after another moment of silence. Fayumi, your job was to bring them down. What happened? The food's getting cold. Enji appeared at the door. No need to worry about that, you'll heat it up anyways. While that did make sense, NG still doesn't think that they should delay dinner any longer. And thank goodness Izuku's stomach thinks so too. With a growl heard, everyone can agree that Izuku needs to eat. They all went down to the dining table, met by a lovely Rei Todoroki who was cooling her soba. It doesn't seem like there's a need to heat the food, Shoto said. Well, mind you, I prefer hot soba than cold. Natsuo argued as he sat beside Rei. I cooled yours and Izuku's, I know you both like it cold. Thanks, Kasan, they both said, earning them a smile from Rei. Inji looked at the dinner table. Everyone was content in their own ways. He can tell, this is enough, nothing has to change and he shouldn't ask for more. This is far more than enough. Finding Izuku is a miracle. Finding Talia seems like a far cry, and looking for him might bring false hope. That's why right now, he is content. You're scarring up again. Talia rolled his eyes. It's been another week. The commission still has no plans and Aizawa was too busy to start anything, and Bakugo doesn't really know what a perfect reunion meant, and right now he doesn't need an oversized chicken to bug him. Stop mumbling. To be fair, you are in my apartment, so it's only logical that I get to bug you. The red-winged hero sat beside him. It's amazing you have such control. Nothing spreads at all. My couch is perfectly safe. Hawks, do you know that this house is not only yours but mine as well? Talia gave the bird a sly grin. Given by the commission to you and me, since it's originally meant to be our dorm back when I was supposed to have 2 years training. Hawks now remembered. The house was a gift, promoting partnership of 2 heroes from HSPC until Talia decided to go by Dabi and do underground hero work. But in the end, since it was supposed to be, it wasn't given to them, so he decided to buy it from the commission. Nah man, you've been underground for far too long. Wait, is that why you went here straight away? Talia had the gist of what the man meant, but decided to just shrug and lay on the sofa, kicking Keigo out of the way for his feet. Anyways, I won't be here for long. Guess I'll see you around. Hawks sighed. He sprawled himself on the carpet near the occupied couch. It's really him. A hum of agreement. Even Talia can't believe it, but it is what it is. It's not his ideal plan and ending, but it would be nice to be with family again. He can't say the same for Enji though. He sighed. It's happening soon. But seriously, go see your health personnel. I'm bothered by your scars. He stole my purse. There's a thief. It was a nice day. Shoto and Izuku really hoped it will stay that way, but unfortunately, villains do enjoy destroying people's mornings. Fortunately, Izuku here has a license. Shoto and I take care of the civilians. Izuku sped up, using both parts of his quirk, speeding up with his hot ice, clashing with the extreme cold, making it crack like glass behind the trail. He wouldn't have to worry about people getting burnt. He also trusts that Shoto will handle crowd control, but he doesn't really need to hold back against villains, does he? Yes, he doesn't. Degree burns could be dealt with by him or recovery girl later. For now, he and Shoto are late for class, and he really doesn't want to miss a whole day at school. He strategically blinded them with a small but thick snow-like storm with his cold flames just surrounding the villains, blinding them in a way and then creating a wall of hot ice to trap them. Cracking it later would be easy when the professionals show up. Don't move forward or else you'll get burned, he says with a somewhat commanding voice. He's still working on it, but nevertheless he is serious. And it was clearly not effective since a stupid villain screamed painfully. It sounded like it hurt. Izuku almost felt bad. Almost. I repeat, do not move forward, backward, or even sideways. Do not move at all. Izuku, pros are coming, Shoto said. Izuku gave Shoto a nod. Another scream. I told you to stay still and not move. Yes, he's angry. If the villains don't listen, any more movement would just do more damage to themselves. He can't particularly do anything with his quirk except trap them like that. Speaking of which, he felt drained, but he does need to balance the temperature or else those villains will die of overheating or dehydration. Melting to death is an exaggeration, but he'll never know. Izuku. Look, it's Endeavor, the #1 hero. Shoto. #1 doting father, more like, Izuku said. Hey dad. It wasn't even 2 hours before you left. You did well, Izuku. You too, Shoto. Inji ruffled both of the boys' heads. I could have done more, said Shoto. You helped lots, Shone. You will when you get your license, Aizawa said, as if appearing out of nowhere. Sensei, both boys were shocked, but as usual they looked calm and cool outside. You're late for school. About that, I'm not there anyway, so it doesn't matter, Aizawa said. The paramedics will take care of them. But the purse, sensei. The purse will be handled by the pros. Talk to the person who owns the purse. I'm sure she would like to thank you for capturing those villains. Yes, sensei. Izuku jogged off to the lady who was being interviewed by a detective. Endeavor, you and your sons are requested to come with us to the HSPC headquarters. We are not allowed to disclose anything on what's about to happen, but it would be best if you keep calm, Aizawa said. His tone was dead and tired, but it sounded like stuff is about to go down. Enji isn't sure whether or not Aizawa sounded excited. The man is hard to read, except for the fact that he could tell that the underground hero is tired to boot. You sure surprising them this way is a good idea? Talia asked, looking through the one-sided glass mirror. On the other side sat his mother, sister, and brother Natsuo on a couch that would fit at least 4 more people. Not really, Hawks answered with a grin. I think it's really cheesy. Like the fried chicken you ordered, Talia scoffed. Wahey, so my order wasn't cancelled but you ate it. Talia put a finger to his lips indicating Hawks to keep quiet, quickly pointing to the other side of the mirror. The father and sons have entered the facility. Reporters are being kept out, effectively, informed a staff. Well, here goes everything. The news travels fast, the commission president said. UA hero student captures villains and minimizes damage. You did really well, Izuku Todoroki. I would also like to commend you, Shoto, for holding back and dealing with the crowd properly. We'll speed up the process of your license as long as you do well in the revisional classes. But that doesn't exactly tell us why all of us are here, Enji thought. He looked down to the couch where all of his family were sitting. Hell, even Rei is sitting here. For this, we have a surprise for you to congratulate this wonderful success. Enji suddenly had a thought, then it clicked, or at least he thought it did. No, he said sternly. Izuku will not join your hero program. Rei gasped and Fayumi seemed to have caught on. Oh my, Endeavor, I'm not suggesting that, the president immediately countered. Well, it's leading to that, Madame President. Flattery will not get through my family. Enji thought he heard a laugh, but it disappeared immediately. He thought he was just hearing things. Well, that's not the case. Moving on. Wait, it really isn't. It's not, so do you want the surprise or not? We want them, Izuku buted. That's the spirit, now let me continue. Endeavor, the commission hasn't really sent you a gift yet for becoming the #1 hero, and Mrs. Todoroki for her recovery, and Natsuo-kun almost graduating, not to mention Fayumi, Shoto, and Izuku's rising in their own careers. Just get to the point, Madame President. Enji said. You'll thank me for this, Enji, so calm down. The commission would like to contribute to your good events and fortune. To the Todoroki family, we have this surprise. The lights went out. It was a total blackout save for the city lights from the window. It's still too dark for their liking though. Nothing can be seen around the room, but they do sense movement. Endeavor and the twins were tempted to light up their flames, but they were instructed not to. It was tense and there was a sense of worry and nervousness, but nevertheless, they all comfort each other as they connect by their hands and arms. It lasted 15 seconds or so before a blue flame lit up. Blue flame, Enji's thoughts are ringing. All of it leads to one person. Rei could tear up then and there. Izuku, he knows who has blue flames. Talia from the commission, and Talia his brother. It didn't take long for him to fit the cogs into their rightful places. He gasped softly as Talia lit up the room with his blue flames, giving light in the dark with perfect control of his quirk, revealing himself in the brightness. Then the light was on again. Eye to eye with Talia, Izuku couldn't be just speechless. His eyes were shiny, looking like he was about to cry. He couldn't help but ask any god who would choose to hear him. Is he really? Hello readers, it's been so long since I last updated this story. It's back, but it's also coming to the end. Any ideas on how this story will end? Aside from the reconciliation and reunion, of course. Thank you for keeping up with this series or even rereading it. I appreciate all the comments, votes, and support. Enji is #1 since All Might retired after the fight. AFO is defeated, but the legacy of OFA is still alive. Chapter 39. Reunited. Is he really? Izuku POV. Blue flames, it's what I remember best about him. I don't remember most of his face. Nothing about his outer appearance flashes in my memories. Everything is a blur. But what I do remember about him is his indescribable warmth, never sure whether it's his quirk or maybe he's just that tender as an older sibling. And the picture on the Butsuden would be the only reference I have. I've seen him before countless times during work studies. I was worried, but Dad only ignored him. He called the stranger a stalker and he won't take action or file any complaints unless he started attacking. He disappeared after a few days, but his silhouette is incredibly iconic. Dabi, and I'm sure Father knows of this. Alas, he appeared in front of me. This time, Aizawa-sensei had invited him to the dorms. That silhouette I saw back then, he's here now. A person with the same situation as us. I thought, maybe that's the reason he was following us around. I wouldn't question anything about him. I wouldn't question how he seems to know more than he says about our situation. I wouldn't question it because he works as a high-rank underground hero for the HPSC. At this very moment, he appears in front of me and claims to be my brother, who was thought dead all these years. All my eyes could do was water in happiness. Slowly, memories seemed to be getting clearer. Dabi stood in front of us. The villain turned out to be an ally that turned out to be my brother. But he's no Dabi, he's Talia. Ah, Natsuone, I couldn't help but sob. I have different plans, but you seem to have reached the goal first. Talia says, seemingly deadpan. Is that supposed to be me? An unspoken question, but as fast as lightning could move, I was pulled into a hug by Talia. Izuku, I've been looking everywhere for you. I can't help it, tears on my cheeks as I give much thought to those words. The whole family must have looked for me, waited just like Talia. I returned Talia's hug. I held on tight and relished the warmth. You must have suffered a lot, I say between sobs. Third POV. It wasn't long before the whole family got their share of the moment. Natsuone hogged older Talia with questions and Nissan slapped the poor older brother and mother trying to stop her. Nevertheless, it all ended awkwardly with Enji and Talia not knowing what to say to each other. Izuku couldn't take the silence and the cumbersome atmosphere. With Enji and Talia not looking at each other's eyes, might as well not reunite. Izuku isn't completely tactless though. While many beg to differ, he can see Talia's comfort being in the presence of family again and Enji's relief that Talia's alive and well. Even better that he's back. So Izuku took action. Despite being apathetic at most times, Izuku has a secret weapon that he rarely uses to get what he wants. With a doe-eyed look at Talia and Dad, trying to sound much vulnerable as possible. Talia, Dad missed you lots, you know. And with that, Talia hugged their old man and chose to forgive, for now. The crowd wanted them to have this moment. Really, they do, but HSPC is still a working facility that runs 24/7. And they've sacrificed a whole floor for an important request for important people. Aizawa had to break it to them that their reunion could continue at home. I'll excuse you only up until tomorrow, he told the twins, and you. He turned to Talia, you've grown so much and worked so hard, you deserved this, congrats. And with that, HPSC staff assisted the family to the cars. It would be better for them to continue things at home before the media hears words about this. Hawks decided not to show up. He didn't want to ruin the moment. Being the number 2 hero, he knows he'll attract attention to himself. Watching Talia finally almost at the end of his finish line was enough for him. He'll call his friend to celebrate another time. The car ride was only with silence, but it wasn't awkward. It definitely wasn't heavy, but rather a comfortable silence where they're all content. Until Natsuo couldn't take it anymore and decided to ask questions. Talia, who planned that surprise? Yeah, it was dramatic, Fayumi nodded. Talia eyed the twins who were holding in their giggles. Maybe Hawks was right about it being cheesy, Talia sighed. I don't know, Aizawa-san said he'll help, but he gave the job to the event planners here at the HPSC. Don't worry, Talia, what matters is you're back. Ray smiled. Enji looked like he wanted to say something but decided to just shut up the whole ride. Shoto noticed Izuku's worries. He put a hand on his brother's shoulder, attempting to ease the latter up. It's okay, they're both adults, he whispered to Izuku. Izuku didn't know what to think of that since he knows Enji has so much pride and embarrassment that he makes a wall, and he's known that Shoto and Natsuona was difficult to convince. Talia might be the same. He hopes things will really be alright. Is this really all right? Everyone on the same line of thought as Talia and Inji talk things out in one of the rooms. Who are they kidding? Who said it's all right to talk where Talia's Butsuden sits? So this is where I'm worshipped. Inji could only sigh, you're still my son, I'm glad you're back. Talia was surprised, Inji has mellowed. Stop giving me that look, I have to admit my faults at some point. I don't think things could go back the way they were. I know I had made a lot of mistakes. I'm sorry. As the adult I should have handled my family differently when we lost Izuku and when we lost you. I'm sorry too, I was consumed by anger and resentment. I blamed you for everything that went wrong, and I should have at least come back or write you letters. Talia just wanna let things out. No venting, just apologies and acceptance. If he were to vent, a fight might happen and his mother and siblings would be scared. The best thing we can do now is rely on time to heal things, Inji said. Talia, I'm trying my best, I really am. The father couldn't look at the son in the eyes. Talia could feel the overwhelming guilt and self-blame. If it was him years ago, he would have said you deserved it, but with newfound experiences from the outside, he knew Inji didn't deserve any suffering. Inji grieved in his own way, the same way Talia grieved in his own way. The loss of Izuku led them to misunderstandings, wrong choices, wrong beliefs, and incomparable fear. What miracle that Izuku was also the same medium that brought them back together. All is coming to a good end, Talia thought. Chapter 40. Epilogue. What? The whole class roared. Mina pushed Aoyama right out of the way to face the twins. Stoic as ever is their face, as if no major news has been shared. So you're saying Dabi is your brother and he was just an underground hero like Aizawa? With the nod of Shoto and Izuku, Mina squealed, I knew it, he was too hot to be a villain. Almost everyone facepalmed. Denki, who was beside Izuku, squished Izuku's cheeks and looked at him and Shoto in wonder. What an amazing gene pool, he comments. He's probably gonna switch into the limelight soon. Mina nodded excessively at what Bakugo said. Just as he should, his face would be a waste. Mina looks isn't everything, Asui told the squealing girl. What? According to my sources, he is a very capable hero and very family-oriented. Thank you very much. She defended her case proudly as she flaunt her phone, showing off her contact to Fayumi Todoroki. The twins were left wondering how their mature and conservative sister has contact with Mina, who is basically a party animal. As to her comments, the twins would agree that older brother Talia is quite dashing. They too both agree that Talia is too old for Mina. Despite that, you can't marry him, Shoto said in his usual monotone way of talking, too monotone for that type of statement in everyone's opinion. Izuku looked like something is being stolen from him. I'm not marrying him, I just want to start a fan club is all. Mina crossed her arms and smiled as she conveyed her point. Everyone thinks that there's no way she could balance hero work and fan club managing at all. But anyways, congratulations you two, you've made it through. Uraraka smiled as she shook the twins' hand. No doubt everyone knows that the Todoroki family has been through a lot. It became not so secret when Izuku opens up to the class and Shoto practices communication with them. Thanks everyone, Izuku is grateful to have such friends. Shoto nodded in response. It was curt but sincere and everyone understood the message, and that's what matters most. Izuku checked his phone for the time. Nisen might be here already. Then we'll go, Shoto said. They're leaving the dorms for a week to stay home with family. They will still attend school, but they get to go home. They got permission from UA and were allowed to for special reasons. Besides, there are no more high-ranking threats since the League of Villains have been defeated for good. Bye, Izuku waved, carrying his bag and walking to the door. Shoto followed beside him. Aizawa was just about to knock on the dorm's door when it was opened by the twins. Good, you're ready. Morning, Zawa, Izuku greeted. Shoto has gotten used to his twins' mood swings. At some point he's stoic and at some point he's cheery, a consistent yet not so consistent occurrence. Aizawa simply nodded back, looking tired as ever. Fayumi is there to pick you up. Let me help you with those. The teacher pointed at the duffel bags. It's fine, sensei, we can handle it. They politely rejected the offer of help. Aizawa knows not to push things. He walked his students to the gate, one of his homeroom duties. When he saw Fayumi and the car, he can now say goodbye to the twins. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, sensei. Aizawa smiled and pats their heads. Congrats kiddos, good for you. The car ride was a time of silent excitement. Fayumi would try to talk to them but only received short answers. The sister smiled at them as the two buckled up. How was school today? It was fine, Nissan. It's the usual. Izuku said. Fayumi doesn't understand how Izuku and Shoto could answer in a way that just completely shuts down any conversation. She couldn't really confront them about it because she knows it is not intentional and that's just how her brothers are. And they're so naive and oblivious about it that it would probably just become a conversation off to space with the twins confused or a conversation in circles. Nevertheless, she knows her brothers won't mind her asking lots of questions. Well, not lots, she doesn't want to hover. Anything interesting that has happened? Well, Talia definitely was hot topic. Fayumi looked at the rear mirror. Shoto seemed serious. She also doesn't know whether his puns were intentional or not. Yeah, he is. We found out Mina talks to you too. She is friendly, Fayumi said. The twins only gave her a nod, their most of the time stoic faces displayed as she again looked at the rear mirror. It is silent, but it is comfortable. She's not worried because when she looks in the mirror, she could see the look of anticipation from both boys. She and Natsuo had Talia all to themselves these past few days. Of course, their parents have their own time with him too. Each of them got to enjoy having Talia around. Now it's the twins' turn. They couldn't spend much time with their older brother because of school, and they certainly can't skip school and classes. Principal Nezu and Aizawa won't allow it. They are thankful to UA otherwise because lots of exceptions were given to them due to their family situation. UA gave time for the Todoroki family to heal and gave Izuku time to know his family. Now, they can't skip classes, but they are allowed to go home. Both of them deserve time to know Talia, especially Izuku. Home was traditional. Izuku took note of that the moment he first got there. The household was foreign from where he grew up. It is blatantly different from their apartment. Even now, just the sight of the house had all the excitement gushing inside him. Every time he goes home, he'll get excited, to the point where he'll hear his own heartbeat. And he couldn't help it because he knows his family will welcome him back always and ever so eagerly. Izuku now finds the house familiar and the most comfortable place that he's sure he'll always look for. After Fayumi parked the car, Izuku immediately went out to greet his parents. His soft smiles never cease as soon as he saw Enji and Rei in the front garden of the estate. The Rindus looks captivating as ever. No wonder it is well loved by their mother. Rei smiled at their direction. Of course, Izuku's first destination in the beautiful household is his parents. And both Rei and Enji always adore welcoming their sons back home. Once again, their home is complete. Hello boys, how was school today? Rei pats their heads and rubs her hands as if to fix their perfectly fine hair. Izuku relished the feeling. Both boys smiled at their mother and father. It's good, Izuku answered simply. We won't keep you to ourselves for now. Go ahead, wake your oldest brother. He's still deep in his afternoon sleep. Rei ushered them into the house excitedly. Surely, Talia won't mind if his brothers wake him up, right? Down the halls, they passed by the kitchen, seeing Natsuo sneaking some ramen. The twins couldn't care though, as they were too excited to meet Talia. They gave him a quick hello, yet left so fast that Natsuo could not even reply and ask about their day. Natsuo thought it was unfair how their favorite older brother changed so quickly. He can't deny that Talia is the best older brother there is, except for the fact that he left them for years and he's the only older brother he has. No other candidate for that one. He wouldn't have forgiven him easily if Talia didn't take him out shopping and bonded with him, but since he can see the brotherly effort, it was not a challenge. Talia indeed did his best in his own way. The twins snuck around the corridor, debating whether to knock or to just barge into the room. In the end, they decided to just barge in. It seems more like a surprise that way. They both nodded at each other, opened the door, and snuck towards Talia, who is now sleeping on his futon. Meanwhile, Talia could clearly hear the twins' footsteps behind his door. They have been packing there for a few minutes, and Talia's senses couldn't help but pick it up. He was so used to being cautious around villains that he's a very, very light sleeper. His senses are heightened, so their whispers were too loud for him. Not that he's complaining, he would love to hear his brothers' voices more. Good thing he is a good actor too. When the twins decided to barge in the room, most probably to surprise him by waking him up, he feigned sleep. It was a long, awkward silence before one of them spoke. So how do we wake him up? Shoto whispered to Izuku quietly. Talia snorted and flinched, but quickly acted it out as a snore and a shuffle in his sleep. How badly he wanted to laugh at that sentence. After that, only silence resonated in the room. It was too quiet for his liking knowing that they were beside him. It was awkward. Do they just stand there or? He questions the awkwardness not until he felt agonizing pain around his stomach. Arg! He can't help but yelp, effortlessly blowing up his act. His eyes that are now wide open from pain saw his precious brother Izuku on him. Apparently jumping on him was the best surprise there is. He couldn't disagree because that did surprise him. He wished it was less painful though. Good afternoon, Nick-san, the twins greeted, both donning a soft smile. And how could Talia ever get mad and not smile at them through his pain? The eldest smiled at them softly, ignoring the pain that still carries Izuku's weight. Hello, you two. Izuku seems to have no plans of getting off him. He'll survive, this is worth it. What's important right now is keeping everyone happy, especially Izuku and Shoto. And there is no way the twins will ever tell Talia that the snort was a dead giveaway. They figured he was faking sleep and Izuku was just being mean. They pulled Talia to the dining room where Natsuo still sits with the ramen cup unfinished. Hey Talia, Natsuo greeted while suspiciously turning the ramen cup. How's the alarm clock? He asked, not really knowing what happened back in the room. Talia raised his eyebrows suspiciously. He asked, you didn't put them up to it, did you? Put them up to what? All the while Talia continued to eye the ramen cup. Hey, is that mine? Natsuo shrugged but nevertheless slid his eyes down to the ramen cup and saw Toya written in capital with a black marker. I thought it was Dad's. No wonder why you're sneaking around, Natsuo-nai, Shoto said, not really reading the situation well. Izuku elbowed him, shook his head, and mouthed a no. Suddenly, Fayumi's voice interrupted the whole ramen fiasco. Good, you're all here. Mom and Dad will be following soon. I'm cooking dinner tonight. What are you doing? Voice switching from a caring sister to a strict one. And Natsuo, is that ramen before dinner? Yes, Fayumi, it's ramen and he stole it from me, Talia said. What? No, I didn't. Natsuo had to quickly defend himself. Fayumi sighed. Natsuo, obviously that's ramen in your hands. If you turn it around you'll see Talia's name in capital written with a black marker. And how do you know that? Natsuo, I'm the one who cooks. I see that ramen cup in the cabinets every day ever since Talia brought groceries with Mom. You know what, never mind. Fayumi went to the kitchen, her bad mood emanating. Talia sighed, come on, let's help her make dinner. He gestured to where Fayumi left off. Natsuo nodded and decided to go ahead. We want to help too, Izuku said, locking Shoto's arms into his. It seems Shoto has no other choice. They brought Talia to the dining to talk and hear stories, but he said he'd go off to the kitchen. Might as well be there. Just in time before leaving off to the kitchen, Enji and Rei arrived. Oh, where are you all going? Rei asked. To the kitchen, we're all gonna help Fayumi cook dinner, Talia answered. Good luck then. That's great, do you mind if we join? Enji was cut off by Rei, who looks too excited to be rejected. Enji can't say no to that, besides this may be the perfect family bonding. Sure, Mom, Talia replied. As he pulled over, the twins walked beside him. They all made their way to the kitchen. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Natsuo's loud laughter would be heard throughout their house. Natsuo, be nice to your brothers, Rei scolded. Talia can't slice onions, he amused himself more. Well, I lived mostly eating ramen cups and Kurogiri cooks the food in the league. I just light up their stove, Talia defended. My poor child, let's eat all the delicious food in the world from now on, Rei cups Talia's cheeks. And that's my home cooking, Fayumi chimed. She's always so proud of her cooking. Just as they thought everything is calmed down and turned peaceful, Natsuo had the audacity to laugh excessively again. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Shoto bit the raw onion like an apple. Now he's making a weird face. Others couldn't share Natsuo's sentiments as Shoto quickly turned to face away from them. Why would you eat it? Fayumi worriedly asked as she readies water and maybe milk for Shoto. Izuku told me it would taste good, he muttered as his hands accepted the drink from behind. I was sarcastic, I didn't think you would really eat it. Fayumi eyed Izuku expecting something. All right, sorry Shoto. Shoto had to cough it out a bit before he replied, you're fine. Sometimes Natsuo thinks that both of the twins are really dumb. He heard Izuku and he didn't sound sarcastic at all, and Shoto was senseless enough to try raw onion from that comment. Well, they are his idiot brothers, and he fully accepts that side of their personality. Natsuo just cut those carrots, Fayumi glared. Geez, okay, are we even holding a feast? There's too much food, Natsuo exclaimed. Well, you, Talia, and Dad were the ones who wanted 3 different dishes, Fayumi retorted. The 3 sweat dropped. Izuku perked up. Should I invite Kakin? Sure, dear, Ray answered. Then I'll call him now. Talia went near Enji and asked, is it usually this noisy? Enji could say that it has been noisy recently, but this is different this time. They are complete and the house is full of banter and laughter. Well, I don't mind it, was his reply. Talia will take that as a no or maybe a yes, he wasn't sure, but he does share sentiments with his father. He too doesn't mind getting used to this. Katsuki had to rush if he wants to be in time for this dinner invitation. It's a taxi right away, but he's sure he'll make it since there's no traffic. He quickly told his parents of his plans and they immediately agreed as soon as they heard Izuku's name. Katsuki feels like his parents have a softer spot for Izuku than him. He wouldn't blame them though. Izuku is a darling despite his apathetic face. Sure enough, the old hag and old man would have adopted Izuku if the Todorokis weren't around. Taxi was an easy grab and it was only less than 20 minutes when he got there. Katsuki rang the doorbell. He knows it will take some time before someone would open the door for him. He knows just how big their front yard is in this traditional home. But alas, Izuku opened the gates. Kakin, you made it just in time. Thought you wouldn't come because you just hang up. Never said I wasn't coming. Thought so, we prepared a plate for you. We just finished cooking too. Katsuki let himself in and walked beside Izuku as they entered the home. He still marvels at the traditional hallways. Everything in this estate is so different from his modern home. Just mirroring the kitchen, he could already hear the banter of Natsuo and Talia. Kakin's here, Izuku announced, and Ray beat Fayumi to greet him first. Hello Katsuki, Izuku was so excited to have you here. Katsuki wouldn't see the excitement on Izuku's face even if he checks now anyways. Thanks for having me here, Mrs. Todoroki. Auntie is fine. Anyways, we're glad you could make it. We cooked too much food tonight and it's probably better to have you guest over. You're very important to Izuku, you know, Fayumi said as she set the 3rd viand. You could sit next to me here. Izuku led him to their place. Katsuki quickly greeted Icy Hot ever so bluntly and casually. Itadakimasu. The meal consisted of small talk. It was less awkward than he had expected. They never leave him out of the conversation and they would ask him about Izuku's experiences with him. Of course, he'll gladly answer, excuse his rough demeanor though. He's glad he came. He gets to see how the family is faring for his friend. Talia is a great brother. It's Katsuki's first time seeing the man with his family. He'll definitely ask him about here stuff sometime later. Ray and Enji were sweet to each other. He's reminded of his old hag and old man. And casual banters were endearing that it reminded him of him and Izuku when they were in elementary. He's happy that Izuku wouldn't be caught up in the past tragedy the Todorokis were facing, and he's content that this family will make Izuku happy. If everything goes downhill, he'll make sure his old hag would adopt Izuku. After eating, Shoto, Izuku, and Katsuki offered to clean up. Fayumi knows that Katsuki is a stubborn teen, so she didn't reject the offer. When they carried the plates to the kitchen where the wash area is, Izuku decided it would be the perfect time to talk to Kakin. Kakin, we plan to go to the cemetery this Saturday. You're gonna visit Auntie Inko? That's a good idea. Katsuki is sure that the family wants to send their gratitude to the woman he and Izuku has not visited in a while, so it will be good for him, he thought. I want you to come. Will that be all right? We don't mind you being there, Shoto said from behind them, the older twin carrying the cups they used over dinner. Katsuki swore he almost blasted the guy with his quirk. You were always there, Kakin, Izuku said. It's so corny, but Katsuki just had to reply, and I'll always be there, nerd. He looked away, probably from embarrassment. Katsuki swears that Izuku is donning a look of amusement right now. Arg, just kill me now. Thanks for coming, Kakin. Always here for you, Izu. Katsuki knows he'll stay behind, a few steps away from his best friend, but he knows Izuku needs his presence. It's a cold place. Although it is sad, it is not lonely as many mourn with you. But at the same time, it just makes you feel lonely in general as you would stare at the name of who left you. But one thing is certain for Izuku, the cemetery is unusually a bright place today, that it seems today chose to give him peace. The morning is vivid, not so dark that the sun hasn't risen that it's like night, yet not so far in the morning where the sun is scorching to the skin. The ash-blonde teen followed behind the family of white and red, walking past graves that are orderly lined up, but Izuku and Katsuki don't need to check each name to know where Inko Midoriya lies. Alas, they have reached their destination. A very clean grave, obviously well taken care of. Izuku is grateful to his father and mother that they made sure his mother Inko is well taken care of. Fresh flowers every week, grave so clean that her name boasts to the eye of anyone passing by. He's glad that he can repay her through his new real parents, but he knows Enji and Rei also have a lot to be grateful for, thus they make an effort for Inko. Kasan. Izuku puts the white flowers on top of the grave. Immediately he feels tears forming in his eyes. I have been found, Kasan. His smile is indescribable. No one could tell whether it was pure happiness or rather a sad one. It is a mix of emotions forming from sincerity. Rei and Enji put a flower on top of the grave as Fayumi comforts Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya-san, for taking care of Izuku. Enji bowed his head, and raising him into a fine young man and accepting all of him. Rei followed. Enji would say a lot more, but he knows his sincerity would reach the heavens even if no one hears it. He's thankful for the many things Inko has done. How she took care of someone precious to his family, how she took care of the child that would bring everyone back from the misery he created for them. And most of all, for the opportunity of giving their family a chance to be with the youngest, even if it was in the most unfortunate and most devastating way. Talia kneeled and bowed until his forehead reaches the back of his hand that sits on the ground. Thank you, Midoriya-san. For years he had been searching, for years he had experienced darkness. In that darkness, he had only worried about his family. Screw the old man who he couldn't understand then, his childish mind couldn't accept him at the time. He was most worried about Izuku. Within danger, he wonders whether leaving to find Izuku was the right choice. Should he just return to that household or continue to hold on to this ambiguous hope that his youngest brother is alive and somewhere out there, waiting to be found? Even if Izuku wasn't waiting, meeting his youngest brother, safe and alive, would have healed all his heartaches from the sacrifices he made. Choosing the unsure fate of his youngest brother over his 3 siblings and mother at home, what a stupid decision his emotions has made. That is the burden he chose, and a choice he will never regret. It is such a relief all this time. He was somewhere safe and was taken care of with love. We don't know what could have happened to Izuku if he were not safe with you. Our family will forever be grateful for the miracle you took part in. Shoto saw his eldest brother, and he listened well to his gratefulness. Talia is right, this is a miracle, everything is, and Inko had an important role in that miracle. The fact that she was the one to find Izuku, someone caring and willing to be a mother, the fact that Izuku became her whole world unconditionally, and the fact she made Shoto keep a promise all for Izuku. She is like a saint sent from heaven, especially gifted especially to the Todoroki family. When Shoto saw everyone else bowed, he too bowed his head to pay his respect. Inko-san, I have kept my promise. Everyone is together, everyone has made up, everyone chose acceptance and forgiveness. Everyone struggled for the promise, every member of their family have their own heartaches in this whole tragedy, and all of them chose to overcome their own heartaches. Everyone learned from their mistakes, and everyone chose to be kind. The promise Inko made Shoto keep is a beautiful blessing. Ka-san, they have been through a lot, everyone was hurt, I was hurt, but we have overcome it together. I have a lot to thank you for that. Izuku finally cried. With a heavy heart, he thanked Inko, her mother Inko, for everything. Even when she left, she made sure he won't be alone and lonely in such a big world. She made sure he had a family to go back to. Thank you for everything, I love you, Mom. Katsuki watched as his best friend bit more than he could chew. He knew this would happen. There has never been a visit where Izuku didn't fall into tears. He could almost cry. Almost. Katsuki won't ever admit that he shed tears for an entire night for Auntie Inko. And just like the others, he bowed his head and prayed. All his prayers and gratitude are for him to keep and Inko to hear. After praying, the Todorokis walked their way out of the cemetery. Katsuki said his goodbyes as he had other matters to attend to. Izuku made sure to thank him a lot for coming. Izuku was glad their father decided to take a leave from work today. Enji even said that he had something planned for them. How could Izuku not be excited? Their first destination was brunch. A train ride away from Musutafu was a small, unknown-to-many restaurant with a wonderful scenery of flowers, including Rindus, and it's a very mesmerizing sight they could all agree on. All he's sure about is that wherever they will go next, they'll be together as a family, and that is enough for him. But just because he's content doesn't mean he couldn't ask what will happen next, right?